ski.com.au, bringing you across the world to the mountain, to Mount Panorama. And for the first time, you've always had audio, but for the first time, we're going to give you some pictures on Friday. Delighted to say that alongside me, to my far right, geographically, not politically, I hope, is Richard Creel. Right in the centre is Garth Tander. Good morning, gentlemen. And now, all of a sudden, with the cars out on the circuit, Creelsy, it feels real.
Morning, John. Morning, everyone. Welcome back to Mount Panorama, the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. The 21st time there's been a 12-hour endurance race at this location. 22 if you include the one at Sydney Motorsport Park. And on what is an overcast, relatively muggy, still quite cool morning here beyond the Blue Mountains in the central west of New South Wales. We're looking forward to a massive weekend with a very, very strong field, much deeper than last year, hugely competitive, and 12 and a bit months on from what was a thrilling race last year. Good morning, Garth. Nice to have you back with us and with us for Friday practice for the first time. This race last year was a beauty, as it often is. It came down to those dramatic final 60 minutes or so with some of the best GT races in the world boxing on, but this is a clean sheet of paper and a big spicy field to boot.
It certainly is. Good morning, Rich. Good morning, John. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, certainly last year's race was a bit of a slow burn through the middle part of the race, but boy, did it come alive in the last couple of hours between the Craft Bamboo car of Maro Engel and Jules Gounon in the Sun Energy 75 car. Boy, didn't they box on it towards the end. There was contact, there was arguing in pit lane, there was technical issues going on with Engel's car, and ultimately Jules Gounon went on to win that one, and now back-to-back and looking to go for a three-peat, 3 in a row, which hasn't been done in the 12-hour era of this race. So it's pretty special stats that could play out this weekend.
Well, 3 in a row for Sun Energy 1, the potential outcome today, and that car heading into turn 1 now. So they're at pit exit, garage number 1, as is the right of winning the race. You get pit exit, prime pit position for all the pit stop dramas that I'm sure will unfold over 12 hours on Sunday. But for Gounon, the little piece of Bathurst history is potentially even larger, because he won in 2020 as well with the Bentley. And in the history of endurance racing at this place, your good self included, no one has won 4 races in a row.
No.
Including P. Brock. So
that's pretty mega. And you'd be brave to bet against him, given his form here, as you mentioned, Rich, over the last 3 events, and just how solid he is in this car. I mean, watching him last year, it was hard to argue that he is not the best, definitely not the best Mercedes GT3 driver in the world, if not the best GT3 driver in the world at this point. The way that he is able to manage this car and extract lap time out of it, but his consistency last year was just astronomical. They played the strategy card last year. They didn't take tyres at the last pit stop, and the way that he manipulated Maro Engel and just placed him throughout that last stint was masterful to watch. So this is a man that's fully in control of not only driving the race car, but the race cars around him as well.
Yeah, and then spent the last 12 laps fending off Matt Campbell, who was bouncing his Porsche off.
Coming at him with tyres as well.
Yeah, exactly. So it was awesome. So this, John Hindhoff, a 40-minute practice session to get everything warmed up for a big day. There's 4 40-minute sessions today. 2 of them are dedicated to the bronze-ranked drivers only in the GT3 class, and then
which ones are those?
That's practice 2 and practice 4. Practice 2, not the first one.
Right, so not this one.
No, practice 2 later on this afternoon, this morning. In fact, it's only a very quick turnaround between the 2 opening sessions. So that's just to give the amateur drivers, an opportunity to get lots of laps on their own without having to dodge all of these super professional works drivers. So 4 sessions today, a further 2 practice sessions tomorrow morning before we roll into qualifying, and then the fight for the Alan Simons Polar World shootout later on in the afternoon. So that's the sequence of events, and then of course 5:45 a.m. on Sunday morning, which in my humble opinion is the best hour of motorsport in the country, is the start of the Repco Bathurst 12-hour for this year.
And as far as the circuit is concerned, Garth, for our international listeners watching as well as listening in this early week coverage on the RSL network. No changes. This is Bathurst as it has been for a long time. Now, I didn't get on the mountain last year, though, and I hadn't realised how that new footwear along the top of the mountain. Now, I'm sitting in a higher car than these guys are. That completely changes how it looks up there, and visually it narrows it. It hasn't changed it, but visually it just changes how it looks.
Yeah, and you're mentioning right there from basically that Pertex sign, you can actually see the handrails that runs all along to basically where we see that Thrifty sign. There's a new walkway that's been there for the last couple of years that would be an amazing vantage spot to watch race cars go by. Probably not the safest in the world, so you're not allowed to go there while the sessions are on. But it is a fantastic walk, and it does actually really show just how steep the climb up the mountain is, because you look from the top of the mountain down to pit lane where we are now, and you just realise how far up you have come in such a short period of time. But it does change the view a little bit when you're walking around or you're driving your rent-a-car, John. But if you're driving the race car, you've got absolutely no idea that walkway is there. Because if you're looking to the left, you're going to crash the race car, because you need to be looking at the right as you come across Skyline and just clipping the wall at the apex, or just running as close as you can to the wall there. So, yes, it does look different. It does look more... It does look tighter, and it does look more enclosed with that handrail there, but you absolutely have no idea as a race car driver that is there.
There was a little splash of rain, Rich, overnight, around at 2 o'clock in the morning here at Bathurst and Mount Panorama, so there are one or two damp patches still out there, but generally speaking, the temperatures have been relatively moderate this week so far.
Yeah, it has been cooler than what we're used to this time of year. Certainly, I mean, you remember we did the later 12-hour back in 22, I think it was, and it was certainly much cooler then. But the February race, we've seen some astronomically high temperatures, but forecast is for it to be somewhat comfortable over the course of the week, but there is a chance we could get wet at some stage over the next couple of days. And I was talking to some of the Audi internationals here, and they were like, can you just remind us where the puddles and the rivers are here?
Oh, right.
You'll be right, boys. You'll figure it out.
Chris,
I'll be fine.
Chris Harser suggested to me that our track to town that we did yesterday, which is you can download or you can listen on demand from RachelLeMond.com. He suggested that it might be a good idea to stripe up an Audi R8 Quattro road car, the same as the race car, and slide it out if it gets wet.
Those Euros, though, just have zero fear, and you were unfortunately watching from home, John, because of ongoing travel restrictions, but the early hours of that 22 race will stick with us for a long time.
That was some tricky conditions.
Man, with Kelvin van der Linde going absolutely crazy aboard an Audi, chasing Chaz Mostert, and remember the discussion, they jumped out of the car and we cut to a shot of them about 90 minutes into the race, and eyes like dinner plates. It was pretty incredible stuff. Right now, just on 18 degrees here in Bathurst, it has been very humid. There is, and I don't want to get into the whole, it's going to rain discussion at this point, but there is a better than 70% chance forecast for today, tomorrow, and indeed Sunday as well, with some scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, and it's been quite unsettled. First 2 days I was in town this week, we had sort of the 3 o'clock thunderstorm roll in over the circuit, but within 90 minutes it was gone and bone dry. So really interesting conditions. The other thing about the racetrack, we had 75 car just getting a bit of that exit curb at the Chase and the run down into Murray's, was that early in the week the track was really dirty. Lots of leaf material, organic material on the circuit. Of course, it hasn't been used since late November last year, so it is a very green racetrack at this point. We'll keep a track on lap times for you, and you and I were looking at the equivalent session 12 months ago, Garth, and a 4.0 was the quick time in practice one at this event last year. Right now a 206.2 for that man, Kelvin van der Linde, in car number 22.
Saw a little head-to-head run down Conrod Straight between Kelvin van der Linde and Kenny Habel, driving the Sun Energy AMG Mercedes, and I was just curious to see what the straight line performance was like between the two cars. And that's something that the team, van der Linde tries to squeeze contact.
Oh my goodness.
With the IRC Invitational car, and that jumps well out of the way, and Kelvin is known for being pretty aggressive with the traffic, and Here, what we are? 11 minutes into the first practice session and Kelvin's into it, so...
And his time's just been beaten by his brother, Sheldon Fondalinda. He goes to the top end of number 32 with a time of 2:04.630. It is a family affair up and down the pit lane here this year, Grillsy.
Yeah, a group of brothers running. So we've got Kelvin and Sheldon for the first time racing head-to-head. And I just had a chat with Kelvin about that yesterday. He hasn't been here since 22. He was pretty grumpy about missing last year, but he had some DTM commitments running over there in Germany's top touring car. It's now a GT3 championship. And he said, yeah, we actually haven't raced that much together. And very rarely have they been in a position where they've been able to go wheel to wheel. And he said to me, I honestly don't know how either of us would approach it if it came down to the last hour and Sheldon's in the number 32 Bimmer and Kelvin's in the 22 Audi, and how they would actually play it. And I spare a thought for their dad, Sean, and mum, who'd be watching back home in South Africa, and how much the stress levels would be going through the roof. And then, John, on that, Dries and Lawrence Vantor for the first time, which is really exciting because they're both spectacular race car drivers at this place.
I happened to be commentating when they took each other out at the Nürburgring in the 24 hours. And Lawrence was extremely annoyed with himself, but he put his hand up and said, I probably wouldn't have done that had it not been my brother.
Yeah.
I made a bad decision. It was coming off the long Dottinger into the last little chicane at the Teeth Garden at the end of the North Loop there, and absolutely destroyed a potential race-winning car. So it can get to you, Grillsy. It can get to you.
I can tell you from experience racing. I was only racing go-karts against my brother.
Oh, yes.
It should have come down to a Vanthor v Vanthor or a Vanderlyn v Vanderlyn in the last hour. It'll be way more spicy than anything we saw last year, because
one of them's going to the fence somewhere.
For those that follow cricket, can you imagine like the backyard cricket between the brothers or any family members when you've got one throwing fastballs down and the other trying to belt them for 6 out of the park? It's exactly like that when you go onto the racetrack. It is, you are not letting your sibling through, regardless of brand, team, sponsor, anything. It just comes down to brother v brother, sister v sister.
Oh, I can't wait.
On the socials this weekend, the hashtag, as ever, is B12HR. B12HR at RSL_studio. In front of me here if you want to speak to us in these early sessions, and big kudos to the event. There's a cost involved, a real financial cost involved in doing the extra World Feed TV sessions, which, by the way, if you're here at the circuit listening in on the FM and watching on the big screens, tell your friends back at home, these early sessions all day today for the 12 hours, and the 2 sessions tomorrow morning before we go live on TV. Also available here in the US. No geo-blocks for this video whilst the linear TV isn't on the air. So tell your mates, you can lord it over and say, I'm actually here.
And it shows the evolution of this event, JH. Even since you first started coming here in 2013, on Fridays of days gone by, we would rely, for the most part, on the efforts of one man in the form of Scott Fitzsimmons, who in the space of 10 years has gone from being full race fan to the marketing boss of Ned Australian Whiskey, who are sponsoring, I know, RS1's coverage this weekend, which is tremendous, as well as being heavily involved in the event as the Porridge partner and a sponsor of the Repco Supercars Championship. We would rely on him and his Twitter account to tell us where a car would be off the racetrack. Where are they? Oh, yep, we're getting a tweet from Scott. Yep, they're buried in the gravel trap, drivers left on the chase and things like that. So inadvertently, we've at the same time put Scotty out of a job and also got him into one as well, which is nice. So g'day to Scott. I know he's here. We saw him at a welcome function yesterday and he's having a great time. Probably opportune to bring you up to speed with the format of this race and indeed the classes involved in it. So it is a primarily GT endurance race. The GT3 class, Class A, is split into subclasses. So the Pro category is all professional race car drivers. The Pro-Am category includes at least one amateur driver in their lineup. Silver includes just the one Pro and a whole bunch of AM drivers. So drivers in GT racing are ranked according to their level of success, their ability by the FIA. platinum, gold, silver and bronze. And as a result, they're categorised throughout the global world of motor racing. Everyone wants to be several grades lower than they actually are. You'd be uber platinum, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm stuck at platinum, but I'll be 85 before I drop down to bronze.
I was talking to a couple of people earlier in the week at a function in Melbourne, and they were all aiming for the 50th birthday because you get an automatic downgrade in one level of driving, and it just opens up this world of pro-am driving.
Yeah, no, it doesn't change anything for me. I just go from platinum to gold.
Yeah, yours. No, mate. You just had too much success. That's your problem.
Success is great.
No, mate, it's been quite good. Out of the GT3 cars, GT4, which is a spicy little class this weekend. GT4 is exploding in Australia with SRO building the domestic GT4 category. Very, very strong. It's been part of this event for a long time. 4 cars in that category. If you're unfamiliar with GT4 cars, it's GT3 light. Similar sort of models, but much less intensely modified. They're more production-based and entry-level to GT competition, both in pace, driving ability, and indeed performance as well. And then there's the invitational class, which this year is really cool. And that's where we see some, I suppose, the old school Bathurst specials popping in and out of the race. So Mark cars, IRC GTs, the Vortex, which we'll talk about at length because that thing is utterly sensational, and the KTM GT2.
Right, that's enough of hearing from us three in the booth. The fourth voice for these early sessions on RS1 and around the world in vision as well is Shea Adam. Good morning, Shea. Welcome back to the mountain.
Good morning, gents, and thank you very much. Thrilled to be back here, and I'm actually down in the second pit box, which is Heart of Racing, but it's not the mark that we're used to seeing. There's just been a driver change that's taken place. Ross Gunn has gotten out of the car. Alex Riberas has taken over, and that's because for the next session and then the later session, Ian James will be the only driver allowed to participate in those as the bronze-rated driver. And Ian and I were talking a little bit earlier on, and Ian, I asked if you were ready for this, and you said not even moderately. This place is so amazing to finally come to Mount Panorama. What's it like to see a race car with your name on it? I know you're going to get laps later.
Yeah, I'm just super excited. Just doing the track walk yesterday was a real eye-opener for me. This place is awesome. Couldn't be more excited. Apprehensive, to be honest, but couldn't be more excited.
Now, you've driven with this team before, not Heart of Racing, but SPS. They've run cars for Heart of Racing in the past. What's it like to be a part of a different organization from one where you're kind of overseeing everything? It's a different hat you need to wear on these weekends.
Yeah, yes and no. Obviously, we integrate some of our guys here. I think we've got 5 of our guys in the team, and we always do that. We learn a lot that way. It's a really good partnership with SPS. They're a really good group of people. They do an excellent job, and yeah, the Mercedes is a fun car to drive. So yeah, just happy to be on a racetrack.
It's also on Pirelli tires, which is different for everybody to try and adapt to. So what's it like for you, Alex, and Ross to go back and forth between all the different tire compounds?
Yeah, I mean, this year is a bit of a head scratcher because we have the Hankooks from Creventic, we have the Michelins, we have the Pirellis, and now we're going to have the Goodyear next weekend in Qatar. So yeah, if ever anything was going to confuse me, that would.
You mentioned the upcoming season. You guys have a lot of driving on tap. You and Alex are sharing a lot of cars. Alex Riberas, you spent a lot of time on the sim, but then you actually come to a new track. How difficult is it to wrap your head around from the computer version to the real life?
Well, we're very fortunate that we have a really top-class driver in Loop Sim at the workshop. But it just doesn't, some tracks you go to, like, Bahrain or Fuji, and I thought, oh my God, I'm 90% of the way there. I came here and I'm going to go, well, what track was I driving on the sim, At least I know which way the corners go, but the elevation, nothing prepares you for that.
Well, I'll let you go debrief with Ross, because I'm sure his eyes are going to be as big as moons. Good luck out there in the session later.
Yep, thanks a lot.
New fastest time. Come up in purple to make sure that myopic commentators like me do actually notice it. And we're down to the 202s, GT. And I mean, these guys are throwing overhand here, and we're 20 minutes into the race weekend.
It doesn't surprise me that it is Kelvin van der Linde that's the first into the twos, because we saw just how aggressive he was trying to make his way through the traffic to get exactly what he has right now, and that's clear racetrack, which is gold this early in the session. And just watching some of the in-car cameras that we heard when we were hearing from Shea in pit lane was just how committed he was. So seriously impressive speed from van der Linde. But the one that got my attention, Rich and John, was Kenny Habel in the 75 AMG Mercedes. So he did a 4.0 the lap before, and this lap just completed a 3.4. So, yeah, great. Kelvin van der Linde, pro driver, has done 1 million miles in a GT3 car, and this is his job, driving race cars fast. He's done a 2.7, but Kenny Habel, the AM in the 75 AMG Mercedes, has laid down a 3.4 on his 8th lap of the session. That, for me, is seriously impressive.
Hey, GT, here's a question for you. We had the sedans out earlier on, the Group S cars out earlier on, so there would have been a little bit of track cleanup, but we had some rain overnight. Does that take some of the dust off from when this place is a public road? And so in that respect, yes, it resets the track, but does it actually help?
Yeah, it certainly washes the track, washes that dust that you talk of. The Group S cars, the support category that we're on just prior to this session, wouldn't have done anything to rubber the track in or improve the grip conditions. Probably would have blown some of that leaves and debris that Rich was talking about earlier, would have just sort of blown that offline so it was out of the way. But you'd have to say that the track from practice 1 this year to the correlating session last year would be in very similar conditions. So this is maybe more cloud cover this year, and the track certainly is faster when there's cloud cover. So to be, what are we, 1.3 seconds faster than the session last year. The cars always improve, but the tyre is a different tyre, and I think that's something that we'll need to keep an eye on. It's a Pirelli tyre, but it's a different type of Pirelli tyre to what we saw here last year.
Out on the circuit at the moment with a brand new Lamborghini for wall racing. Tom Aaron at Brands Hatch tweeted yesterday that he spotted the old BASF model at one of the local supermarkets and bought it, and I said, well, you can watch one going around. It's a slightly modified colour scheme. Tom, I hope you're tuned in back in the UK at the moment. And this is by no means slapdash, Richard Grill, because this is genuine art. Now, I would say a Lamborghini Evo 2 Huracan was art anyway, but the livery is adding a little bit.
So Adrian Dietz owns this car and put the program together with Wall Racing. They've been a staple of this event for a long time, and domestic GT racing, and he popped up with the BASF tribute livery on his Gen 1 Lamborghini a couple of years ago, and his plan was that he'd just roll liveries over every year and do something different, but the fan reaction was so strong that he couldn't bring himself to change it. But when he bought the new car, he said, I wanted to do something slightly different, but I'm slightly nervous about changing it because it was so popular. So what he did, when this is his stroke of genius, is he engaged one of his mates who's one of Sydney's premier street artists. So a lot of the public art installations in the centre of Sydney CBD have been done by this guy, and said, look, can you take what I've got, but artify it, make it nicer.
Artify it, Drills.
That's not Adrian's word, that's mine, as you can probably tell. And that's the result. So it's a slightly different version, a modernised version, I suppose.
What would you call that? What would that modification, what would you call that?
More funky?
Psychedelic?
It is.
Yeah, it is.
It's
It's
got a bit of
sort of
60s about
A
it.
psychedelic take on the BASF.
Porsche hippie car from, you know, the green and blue Martini car. But it looks great. It's the thing is that Huracan is a muscular looking car, and I think the extra curves that he's put into a GT actually really suit that, rather than just the concentric circle.
Yeah, it looks cool. It looks really, really cool. As you said, John, the base car in all carbon looks cool. Looks seriously cool. But then to lay this over it, yeah, it looks really striking. I like the bonnet. This view right here actually looks. You'll know when that's in your rear vision mirror. Yeah, you don't have to paint it fluoro. You don't have to do anything like that. You see that red thing coming at you, you'll know they're coming.
This is a brand new car. It's its first race meeting. It's a Gen 2 Evo Huracan, and it arrived in Australia late last year, and my phone was pinging with messages from David Walls, and look at this bit of carbon fibre, look at this bit of carbon fibre, it's incredible.
Let's see if we can check in with Shea Adam back down in the lane. Shay, how's the temperature for you right now, and what's going on down there? Seems like we've got most cars out on the track.
Yeah, it's not a bad temperature. I've got a light jacket on, actually, which is kind of funny, having come from the middle of winter to the middle of summer. So the cloud cover has made sure that the temperature is staying quite down, but just wanted to give you guys a heads up. Don't trust the timing screens when it says who's in a car. I walked all the way down to Sun Energy 1 after GT was praising Kenny for that lap time. It wasn't Kenny. It was Lucas Stoltz who started out the session. They've just changed drivers, though, now. So for Sun Energy 1, it is now Jules Gounon behind the wheel of that number 75. And just watching, car number 888 is about to get Will Brown behind the wheel. So the drivers on the timing screen, not necessarily the drivers in the car.
Have a look. Coming into the lane right now is one of the Mark cars. It is the easy one to spot because it's the Martini. It's got a little bit of damage on the right front guard, on the right front bodywork there. May have been some side-to-side contact. It's doing that thing that TCRs do when they have a bit of side-to-side contact. It's kind of looking like an angry penguin, just flapping around a little bit.
I'm still at the point of the weekend where I don't want to let the facts get in the way of a good story. So I would have loved that lap time to have been Kenny. But
I'm still backing Kenny in threes at some stage this weekend.
Yeah. Well,
I did note that it was Jules Gounon jumping aboard this car. I was like, wow, Kenny's doing a 3-4. What's Gounon going to do in this thing?
Yeah, it's a 56.5. Yeah.
It's newly minted Alpine hypercar driver, reserve driver. Was at the launch of that last week down at Enston. They did the F1 launch as well. And Jules was the surprise driver there. I'd heard a little whisper about it. Managed to get a good chat with him. And very complimentary about Stefan Vettel and AMG for releasing him to do that and do that as a parallel program. He's very much still an AMG Works driver and hopes to get behind the wheel of that stunning looking satin blue Alpine A424 in either IMSA or WEC competition throughout this season, and we wish him the best with that endeavour. But my goodness, Krelsi, he's going for something very special here this weekend.
He really is. I'm just in awe of what this guy has achieved at 29 at this place. But I think the thing that strikes me, and I've talked to this before, is the way in which he's gone about it, in that every time he's achieved at this place, it has been under the most searing of pressure at the clutch moments of the Bathurst 12 hour. So Garth talked to the end of last year's race when he fended off Murrow Engel and then did the same with Matt Campbell bouncing Porsches off walls everywhere. In 22 here, Murrow Engel spent the last 2 hours of the race 9 seconds apart. And it would then have become 6, and then it become 10, and then it was 9. And that went on relentlessly.
That was just like 2 hours of qualifying lap.
It was extraordinary pressure. But then remember the Bentley in 2020, leading the race by an enormous margin, had a right rear fail halfway down Conrod Straight, and just cool as ice, peeled the thing into pit lane, new tyre on, went out, and then had to survive the final 40 minutes of the race with the world's largest apocalypse of a thunderstorm surrounding the circuit and apparently not raining here. So every time he's achieved at this place, it has been under incredible pressure, and he has not blinked once.
Yeah.
And that to me is what has made him. But we bumped into him in pit lane on Wednesday, John, and he has genuine love for this place. Every racing car driver comes here and goes, oh, it's an incredible racetrack, we love it. But he gets the emotion, he gets the thing that all our Aussies do that have been coming here our whole lives. He gets that totally.
There's a parallel here to be drawn with Mount Fuji, which is called Fuji-san, and the Japanese and their culture, they imbue that with a personality, and they respect Mount Fuji. And Mount Panorama, I would posit, is exactly the same. Exactly the same.
So you can't race up Mount Fuji.
No, you race in the shadow of it, yeah, which is pretty damn spectacular if you've ever been there. And I'm fortunate enough to say I have been. The roads around it, particularly on a Saturday night, are very interesting for some
Japanese car culture.
Yes, yes. Non-sanctioned competition is what I was going to say. And that's worth a trip on its own. But we always say here, Krillsy, don't we? The mountain will decide, and Jules is absolutely a believer in that. You were talking about that when the weather came down. He said he knew the car would have been no good in the bad weather.
Yeah.
And it absolutely lamped down.
Yeah.
Straight after checkered flag.
Yeah.
And he said a little prayer. He said, I said a little prayer.
The Bentleys were not good in the rain that year. They had a wet practice session earlier, if memory serves, and they weren't particularly strong. But he crossed the line under the bridge, and at turn 1, after he was celebrating, it rained.
Yeah.
It was extraordinary. Chris Haase is behind the wheel of car 22, the Audi R8 LMS from Audi Sport Team MPC. That lap time 2:02.7 set earlier by Kelvin van der Linde, but that is the quickest of the session. 7 tenths up on the 75 Sun Energy Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. Charles Vetz has dropped up to 3rd place in the number 32 BMW. If you're here at the circuit, 46, who we're riding on board with at the moment, has the factory BMW M livery, the blues, the whites and the reds. As it was last year, the 32 in the very attractive yellow Shell Helix livery, not to be confused with the Shell V-Power livery.
Yes.
On Yasser Shahin's number 9.
You say not to be confused, but from a long shot or something behind some trees or a barrier, it will be. I'm putting that out there right now.
That Porsche looks really cool.
Oh, it does.
We'll get to that because that's going to be a Pro-Am contender for us. The other big thing we need to learn this weekend that I think will catch me out at points, and we're riding on board with 46, and it's a good point to bring it up, is that Raffaele Marciello, star of Mercedes AMG here, on the podium numerous times, has almost won this race numerous times. He's now a BMW factory driver, and that's going to take some getting used to because his exploits behind the wheel of a big AMG GT3 at this place have been the stuff of legend. But you can only think that with him added to that driving squad in 46, it makes that car even stronger.
We're not in our usual spot here. We're a little bit further down the pit straight in the big boys box. We are this weekend. Thank you for the promotion. Which means it's a little bit more difficult to see what's going on at the start-finish line under the Repco walkover bridge. But there is a black and orange flag there, the meatball flag, as they call it in American racing, and that is for the number 91 marked cars out there at the moment. So race control have seen something that they are concerned about, and they will have to come into the pit lane and rectify that. That is the number 9-1 wheels FX Racing marked cars in the packed invitational class, which is just, I think we're going to be talking about that invitational class a lot over the weekend.
I agree with you. How's the Martini livery?
Yeah, where did that just came out of nowhere yesterday. I was like, how good does that thing look?
Yeah,
It looks mean.
Tim Slade about that this morning.
Looks
He's
mean.
quite looking forward to his little weekend with that team. Great to have Keith Kasuki back. A massive crash this time 12 months ago down at the Chase. Had brake failure. Rotor exploded on that car under brakes. That massive stop round the kink and then up the hill. Huge contact with the tyres and the concrete fence at the just in front of Rich's Mount Panorama. They had a little bit of damage on the right front corner of that guard popping out. A movable aerodynamic device on the 91 Mark II. One of, as John said, a remarkable invitational class. 7 cars in it. It's the biggest since 2016 in that category. So there's some real good competition there, and they're currently scored in. Well, it's Keith behind the wheel. Just wait for the timing screen to...
they are in 23rd, and that puts them 4th in the invitational class. By the way, eagle-eyed viewers and listeners on the timing around the world, and that guard is actually getting a little bit more flappy. I see. Is it just the under part? No, it's not. It's the guard.
Trailing edge of the front guard.
Yeah, he's almost at V1. And
not far away from departing the scene.
Yeah, indeed so. Eagle-eyed viewers and listeners will have noticed there have been 30 cars out. You might have been expecting 31 if you haven't been following along. We have got Creelsey, unfortunately, a car that didn't make it here.
It's still stuck in a shipping container somewhere in the world. Hub Auto moved heaven and earth to get here. We were excited about having them back. They were here a couple of times when they were a Ferrari team. Nick Percat drove for them one year. They were a really strong outfit based out of Hong Kong, and they entered a very, very good team with a Porsche 992 GT3R. As we pop upstairs to Motorsport Australia race control for those watching the stream. Centre of shot is race director to the stars, James Taylor. He has race directed this race for more than a decade and understands the flow and the management and how to control this. And there are some new rules we'll touch on as we work our way through practice as well, worth talking about. To his right was Craig Baird. He started this race plenty of times and has been on the podium several times, and he is the driving standards chief for this and indeed the Repco Supercars Championship. So that's just the view upstairs in race control.
And we should say this is the start of the Bathurst Superfest for 2024. A unique opportunity has arisen, and
it's a big week in sport.
It's huge, isn't it? It is absolutely huge, because we start the Repco Supercar Championship here next weekend, and this has not been done here before. Each of the races having their own separate character and their own event status, but spread across effectively a 10, 11-day period, Krill. So there is, I mean, it's a ridiculous festival and feast of motorsport here.
Yeah, and some cool activations happening in town in the middle of the week as well. So for those sticking around, I have real regrets about not buying property in Bathurst pre-pandemic when it was affordable.
It's you and me both, fella. We've had this conversation quite a few times, haven't we?
That angry rumble you're hearing in the background is the number 91 marked car that is going back out. A very simple solution. A piece was broken on the car, so they removed that piece and are sending the car back out without that piece. So basically it's almost like a grate cover, and the little grates had fallen off or had been knocked off. I think depends on which side of the story you're going to be paying attention to. The bottom piece of the carbon had broken and split, which is why the Angry Penguin wing was able to then flap around loosely in the breeze. They have removed the entire piece, and rather than actually cut it off, they took the time. They unscrewed it and put it back so that they can fix that bit of carbon and eventually save themselves some money down the line. But rather than lose more time in this session, they've removed that piece and sent the car back out with a slight gap in the bodywork on the right-hand side, but no harm, no foul. It's more important to get the driver's time at this stage in the running.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane in this early week coverage on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited of audio and visual channels. And we've added some video this year. I say we had nothing to do with it. Actually, that's all down to, I suppose, listening to the stakeholders, the teams, the sponsors, and of course you, the fans, and our early week coverage in audio, thanks to Net Australian Whiskey. And Tractor Town is published on the website at the moment if you want to catch up on that when we finish here in about 2.5 minutes time, because we are inside the last couple of minutes, Crailsy.
Breed and Conrad straight there, GT.
Yeah, Raffaello Macchiello that may have just made contact with that little bit of debris that we saw. I don't think it was the actual debris from the 91 Mark Mustang. Where we heard from Shea mentioning that they took the time to actually remove that offending bit of bodywork, and you actually do that because you do more damage tearing it off, so you're better off to just undo it, and then it's an easier repair at the end of this session. And we did mention it's a tight turnaround between practice 1 and practice 2, so it's probably more so that they can get themselves more organised for practice 2 in a more timely manner. So that was smart play. Picking up on Marchiello here, who did go faster on that previous lap, down to a 3.3 as he plays himself in for the first time in a BMW around Mount Panorama rather than an AMG Mercedes. So front-engined a GT car for Marchiello, but a very different flavour of front-engined GT car. Different engine specification, the power comes in differently, and no doubt the aero will work differently as well.
And the only turbocharged car in the race this year from a GT3 point of view, normally aspirated Porsche, of course, with the flat 6 hanging out over the rear axle, the big V8 of the Mercedes AMG GT3 and the V10 mid-mounted in the Audi R8, the BMW turbocharged. It's great to have WRT back for another year. They're a team that won this race in 2018 when they were a factory-backed Audi squad. They're now driving BMW's program in the FIA World Endurance Championship, still running their GT program as well. Like so many people in this paddock, they'll be off to Qatar for the FIA WEC Prologue next weekend, and then the opening round of the World Championship the week after. Matt Campbell will be among them for the factory Porsche Penske squad. Good to have them back. They were really solid last year.
Yeah.
There was a period of about 6 hours in the middle of the race where they didn't quite have the raw race pace of the Mercs and the Porsche at the front. Outside of that, they were as good as anything. So I wonder, with 12 months worth of learnings and experience and small tweaks to BOP year on year, one of those BMWs will be a really good race day proposition this year as well.
It looked like last year they struggled with the heat.
Yeah.
It looked like once the track got hot and the ambient came up that they didn't have the speed, whereas the naturally aspirated cars.
Confirming that's the end of the session.
were
Reminder to teams to please park nosing on a 45
hot
before
part of the day.
moving the cars around back into the garage.
Voice of Paulie Martin, operations director downstairs, managing the on-track product, just reminding the teams that they need to pull into pit lane and interesting and park at 45 degrees. And it's those local little 1%er rules as well that the international teams especially need to be sharp on. And we were talking to some international drivers early in the week, reminding them that, for instance, when the safety car lights go out, no weaving.
Yeah.
How many penalties over the year have we
Yeah.
seen it in this race with really good drivers getting a drive-through penalty for something as simple as that?
Yeah, it was certainly my job when I was driving with the Audi factory drivers to grab them all and say, right,
Do not
these
weave.
are the rules and we cannot make these mistakes. So the safety car restart rule was one, and we certainly, when we had Kevin Estray here for the 1000 last year, spent a lot of time with Kev. He goes, yeah, I remember from the 12 hours, like, yeah, mate, we just got to make sure we get this one right.
He was one of those drivers in that Hub Auto Porsche as well. Looking forward to seeing him back in the GT car here.
Check the flag out then, Krillsy. 1 or 2 of the class cars still to come to the line, but that top time of a 2:04.2:37 for the 22 Audi finished in the session by Christopher Haase, but it was his teammate who put the time in earlier on, ahead of the BMW, actually 2 BMWs, the 32 ahead of the 46. That's the Shell car ahead of the M-Power car, if you will. Then the number 75, Gilles Gounon, finished the session for Sun Energy at the AMG, 7/10 back. Marcus Winkelhock is still out in the number 2 Audi, waiting for him to finish, but I'm not sure his splits are going to improve him. Einchan Guven, first time here, but knowing his background, he will have done a bazillion laps on the sim. In the 992 spec GT3R, the only 992 that we've got here this year. So that's the newest version of...
2 of those.
2 of those, yes, there is, sorry, yes.
And the 912.
Yes, so that's your top 6. Then it's the 888. Will Brown was last in that. He's coming to the line now. Alex Riberas is the best of the Pro-Ams for Harter Racing in their Mercedes that they've got with SPS. Felipe Fraga next up in 9th position for the 130 Mercedes. And then what's the one that's blanked out? Oh, that's Jamie Whincup in the Mercedes. I'm not sure why that's blanked out on my screen.
That's the Johor Motor Racing 888 entry, car number 88. So 2:02.73, 1.3 seconds quicker than the equivalent session last year. As Garth mentioned earlier, that's a very, very quick lap. And for the 2nd year in a row, Audi's on top in free practice 1. The WRT BMW is looking pretty strong early, 2nd and 3rd. Cam Waters and Craig Lowndes did the driving in 222 STM. We'll talk more about that car. That's a really fascinating combination in the pro class this year, having a go about it. Silver class entry, Marcel Zalua and Sergio Perez, the Sydney Siders, the very good mates and business partners joining forces. They were quickest in their Audi. And Nick Percat fastest in the Invitational class in the Superclass Racing. Matt Stone Racing entered IRC GT car. He'll share that with Cam Hill and John Hollinger. That's a very strong combination. So a fast start on Friday morning on the mountain, overcast conditions, but a quick session and a nice way to work our way into the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour of 2024.
Ryland Gray at the top of the invitation class, and in the 111 and GT4, the number 25 car was piloted by who? Jesse Bryan at the end in that McLaren Artura GT4, of which we have 2 this weekend. So that's just wrapping up the quickest in class. Stands for nothing at the moment, other than people going phew. We've got that one out of the way, Garth. People want to get out on the circuits. They want to get this session over with. They're now going to feel a lot better about themselves.
Yeah, it's interesting because, we saw very early in the session the intensity level was quite high. Both the Van der Linde brothers going at it. Lucas Stoltz was going at it hard. And then in the second half of the session, it almost like everyone slowed down and eased into it a little bit more and got into their programs, whether there was some more full tank running and just drivers getting laps. And you're right, John, it's just a matter of getting through that one. No red flags in practice one, which is a great result. So all the cars...
Who had that in the bingo card?
No, I don't think anyone had that in the bingo card. So that's a good start. And certainly now they'll be downloading vision, downloading data and going to work, rolling up the sleeves and going to work ahead of what will be practice 3 for our pro teams, but a very quick turnaround for the bronze drivers who'll be out for practice 2 not far away.
And if you're here on the circuit listening on FM or watching on the big screen, the action continues. In a few moments' time out on the track, it will be the first session for the combined sedans from the 2024 Repco Bathurst 12 Hours.
racetrack action continuing. Combined sedans rolling out for qualifying in what is a stout-looking field with a lot of horsepower. And if you're tuned in wherever you're watching the live stream around the world, you'll enjoy this, because this was a category last year that turned a lot of heads, namely because there was a Nissan Skyline with about 12 trillion horsepower lapping the field and pulling about 320 clicks down Conrod. So you never really know what you're going to get in this category. A lot of variety. And you never know what you're going to get from my co-commentator, Matt Nolte, as well.
Hello, old mate.
Speaking of variety, always a fun time when I get to sit next to you for 30 minutes.
And it's a rare occasion these
is.
days, my friend. And how quick does this event pop back around? The Repco Bathurst 12, our first session in the books just a few moments ago. It's going to be a very interesting day outside. Very humid. We had a bit of rain overnight.
Did we?
Yeah, we did. Ooh. One of those rare things. We don't see too much of that at the moment.
Yeah, right. I didn't hear any of that. Last night I was too busy staring at the back of my eyelids.
That'll do. It's hard to see it when your eyes are shut, I guess.
Yeah.
You're right, this category has a bit of everything going on, doesn't it? From Aston Martins and XV8 supercars to Mark cars, sports sedans all through this mix, and a huge field, really 40 cars that have made their way here for this event. This is qualifying one of the day. They'll be back out at lunchtime for the second session. And you're right, we all think about that incredible GTR that ran here last year with Brad Sheriff that just annihilated the speed record heading down Conrod Straight. Now, something with this class that has been imposed over the last year. Steve Lacey, who's heading up this combined sedans category, Duggan Family Homes, sponsoring for the third time this year. 2 minutes 9 flat is the time. You can't go any quicker than that. If you do, you'll be visiting race control, and during the race, you'll get a drive-through penalty. So 2 minutes 9 flat. There's only about 3 or 4 cars that could potentially do that in this, but they can watch the sectors on the lap now to see if someone is sandbagging.
Okay. Well, the Mark cars in particular, they could bash that out all day long. They do 206s in the 12 hour as their limit in the invitational class. So the car definitely has the capability. There's Angus Fogg in that wild Mustang, which could race in so many different kinds of categories as well.
And does.
Yeah.
That car's kind of just come across here as a one-off last year, but it's been doing more than a couple of one-offs.
It's a little smoky for the Corvette coming down Conrod Straight. I've noticed a couple of different camera angles in this.
I like this one. This is high above it, the final corner, so we actually see him coming from the Exeter Forest and all the way down into the chase.
That sort of reminds me of the old camera angle pre-chase days, when you see them run down Conrod and popping up over the humps and then disappearing again and then popping up over the humps. That's really cool. So always innovating, always looking at a different way to tell the story of Mount Panorama, hard-working crew at Supercars Media. So keep an eye out for any new camera angles you might not have seen before.
And it's constant, isn't it? Every year you're trying to show a track off that, unless you've been here, you just can't describe what it's like. You can show it all you like, but to walk this place, just incredible. And every year they find a way of placing a camera at a different angle, going, the track does look like that in real life.
Yeah, you always hear people say, television doesn't do it justice when they talk about the undulation of Mount Panorama. There are a few different camera angles and places you can place the cameras to make it look just like that, where you really do show just how hilly this racetrack is. But there really is no substitute for just walking it for the first time or driving it for the first time. You go up the cutting and you go, oh my goodness me, how steep this is, as you can just continue to climb and climb up this amazing circuit.
You get to this point here when you walk and you point to someone that's never been here and saying, okay, see that?
Going up there.
We're going to go to there yet in this amount of time.
Isn't it great? All that elevation change.
So just taking it nice and easy on their way out here. It's a longer session of nearly 30 minutes for this first qualifier. They'll have a chance to improve their time. So it's basically practice. This one to get in for the second qualifier of the day at lunchtime. They'll start off their racing side later this afternoon, and then first thing tomorrow morning, 7:25, they'll be out on track for the Good Morning Bathurst wake-up call race. So a chance just to get acclimatised. Just in watching that first session for the 12-hour, the track's fairly green at this point in time. A lot of cars just getting to it, but the lap times were incredible towards the end of that session.
Yeah, 2:02s already for the Audi R8s. So they were very quick earlier today in that opening practice session for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. Should set up nicely. The Pirelli shootout tomorrow. We saw pole last year, 2:00.00.8 for Maro Engel.
It's got to happen this year.
Alan Simonson Trophy. Could we? Potentially.
If you're going this quick in the morning already, I think it's there this year.
Signs are all there that we could see some serious speed when we get into it.
Unofficially, it's been done.
It has been done, and it might be unofficially done again this week as well with the Super Van and the AMG. So then, fast lap time's about to come our way. Paul Boschert out there in this amazing Corvette, built for sports sedan trim. So that's a 2-minute 23 for his first one. Jeff Taunton's gone to the top at the moment with a 2-minute 13.9. A few more seconds until we get close to that marker. Was this the car that was smoking earlier?
No.
One of the Corvettes was.
That was the white one. This is, trying to pick up, that is from the Ridges Hotel camera in the chase. So going too early, too hard, too early on the time. Watch the supercar coming through here. We'll talk about that during the weekend. It's the ex-James Brock car that was run here many, many years ago. In its 2001 livery, the old Delta Europe car livery that ran here back then. So it's in the field. We'll talk about that over the course of the 2 sessions here today. So the first flying lap starting to happen now. 2:13.9 for Jeff Taunton in that beautiful mud car. That's the Camerango I like there.
Yeah.
And we've stood there and watched races over the years.
And this one too.
Yes.
So this is really cool. Showing a different way to climb up towards the shelf. That Boschert car really lit up the rears coming out of the cutting that time by.
Remember, Paul had a brief stint in Super 3 a couple of years back, but more known for this Lawcraft engineering car. Regular in the New South Wales series. As he plunges down through the S's into the dipper. So 2:13 straight up for Jeff Taunton. Has 3.5 seconds on the field, but expect that to tighten up as this session goes on. And they're doing the right thing, and he is really wrestling an awkward car on the way down into the elbow here.
There's also something a little bit strange about the flames out of that car. Every time he rolls off the throttle, you see the big belch of flame come out the side of it.
That's cool, though.
Yeah, I do love it, but it looks like on one of those camera angles, it wasn't actually coming out of the exhaust. It was coming out of sort of below the exhaust, so keep an eye on that. BMW working its way down the hill. That's also going to more than a little bit of smoke pouring out the back of it as well. So a couple cars with 1 or 2 little gremlins here, Matty. He's in behind the Mercedes.
So that clears itself and it's not leaking, although it looks pretty damning from the exit of the elbow there. It's not what the other drivers wanted to see as Boschert bowls a wide at the end of his flying lap. It's got to be frustrating. You've stitched together 6.2 kilometres. The last 150 metres, you throw it down the road. It was still his quickest time of the day, but lost a couple of seconds minimum there. Allowed Mark Duggan to go on by. He moves up into 3rd position as Taunton lowers it once again. 2 minutes 10.59. For this new Mark Carr's engine, 1 of 2 in the field.
A little GR Yaris.
It's a bit of you.
Yeah, obviously see plenty of the GR Yaris running around in the ARC. I don't think I've seen one on a tarmac circuit anywhere before.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Last time I saw one of these was running up the inside of Mount Panorama.
Yeah, exactly. Doing the cool shoot with the Bates family. Yeah. On an absolutely pouring day here at Mount Panorama.
Perfect storm, but literally for a rally car that day.
That is cool. That's Scott Dean, Gold Coast horsepower, car number 188, little GR Yaris. Let's see what that does through the track. 257 clicks down Conrod. That's
not mucking around.
That's pretty fun. In something slightly bigger than a roller skate. That's pretty cool. 200 kilowatt, 3-cylinder motor in those things. So
that's crazy.
That's pretty fast. So when you're out there against big honking V8s this weekend, it's going to be a long way around the mountain.
Well, that's the beauty of this category, is that you can have a sea of V8s up the front there, but it's a mixture of 2-litre sports sedans in the middle of the pack as well that make it so cool. We've had them here on a few occasions. We have had them part of the Supercars Championship as well, particularly back in the COVID era where we were just trying to get race cars out of sheds and back onto the circuit there. So that was cool.
Did combined sedans exist before COVID, or is this a COVID thing? Because they're all very much in different classes.
Yeah, different classes. Probably just the name.
They've always had different sports GTs or marked sports cars.
Yeah, invitational class.
Yeah. This is cool if you're going to talk about a bit of Bathurst history.
Run what you brung days.
Yep. Did you see the LCR Honda livery that got launched yesterday for?
Very cool.
How cool does that look? And I've got a little bit of a vibe on that with this Perkins car getting around as well with the Castrol colours on it. Impossible to ignore. very Aaron Slight, wasn't it? From
Very much, yes.
World Superbike days. Johan Zarco, that got launched yesterday. If you're a two-wheel fan, probably many two-wheel fans here to see you-know-who in the 46 this weekekend.
It would be nice for him to get it back on the bike and take it for a lap round here.
Well, actually, we were talking about that this morning. Because it has such an amazing history of a motorcycle circuit here once upon a time. How cool does that look? It looks a little bit weird with a 32 on it, but apart from that, everything else looks just about perfect.
There's Simon Kendrick behind the wheel, and I'm not sure it's happy days for him out there at the moment in the 32. The car was only freshly arrived last night to be here.
We'll be the first Kendrick to drive an ex-Perkins.
It's true.
As well.
Familiar name we know from the West. They do love this shot. That really shows how quick it changes. Heading up the hill and you're continuing to climb through. This point across what's known as the shelf. Good viewing spot there to the left, as some of our fans have picked on a Friday morning as the sun continues to break through. Here's Angus Fogg, the J.A. Russell Mustang. They joined us for what was the New Zealand-Australia Touring Car Masters battle last year and decided to stay on, which is great. Fogg was a regular here in the 1000 back in the early 2000s with Team Kiwi when they made their debut at Mount Panorama. And this car on TV looks amazing. Up close in real life, it is just a piece of art.
He was super aggressive, wasn't he, at the Gold Coast, passing cars in sports sedans.
I couldn't watch.
Modern day cars as well. And unfortunately, it's all over at the top of the hill for the Perkins Commodore. Kendrick at the wheel. The Aston Martin full speed. Wow. You know you got a fast car when you're blowing by Angus Fogg in a straight line, because that's one of the fastest cars in a straight line here, but I think Angus has just rolled out of that one down to Conrod.
That distinct NASCAR V8 sound through the Duggan family hotels. Entry one car taking to the inside. This is that wind up.
Wow.
On its way down to finish a lap. And Duggan third position in the 58 machine. Car that was built by Kerry Bailey, who was a national champion in sports sedans, this DBR9. This ran for a couple of years now, and it cost him a bit of time, did it some 3 seconds. Well, Jeff Taunton sits comfortably at the top, 2 minutes 10.594, 2.5 seconds clear of Angus Fogg. Duggan is next, then Cameron, Boschert, Steve Lacey in 6th, Ford, Leroy, Vanderkamp, and Boyle are the top 10 of this whopping nearly 43 car field.
It's good with, oi, that's an awkward spot to be stopped as well.
Charlie Curry right in the middle of Griffins in the Honda Civic.
Aston Martin sneaks by. Could be the world's first Aston Martin to have VB on the door as well. That's not a brand you would typically associate with Aston Martin.
Not with Aston Martin, no. We think of other green beers that might be.
It's something I would associate with your house, your VB fridge that you have. But maybe not so much in the side of the Aston Martin.
Someone else would keep a keen eye is our great friend, the GOB. Gary O'Brien, he'd be waving the flag very hard for this car, but Charlie Curry parked right in the middle of Griffins, hoping to get that away, and had the need for a red flag in this session. They've played nicely so far. A bit of awkwardness there across the top of the mountain.
It's a cool looking beast, isn't it?
Looks good, sounds good. He's been running this car for a bit, and now the red flag. I cursed it. There you go.
Yeah.
10 minutes into a new year, and I'm cursing already. So that'll bring the session to a stop. This time we'll continue to count down, of which it was a 30-minute session. And it's almost like that half-time break for teams and drivers now to have a think about it. They've done at least 5 laps now of Mount Panorama this morning. And for Charlie Curry, the Honda Civic doesn't want to play in the middle of the turn. So very awkward spot to approach the blind approach there. It's almost the top of the Griffin's Bend entry. So they give it enough time to at least fire the car, but it doesn't want to play.
Right, so that'll be an easy job to tow that car out of harm's way. There'll still be plenty of time left in the session to get a lap time in. So multiple classes in action here. We've got the tin top vehicles, space frame, chassis cars, as well as V8 touring. So it does allow for a great variety of cars, from improved production, V8 touring cars, Trans Ams, production cars. You can put them all out there together. And in a way, sort of pays homage to the great race of old, where you have multiple different classes and completely different race cars out there together.
And Lot would be racing in the domestic series over here in New South Wales as well, gives them a chance to come and play on the main stage. No one likes to see race cars in garages. We want to see them back on the track. And if there's a class to put them in, well, this is the one to do it, as Charlie Curry gets some assistance down here at Griffins. So with the time counting down, 13 minutes and 30 seconds remain. Jeff Taunton, of the 5 laps he's completed, has a comfortable margin, and expect that number 1 Mark Carr's entry to sit there, the GTSS, with 2:10.95. 2.4 seconds clear of Angus Fogg, who's back in the pits now, as the rest of the field make their way now into the lane. Duggan still third, then Cameron and Boschett. And yes, I dare say we'll see plenty of our bouncy friends. If you're watching one of the screens around Mount Panorama today, saw an incredible video last night of at least 200 of them bouncing across the paddock. They're everywhere at the moment.
So here's one for you, Nolts, since we've got a little bit of time on the red flag here.
I'm nervous now.
Without Googling, okay.
Damn.
What is the collective noun for a group of kangaroos?
Big insurance claim. That's all I got.
Very big insurance claim. I'll let you muse on that one for a little bit. Our good friends at Shannon's would have you covered for that, no doubt.
They would, yeah. I don't know if you go in there. So I hit 26 kangaroos the other night. Sure you did. Sure you did.
It'd be possible.
And they do their best here to have the fencing around to protect them, but ultimately they will get through. They will find a gap.
Yes. Well, if you've noticed anything about kangaroos, they can jump pretty high, so you need a pretty big fence to keep them back. Hopefully, it doesn't affect any of the sessions for the 12-hour, although those images a couple of years ago when they were bouncing up towards the cutting with millions of dollars of race cars behind him, there's the fences that get put in here to try and keep the locals at bay.
Now,
that goes all around the inside of the circuit. The other problem you have here is the Bathurst Council. The Bathurst Council do such a good job at keeping the racetrack nice and green and lush, and it looks brilliant on TV. But all that big, juicy grass out there certainly attracts the kangaroos as well.
It's a well-fed kangaroos out there.
It is, yeah. But they also do a good job at trying to usher them out of the circuit. They were working on that yesterday as well. Careful on the barbed wire there, kids.
Not just for the fact
and the electric fence
spot,
too.
Exactly, I'm saying with the electric fence. Oh, man.
You ever made that mistake before?
If we're on air, I might as well admit to it, yeah. My hair doesn't stand up for no reason.
I've left you hanging long enough. It was a troop.
A troop?
Yeah, a troop of kangaroos.
Okay.
There you go. There's actually a few for that one. There's a mob, a troop.
I'd say mob, yeah.
A court.
A court?
A court of kangaroos, as in kangaroo court.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Troop or mob? I like mob. Mob's very Australian. Yeah.
Mob. We'll go with that this week. If we
Yeah.
see a mob out there, a mob of roos.
Let's just hope they stay where they are right now, though.
Yep. Got a mob of race fans at the top of the mountain. And plenty of campsites.
Yes.
Driving in this morning, I was like, wow.
Exactly what I was about to say. There's a lot more campsites and a lot more people here on a Friday than I can recall the last couple of years. And back to its traditional part of the year. We ran that 1 year in May, which was pretty much in fog for the first 2 hours of racing. But this is a magnificent weekend. Kind of makes us a bit jealous we're not up there on the hill as well, watching it go by. But this event continues to grow each year, and the world's best come out to race, which is great to see, the 12-hour. As the fans settle in for a big weekend here at Mount Panorama. Still under red flag if you just arrived here now. Duggan Family Hotels Combined Sedans. Their first of 2 qualifying sessions of the day before race number 1 late this afternoon.
That gentleman's program that he was reading up on the hill earlier is very different to the program that I'm holding.
Yeah. Is he reading a...
Has he got last year's, I wonder? Oh, he might do. I wonder. The new 2024 Repco Bathurst 12-hour official program's got the very colourful...
The artwork's cool.
Yeah, tile look on the front of it. You can't miss it. It's been a bit of a theme that's run through all of the merchandise that I saw yesterday at the Track to Town, which was really enjoyable, as it is every year down there. Lions Club got the barbecue on, so you can just smell the waft of sausages cooking away through the crowd there. A huge crowd of people there to get autographs. A number of people there to meet the doctor, of course. So we go green again with 9.5 to go. Plenty of time left.
Didn't he draw a crowd last year? Every time he went down past that garage, the line was longer.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
And that also is the tip of the hat to this event, Ryan, for someone like him to come out and want to play at this event. We never had too many international drivers come out here and go, oh, yeah, it's okay.
Right?
They all come out
and go,
their,
whoa.
Yeah, eyes like dinner plates, and they leave going, yeah, it's exactly how you described it. You probably undersold it to me. The beautiful Ridges Hotel, built back in the mid-2000s. Kind of had a giggle when they put the idea of having a hotel at a racetrack and said, that's not going to work. And it does.
No, they all do it.
They all do it.
Yep.
Down there in the... That used to be, or still is now, if you want to buy a room for the weekend, when that used to be a big spectator event, that was a great spot to watch the race. But that was a long time ago.
Yeah. I do like watching at the Chase in general. It's used to try and get over there for the shootout.
The inside now,
yeah.
that hill there seems to be the place to really capture the speed of the cars.
But it's always a trouble spot for the 12-hour. Something, I don't want to go putting the mocker on it,
But you will.
yeah, it's always something crazy happens in the chase during 12-hour weekend. Hopefully it's a safe one down there. We had that nasty one with the Mark car there last year, towering in there.
Well, I'm casting my bet in 2020 and all the drama we had in this part of the racetrack as well during qualifying on the Saturday.
That was just a completely nuts qualifying session. I've never seen a quality like that.
You kind of wonder, these guys know these cars cost a lot of money. And
throwing down.
But that's the pressure qualifying puts.
Well, it'll be like that tomorrow, because if you want to make that Pirelli shootout, you're going to have to really lay down the time. Qualifying inside the top 10 was such a stacked field. A lot of depth this year at the 12-hour, which is what we like. It's what we love about this race.
So good news is, session's gone green, 7.5 minutes remaining, so the drivers that haven't got a fast lap in, they'll be hustling now just to get one in the books. Remember, a second session to come later today, but the ones that haven't been here or just want the track time will be making the most of every single second here at Mount Panorama this morning. Another practice session coming up soon for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. We've got Group S on the support card as well, a mixture of Porsches and cars from the past that will join us out there for their first practice session of the weekend as well. But a busy day when it comes to GT competition.
Yeah, the Group S cars are on track when we got in here this morning. We just had that smell of historic racing.
Could hear that from the house when I left this morning.
Unmistakable, isn't it?
Quite cool.
Very cool. Anytime you get to spend a weekend here at the mountain, whether you're camping or staying in town, staying at the ridges, loads of good spots to go and grab a feed at night as well. And unfortunately for the 127, the Commodore of Haynes, it's looking a little bit suspect there, Matty.
Is there damage on the right front of that as well? Was it just the paint job on the front guard of that car? It comes back into the pits, not even getting a lap in. So a handful of cars decided to stay in the pits, including Boyle, King and Matt Tracy back in 13th position.
Paul Tracy, who we've got coming up this weekend. In a Mark car, it's the 127 again. We've got David Haynes. It's the Park Homestead Beef entry.
What a cool name.
Park
Homestead Beef.
Yeah.
Usually associated with the sprint car team, wouldn't we? Beef packers or...
Yep. A little Yaris is in the lane.
He's had an off in the chase maybe, and definitely front end damage on that car, but he's going straight back in behind the back of the pit wall, so his session has come to an end. Angus Fogg is flying though, 52.7, the quickest sector for him so far, running second position, but a whopping 2.5 seconds away from Jeff Taunton's time, who's back out there. Maybe just
taunting
to protect the time. Taunting them, yes, very good. I'll save that one for later on. Let's roll it out now. Here he is. All the way down the hill.
Foggy on a charge here. 52.7 to sector 1. Watch him flow this car down the hill here. Roll off the throttle to the elbow. Hang it out to the right-hand side. Early in the throttle. Hear all the drivers talk about how important it is to get that run onto Conrod just right. And let's see what sort of speed we'll get through the trap. 279 kilometers per hour last time through here. Get the feeling it's going to be a little bit quicker this time. I'll listen to it.
830 brake horsepower from this Roush Yates engine now. Just a whisker under 300 Ks. It was 297 into the chase for the Mustang.
Man, that is quick. 297 kilometers an hour in a historic Mustang. Very much a modern day build, but that is frightfully fast from Angus Fogg. And he's going to finish the lap off here. Will it be his best of the session so far? It is. He's into the 12s.
So he found about 0.3 of a second. Speed, incredible. This might be the lap. And he goes after Taunton. That's incredible. 358 cubic inch Roush Yates engine, producing 830 horsepower. My goodness, was he using all of that heading down Conrod on the previous lap. He's going to catch these two cars at the worst possible time. And he's going to back out of it here by the look of it. He's still got time on his side.
Should we just have a listen to this thing?
I'm keen.
Let's listen to this thing, eh?
happy to do a lap this quick. He's about 4 seconds slower than what he was doing last time around, so he gets a clear track ahead. He's got 3 minutes remaining, so it'll be about 2.5 by the time he gets to the line. He might get 2 more laps in if he chooses to. This shot here, just like a Harrier jet, lifts above the scene on Conrod into the chase. He comes down towards Ridges.
Pretty cool. There's a bit of the curb down there as well. We saw that at Gold Coast last year. This car is very happy with curbs.
Other side, he's going to go again.
Open face helmet too, as well. 300 clicks down Conrod, open face helmet, old school car. Just spits flames out of it. 800 plus horsepower. So much to love about this thing.
Bit sunburn, Angus, not as windburn from nearly 300 k's an hour. So he's going after it again while Mark Duggan and Cameron have parked it up in 3rd and 4th position for this session. Simon Kendrick up there at the top. Well, at least he's got a nice view up there for the rest of the session, but some noodle scratching going on there for the 32 before the next session later on today. Running back in 37th position. The session starts to wind down. Jeff Taunton only needed 3 laps to set that 2 minutes 10 lap earlier. But Angus Fogg is one we'll watch now to see where he pops up at the end of this. Another session still to come, of course, so it's all about bragging rights on a Friday morning. But the usual suspects at the top of the space frame chassis cars are up there in the top 6. The only one that's not was Angus Fogg. Easily the quickest car. He's still doing 294 k's in that previous lap, incidentally.
Yeah, and that was just essentially just rolling out of it.
Idling back to the start line.
It's a complete weapon. And that speed trap's just before they actually reach terminal speed down Conrod, so there's every chance it was tipping 300 at the point where he had to roll off it, go piling through the chase. 1 minute to go in qualifying for Duggan Family Combined Sedans. The Duggan Family Hotels do a great job supporting this category, have done for a year, including the Duggan Family out there. 3rd quickest in this session at the moment, the Aston Martin.
Vanderkamp is on a good lap back in 9th position now, South Australian in the BF Supercar. Down to the final turn, he comes. Dig the blues, it makes its way to the finish line. Is it going to be an improvement for? No, it's that last corner that cost him the time in 2:25.4. So that's 6/10 away from his best time, so he's in 9th, running the V8 touring car class, which we have 3 of them here as part of this Duggan Family Hotels Combined Sedans. Checkered flag is less than 5 seconds away.
Yeah, there won't be any change at the top now. So Taunton's got the job done here as the checkers roll on a 2 minute 10.5. We've got a breathing room to get down to those 209s he talked about. But that's a lovely lap time. 2.3 seconds clear of the field as well.
This is Steve Lacey in the middle of the shot in car 78. Busy looking Conrod straight right now. So Fogg elected that was the end of the session for him. He came back in with the checkered flag, so he'll settle for 2nd at the end of this first qualifying session. Lacey that you're watching at was his best first sector, 55.4. He'll come around to read the checkered flag, and that'll be the end of his session. 6th position only ahead of Longhurst, Ford, Vanderkamp, and Leroyd in 10th position. So just the 1 red flag for Charlie Curry in this session in the Honda Civic at Griffin's Bend. But at the top, Jeff Taunton will sit there, as he's done pretty much since the car's left pit lane some 30 minutes ago, at 2 minutes 10.594, 2.3 seconds clear of Angus Fogg. I'm looking forward to seeing how these guys go in the 2nd session. That was close.
Oh.
Through the dipper.
A little bit of speed going through the middle there, and it was, for a moment there, a little bit wild for the 64. Still pushing on with it.
Lip Palermo, the BioBrew entry, car number 64. Getting some laps in. They'll be here for the Bathurst 6 hour with the Pacini team later this year on the Easter weekend. So the improvements down the field at the top, it stays the same. going into the second session. Enjoyed that. Good to see a mixture of cars out there. Oh, tyres saying, no, that's enough. I can't turn anymore.
Way.
Throws away a good lap.
Bit of an animal, isn't it, the 64 today? It was doing that, pushing hard on the front end down through the dipper, and then it did it again there at the exit of the chase, and still doing it, locking up those front tyres.
It's had a hot morning.
It has. So, session done. Jeff Taunton, Matty getting the job done nicely there, 2 minutes 10.5. And some familiar names at the top with him.
Yeah, Angus Fogg, second position. Quickest car down the straight of the entire session. Mark Duggan, third. Scott Cameron and Paul Bosch at fourth and fifth. Steve Lacey in sixth. Matt Longhurst in seventh. Rob Vanderkamp in eighth. John Ford and Michael Learoyd back there in eighth, ninth and 10th position. And we're starting to see some of the names with a bit of work to do for the next session later on. Say Mark Griffith back there in 16th position. David Walden and Peter Dane also in the field. Back there in 19th and 20th. Matty Logan in 26th. Paul Faber that we see in the Aussie Racing Car Series in 23rd. Back to Kurt McCready and Matt O'Brien in 30th position. It just continues on with some names, doesn't it?
Down through 40 entries through this part of the field. Anyway, there's still more to come, by the way, outside the top 40, including Sue Palermo, all the way down to Greg Waters. And never really got a lap time in there, including David Haynes and that Park Homestead Beef car. We saw that one pull in behind the wall. That wraps up what was an entertaining qualifying session for the
almost a Daytona 500 style field for the combined sedans.
True.
They'll be back out later today. My thanks to Chad Daylon. We'll see you during the day. The Simon Kendrick car heading back into the pits. Day number one, Jeff Taunton sits at the top with another session to go. Send them back out at lunchtime today for the Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans. You're watching the Repco Bathurst 12-hour here today. Big day still to come.
Green flag means that we are ready to go for free practice 2. The pit lane air horn making sure that everyone knows that cars will be moving. Hello everybody and welcome along to 2024 and the Repco Bathurst 12 hours live coverage on Friday in sound, which you've had before via the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels, but we're adding the video for all 4 12-hour sessions today and for the 2 sessions tomorrow as we kick off this new initiative, the Bathurst Superfest, which will culminate next weekend in the first round of the Repco Supercars Championship, getting the 2024 season underway. There's a fair few of the drivers doing double duty as well. It's John Hindhaugh, Garth Tander and Richard Craill in our salubrious new surroundings. We've been used to being bijou and casual, but now we're able to spread our wings just a little bit. Shea Adam is down in the pit lane. Let's check in with her before we start seeing some times and see if we can pick off some of the stories from earlier on. The 91 Mustang the 91 Mark car, Shea, was in a little bit of strife in the first session. Any sign of that coming back out?
It will be coming out during this session. It has not yet made its way onto the pit lane, though, as only 3 cars from the pit exit end of things are applicable to run in this session because it's for bronze drivers only. I'm now about halfway down the pit lane, and so far there's only 6 garages that are empty, so there will be no complaints due to lack of track space out on the track. But since it's bronze drivers, this is the session that was most asked for by the participants. We would like a little bit more track time if we're going to be paying the bills, and that's exactly what they've gotten. So thankfully we have very cool race cars out on the track. We've got a couple of drivers that are of note. Kenny Habul is in the number 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. We've got Yasser Shaheen in the number 911 Porsche. That's the old version. Prince Ibrahim is in the number 888 Mercedes. So some pretty cool drivers getting to go turn some laps right now. And again, no complaints of track space, but do keep your eyes open because we have had a couple of roosters around the outside of the track. They're on the other side of the fences watching with the spectators.
You might want to pop down to that 91 Mark Car's pit as well, because I have seen a couple of messages on the message boards, notably on the Shakedown group, asking if someone can bring some bits and pieces up from Sydney with them, some connectors and some housing. So they might be having a little bit more problems than just the flapping bodywork that we saw earlier on. Thank you, Shea Adam, down there in the pit lane. Now the opportunity, Garth Tander, for the non-pro drivers to get a little bit of track time on their own as we reset the clock to 40 minutes. How important is this then to build confidence for these drivers coming up to the race this weekend?
Yeah, look, very important, John, because we saw the level of intensity right from the start of practice 1 earlier this morning with the Van der Linde brothers going at it straight out of the gate. And when you're a bronze driver and you potentially haven't been to Bathurst, or, you know, we heard from Shea saying, well, basically a lot of these guys are paying the bills for the pros to play this weekend. The intimidation level when you've got someone like a Van der Linde or a Gunon or a Stoltz or anyone like that with the headlights on coming at you across the top of the mountain, you're not learning the racetrack because you're just trying to get out of the way and not get tripped over. So having a session like this where you don't have any of those pros out there, the intensity level comes down that little bit. You can just concentrate on your craft. You can concentrate on playing yourself in. You can concentrate on improving your technique and just getting your head back around driving at Mount Panorama without having to effectively do the whole lap in the rear vision mirror. It's really important for these guys. And what it also then does for the open sessions like practice 1 and practice 3 today, they effectively become pro-only sessions because you know that your bronze driver's going to get a full 40 minutes all to themselves in the car. So that's why I think this year we've seen this trend more to a pro-am type setup, because your pros can get 20 minutes or half an hour in each practice session and share the car, and then your AM's actually getting a full 40 minutes to themselves. So everyone's getting more miles. So I think actually that's why we're trending this way with more pro-ams on the grid than the full outright pro combinations.
Yeah, and even in the outright class, and I remember you and I were on the phone very early last year going through sporting and technical regs, and we picked what was now dubbed the Kenny rule, which is that if you run a bronze driver in the professional class, the outright class, there's no minimum driver time requirement for that bronze driver. So all he needs to do is 40 minutes of the race, and then you can do the entire rest of the day with 2 professional drivers. Now, Kenny did just a smidgen over an hour in last year's race. Lucas Stoles and Jules Gounon did the bulk of the heavy lifting. They won the race. What that has spurred on is Audi Sport Team MPC to do the same thing. So Liam Talbot sharing with 2 pros, bronze-ranked driver. Bathurst's finest, Brad Schumacher, sharing with 2 professional drivers. So they've gone the same loophole, in the knowledge as well that they get 2 40-minute sessions all to themselves today to get themselves up to speed in the Mount Panorama Circuit. Just coming up on 10 o'clock local time on the Boycell watch. It is the Boycell Pro-Am class in the 12-hour as well. And just on 23 degrees, so already 5 degrees warmer now, ambient temperature, than it was at the start of practice number 1 earlier this morning. So a couple of quick back-to-back sessions, but track condition will continue to improve. We saw 40-odd combined sedans out there pounding around for 20 minutes as well. So rubber going down, a little bit of sunlight now, poking through the clouds to get some UV and some track temperature up as well.
Those of you that have access to timing monitors will see that's Jack LeBrock that's fastest in practice 2. I can tell you that is not Jack LeBrock, because he is not a bronze-rated driver, a supercar full-time competitor. By default means that you are a gold driver, so Jack LeBrock, that's probably not Jack, it'll be Justin McMillan aboard the number 48 M Motorsport AMG Mercedes. In that car, he's out there, bronze driver.
That's quite a good combo, actually, Garth, in the Pro-Am class with Glenn Wood, who is very rapid and apparently was extremely impressive in testing out at Sydney Motorsport Park last week. Jack LeBrock, you mentioned. Justin McMillan is M Motorsport. They've been a staple in this race and in local GT racing, and they've, with driver grading, they've snuck Garth Walden into that lineup too to get 4 drivers.
That's
Yeah, I
driving
think
the car, because I
Garth's
actually,
the bronze.
I went through the FIA, the full list, the categorization, and I'm like, how is Garth Walden a bronze driver?
One of the best bronze in the country.
He has played a blinder and somehow get himself in as a bronze driver, because I just noticed the way that it left turn 1 and the run up Mount Straight, like, wow, Justin's really on it. And as soon as you mentioned Garth Walden's like, that's who's piloting the 48 car right now.
Yeah, it's a bit like going to a really posh restaurant and you look at the wine list and you think, how much for that? But what you do is you go through it and you find where the value is. You find where, actually, that's a good wine, and you know, that's the FIA drivers list, isn't it? You get down into the bronzes and you're going, oh, hello. Yeah, that was a bit of a Billy bargain then. Never mind sneaky silvers, it's brilliant bronzes, isn't it?
They're worth their weight in gold in the GT race.
Very good. I'm Solder. I'm one.
Solder.
Yeah, Solder.
You're a metal, but you're very malleable.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm not even a metal, I think I'm clay. It's
it might be wood, Krails. You're a hardwood, but not quite a metallic substance. I'm trying to say you're a premium wood.
Oh, thank you. Like
wood.
a mahogany?
Yeah, something like that.
There you go.
An Australian Jarrah or something like that.
Well, yeah, it's high praise. Appreciate that. Well, great chat, Naylor and Matt Nolte at later dates.
At RSL_studio, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us, and thank you to all of you who have done all over the world. As Krelsey said, just coming on at 10 o'clock here at Bathurst. It is, 11 o'clock back in the UK, just coming on at midnight, so you're about to catch up with us in Central Europe. And come into our Friday, we're speaking from your future. If you're further to the west of the UK, plenty of you in the US tuning in as well, enjoying the sound and vision. Thank you very much indeed for saying hello, and plenty more to come this afternoon as well, as will this little happy band here will take you through all of the 12-hour sessions, and we've got Chad and Matt to take you through the supports. Sun Energy 1 climbing the mountain, Kenny Abul Mount Panorama resident, of course.
Yes, owns real estate on Conrod Strait and inhabits it once a year, but pretty good value real estate, I think, for what it's delivered him over the years. It's actually a really good story that emerged this week about this car number 75. So this is the race-winning chassis from last year. And Kenny being Kenny, won Bathurst and then put the car in his museum, which just happens to be on level 6 of a building in New York. But there's challenges in obtaining racing cars anywhere in the world at the moment. Manufacturers can't build them quick enough, and he wasn't able to secure a brand new AMG GT3 for his new 75 Express team that he's set up to run them. So he had to crane last year's winning car out of level 6 of the Kenny Hubble business building out of the museum and get it freighted to Australia. So, but this is a car with genuine provenance here. This is a Bathurst winning chassis back on the mountain.
Well, it only did one race last year. It was this race.
100% strike rate, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's obviously a very special car, as it would be for Kenny. So to bring that out, there's high expectation now for this car because its strike rate is currently running at 100.
Oh, yes, except batting 1,000, yeah.
Well, and since the 12-hour last year, Kenny's not had a lot of luck. He had a massive crash at Spa-Francorchamps in the 24-hour, and the lead up to that race was quite badly battered and bruised. Watched that race from the hospital and watched his team go on to an incredible result there in their class, which was an amazing story. Wrote the car off, sourced another car for his team to continue to go racing, even though he couldn't drive. Chaz Mostert was part of that driver lineup as well, and they went on and bagged a result which was remarkable. They didn't have a great run at Yas at the end of last year in the 12-hour race, and didn't have a great run in the Rolex either at the start of the year at Daytona. So maybe the shift back to Old Faithful, a Bathurst winning car, might well turn.
Nothing if not superstitious. Shea Adam is down in the pit lane again for this session with a little more sunshine for our Florida girl.
And we have school children across the front street too. So hi guys, welcome to Mount Panorama. I see you waving your flags. I did go down to Mark Cars to check on that number 91 machine. Keith Kasulki drove it this morning. They've got Adrian Morrill in it now. They said, we might need some part help, but we're not really going to talk about that right now. So if we could just focus on the good things in that car, that would be very much appreciated by the team owner.
Is there anybody else working on cars, Shea?
A lot of cars that aren't out on the track right now. I've actually just made my way down to Audi World because at the end of the last session, I was going to try and grab a word with Kelvin Vandelinda, but the way that they do things down here, they bring Kelvin out, put him in the car, beat him up with a stake, is that what you like to say? Make him go really fast. Yep, then take him back into an air-conditioned room and wait until they need to utilize him again. So I've come back down to the Audi World. One of their 2 cars is still sitting in the garage that could be out on the track. Brad Schumacher is behind the wheel of the number 2. This is Melbourne Performance Center Audi, the one that's got KFC written all over it. He's behind the wheel, but the car is up on the high stands. So there's still a lot of work continuing to go on for this car, and actually a mechanic in the engine bay. So I don't think the car is going to be heading out within the next 5 or 10 minutes. But also I don't see Kelvin once again, and Chris Haas is meandering. But other than that, not a terrible amount of drivers waiting to see what their co-drivers are doing out on the track either, guys.
Thank you, Shea. Heading out the Vortex 701, a bright orange car. This is a Mark 1 or a 1.0 in Vortex speak. Specialist racing car manufacturer from France. They've been developing their 2.0 car in the last few months out in Kuwait at the back of last year in December, and then in the Emirates for the Dubai 6 and the Dubai 24 hours. Actually, they have taken, Philippe Bonnell and the rest of the team have taken a couple of orders for those new 2.0 cars, which are a radical departure from what we've got now. They spent a lot of money on the aero, on the new cars, but this is the first time we've had a Vortex of any sort here
in Australia, full stop. Yeah, so the 1.0 space frame chassis, LS Chev V8 mid-mount, carbon fibre sort of panels bonded onto that space frame chassis. The 2.0, I think, is full carbon.
Full carbon chassis.
Tub,
yeah.
Much more like the KTM GT2 car, for example, that we see, but it keeps that Chev freight motor philosophy, which is a pretty affordable way of producing horsepower. We're just watching Yasser Shekin, 2-time winner of GT World Challenge Australia, former teammate of our teammate here, Gartander, in his Audi days, switched across to EMA Motorsport last year in GT World Challenge Australia, won a couple of races, was in championship calculations right up to the final round. Ultimately, Liam Talbot beat him to the title. Those two had some really feisty battles in the domestic GT championship last year, to the point where they were trading paint at Phillip Island and trading words in pit lane afterwards. It really means something to these guys. So Yasser running in the Pro-Am class, Liam running in Pro, which, as we touched on earlier, removes that driver time requirement. But you could bet if they're both in the cars at the same time at some point on Sunday and running nose to tail, it'll be pretty spicy between the two of them. But Yasser running a really pretty Shell V-Power livery on his Porsche. That's the car that finished runner-up in the race last year and stuck around to do the championship, so it's a car with pedigree. So the car that won and finished second are both here this year to go around again, which is really cool. Quite cool.
Hello to Jerry Z, listening in Florida. I'm afraid I haven't had the second cup of coffee this morning, so I can't quite work out what time it is, Jerry Z, but nice to know that you are tuned in. I presume, as it's a work day, you're only listening, and you'll try and get the video later on, but if you're doing something set next to your computer, you might have the video on as well, and the sun has come out to play.
It's a skill, the Alt-Tab, to switch between windows really quickly, so when the boss sort of wanders by, just flick the stream off and you get a spreadsheet up that looks like you're actually doing it.
Jerry's an extremely competent IT expert. And
so he'll have 15
way ahead of you.
Ahead of me.
He'll have an Excel spreadsheet that actually has the timing in it that looks like an Excel spreadsheet.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's a great idea. I like that idea. At RSL_studio, if you'd like to say hello wherever you are in the world, always good to know that you're tuned in. Huge crowd at the mountain. People queuing up from 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday to start setting up. And this morning, Crailsy, as we came in and parked up behind the paddock, the paddock campgrounds are as full as I've ever seen them at this time of the week before.
Record campground sales for this event, more than 2,000 sites sold. The top of the mountain sold out, I think, in November last year. So really popular. It's become a staple, this event, like the October race, where people come and stay for a week and it's their annual holiday. Yeah, really good vibe in town as well. A lot of people sticking around for the full week as we check out Liam Talbot across the top of Mount Panorama. Reigning champion in GT World Challenge Australia. Recently announced to be departing Melbourne Performance Centre after a long time with this team, and he'll link up with the WA-based Arise Racing team in World Challenge Australia this year, driving Ferrari 296 GT3. First time we've seen those cars in Australia. So really exciting for Liam. He's still got a bit of international racing planned, I think, this year as well. Great year in his career last year. A really emphatic championship campaign in a tough season for World Challenge Oz. This is a bit of a swamp song for he and MPC and the Audi that he's been driving for several seasons now. But they've got a really strong combination, and car 22 was the quickest we saw earlier this year, of course, in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde and Chris Haase, who's been here for years and years. A really experienced co-driver lineup, and importantly fast. So Liam, we know, is a really safe pair of hands. He'll do the job early in the day, and as long as they stay in the lead lap, you plug a van der Linde or a Haase in that final sprint, and they are absolutely contenders.
Talking about the international part of this event and what it means for people to be able to watch as well as listen. Hello to Stephen Walton. He says, I'm watching this morning on my commute across Bangkok. Oh, yeah. So the marvels of modern technology. Tuma Racing doing the drive down now in New South Wales. Hopefully see you soon. Not sure whether you're in sound or vision. Tom Marshallak, 6 o'clock on Thursday evening in Ohio. We're better than watching the news, he says. Okay, we'll buy that for $1.
I'll take that.
Yeah, at RSL_studio. Early session coverage has been one of our staples down through the own radio. We've added Ned Australian Whiskey. Check them out at Ned Whiskey without an E. Well, there's an E in Ned, but not in whiskey.com.au. And thanks to them for supporting the early coverage. And we put thank you to the event for putting the sound and vision together. There's a classic shot coming over the top of skyline with a blue sky behind it, and the cars in relief as they come over there.
Speaking of shots, new shots
Yeah.
in our broadcast this weekend. If you're listening at the moment, you won't see them. If you're watching the stream, there's one at the cutting from up on high on driver's right, and then one on the outside of the circuit on driver's left as they're running up the shelf towards Solomon Park that I really like, that shows the steepness of that climb on the run up there to the top of the hill. And then a very cool near shot up on the cherry picker, I think, down at Murray's Corner, that in shot of practice one, big cars coming out of the elbow and then over the hump and then down, and they disappear out of view and then pop back in almost 2 kilometres away at the top of the hill and run down Conroy, which is really cool. So looking forward to that. This is that. Much tighter here as we see Liam dodging a Heart of Racing AMG and a GT4 spec AMG in front of him in car number 19.
Was Ian James in the SPS AMG Heart of Racing car. Ian, who did over 30 events last year, that'll be his busiest for a wee while. We know them rather well from our IMSA coverage, Adam, down in the pit lane.
Yes, we do, and from one AMG to the AMG that's at the top of the charts right now. Garth Walton, we were just talking about how amazing it is that you're a bronze driver, that you managed to get that sneaky in, but it meant that you get less traffic out on the track. What was it like to go around Mount Panorama with fewer cars and not needing to look in the rearview mirror for flashing lights?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Obviously, there's less cars on the track. We still managed to find a fair few at the end of my laps, but yeah, it's still obviously not as much as the other guys, but you know, it doesn't matter how many times you come to this place, it's still very cool, and you know, to get the first few laps under the belt and settle the nerves, we can build for the rest of the week now.
How valuable are these bronze-only sessions?
Oh, they're very valuable, absolutely. Like, you know, as you said, less cars, and it, you know, gives the bronze drivers time to forget about the mirrors and actually earn their way around the mountain. Those guys have been here so many times, but you know, the nerves get in, and you need to get in and just get those laps underway.
How do you calm yourself down when you're sitting in the car before a session begins, knowing that it's just you and the mountain?
It's hard. Yeah, I actually can't calm myself down. I try. I just need to get out of the gate and get on with it. So, which is good. The car feels really good. We're just going to tune it up a little bit, but at the moment it's good.
And how is the track conditions out there?
Yeah, track conditions seemed okay for us. I think practice one it was a little sketchy with some damp stuff and some dust and things on the track, but it felt pretty good then. So obviously still cool temperature. It'll probably only get worse from now on in.
You've been around the mountain a fair few times before. The threat of rain potentially by the end of the afternoon, does that excite you or make you a little bit more nervous?
I tell you, I did 2022 here in the rain and it was terrifying. So I hope it doesn't rain, but obviously we've done it before and we have to do what we have to do, but it's a much better race when it's dry.
I'll do my dry dance for you and the entire M Motorsport team. Good luck this week.
Please do. Thanks. Cheers.
And sure, you'll be happy to know that Richard P. in Toronto, snowy Toronto, is tuned in, asks to be remembered here. Alec Goldschmidt in the east of England, and Peter Croth is representing Albany, New York, USA. Again, just after 6 o'clock on a Thursday night. And Bradford, West Yorkshire check-in as well with Paul Healy.
6 o'clock on the east coast of the US of A. So really no excuse to watch the whole race if you're not to US. It'll be a late night / early morning, but times can be done. Absolutely. Totally.
Just noticing, we heard from Shay earlier that there was a bit of work going down in the NPC Audi garage, and the Liam Talbot car was actually very late out, and it was about 10, 12 minutes late out for this session, and we still haven't seen Brad Schumacher out in pit lane. So we've been talking about how important or how good this session is for the bronze drivers because they get plenty of time. But if you actually miss this session, which Brad Schumacher has already given up 25 odd minutes of this session, you didn't do any laps in practice one because you knew, oh, well, I'll get my seat time in practice two in the bronze-only session. If it rains this afternoon, late in the afternoon, where there is another bronze-only session, there's very real potential that Brad Schumacher could be actually at a huge disadvantage because he hasn't got these allocated session in. So there's obviously something going on down at Audi at the moment because Talbot was out late in the car that was fastest in practice one. The team car, which is another Pro-Am car, is out late, or hasn't been out at all, hasn't been seen at all in practice two. So there's something going on down there at that garage with the Audis. If they're under the engine bonnet, under the rear windscreen, going through the engine stuff, that's
It's obviously significant enough to hold them back.
I can hear the clinking of tools in the background. I wonder if Shay's down there.
Yep, ask and you shall receive. I immediately popped in next door. There are 3 mechanics under the left rear of the car. They are working in behind the suspension. It looks in the exhaust area, actually. So that could be a little bit of trouble. But Brad is an optimist because he is still helmeted, suited and booted, and waiting very patiently for the crew members to tell him it's okay to go. So they are expecting to be able to get out at least for a couple of laps before the end of the session. But as you rightly point out, time is quickly wasting away. Meanwhile, the sister car, that would be the number 22, Liam Talbot did join the session a little bit late. He is expected to come back in and pull straight into the garage here in a few moments' time. So we should have both of the Audis applicable from this side, at least the pro end of things, coming back in, and maybe, hopefully, this number 2 Audi will be able to go out at some point.
Liam Talbot driving into the garage, as Shay mentioned, was going to happen. I wouldn't mind betting that there's something going on with the diff in that car, because I went down and spoke to Kelvin van der Linde and Christopher Haase after practice 1, and they both said, yeah, a lot of understeer in the car, and there's diff, one of the tuning tools that you can use, and we've done a lot of work with here, is the diff and the different preloads and ramp angles and things like that that you can do within the diff that's tunable in the car. And I wouldn't mind betting, one, there's either been a hold up with the change in the diff, or they've found an issue with the preload on the cars, and they were managed to get it fixed on the 22 quickly, but maybe having more trouble with the Schumacher Audi to get that done. So if they're in the left side behind the suspension, that's grabbed my attention straight away. I was like, yeah, I wouldn't mind betting that's a diff.
That is black magic. Diff settings. I do not. I spent a day down at Crave a few years ago and had it all explained to me, and I still have not a clue. Ramp handles and clutches. I understand what it does, and I understand why it's there, but the adjustability parts of it,
it's infinitely adjustable. I had my own Formula 3 race team, and the diffs in an F3 car are hugely critical to get right, and we spent, like, in between every session, the diff centre would be out of the car, and it's now becoming the same way in GT3 racing as the cars become, you know, the specs have been locked in. The AMG, Mercedes been the same sort of spec for a while. The Audi's been the same sort of spec for a while. So you're looking for, now you're starting to look for the last little nth bit of performance to come from the race car, and it looks to me like diff is where they're starting to look at more and more with these cars. So I wouldn't mind betting that there's some either diff tuning going on in the Audi garage, or there's some diff issues at the end of practice 1 that they're trying to rectify now.
Because what we're talking about here is it affects the whole car. It's not just about how you put the power down. It's about braking stability, how the car turns,
how the power comes in off the corner, how the car behaves. It has a huge global influence over the whole setup of the race car.
And Kelvin still did it too, mate.
I went down and belted him over the head and said, if I was your co-driver, you'd be in the naughty corner right now. 11 minutes into practice 1 and you made contact with us. He said, oh, but you know what I'm like. And I said, yes, but you know what you're like. So you don't need to be doing that 11 minutes into practice 1, Kelvin. Oh, yeah, I know.
1 Weetabix too many for him this morning, I think, as far as it goes. We're just coming down to about 11 minutes to go at the moment, and it's Kenny Bull in the number 75 Sun Energy 1 machine has clocked the fastest time, 2:07. It was 2:13 last time around, so either caught in traffic or just taking it easy. Around about 4/10 further back, Yasser Shaheen in the 991 Porsche, the GT3R. That is a 0.2 car, though, so it is the last of the 991 vehicles, and a very confident car in itself. Justin McMillan is behind the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo in third position. That's number 48 Grice, number 2, about 3/10 further back, Liam Talbot, who just mentioned, and that car, despite it getting some attention, the 22 Audi sits in 4th position. The top 6 made up by another Audi. Marcel Zalua has been out in the number 44 car, and Max Twigg in the IRC GT, best of the invitational class at the moment. Now 10.5 to go. With a bit of cloud just starting to come back over. Had pretty much blue skies we started this.
I was just enjoying the in-car with Bryant, 125 Artura GT4, which is
lovely car.
A brand new car we've not seen in Australia, and it's Method Motorsport, which is a team that lists Chaz Mostert as a co-owner. So they've got a business venture on the side. They've got a quite strong two-car team. It's going to be weird to see Chazzy going for pole, but in a GT4 car in qualifying, because Mostert is a two-time Alan Simonson Pole Award winner at an outright level. Do you know the guy who's out-qualified both times for that? By the combined margin of, I think, about half a tenth of a second. Kelvin van der Linde.
Oh, yes. Yeah, cool.
So he'll be thrilled that Chaz isn't there to potentially beat him to pole position. But it's a really interesting car. Replaced the 570 GT4, so McLaren, I think they stripped about 100 kilos out of it from car to car. So BOP still equalises it, but the lighter the platform you can start with, the better. V6 power in that car, and they're going to be a force in GT4 racing in Australia as well, which is exciting to see. And the sister car, number 230, great liveries, by the way. One of them's got the WM waste green and yellow. The other car's gone full McLaren with the sort of papaya orange and the blue that's been a bit of a hallmark of the brand across Formula One racing and IndyCar of late. So I love that. Elliot Shute has been behind the wheel of car number 230. West Aussie, who's come out of the Radical Cup ranks. He's also signed up to drive for Arise Racing in World Challenge this year. So this is a bit of a taste test for him in the world of GT racing, having come out of Open Top Sports prototypes and Radicals.
McLaren on a real roll with their GT cars at the moment, both for street road car use and the racing versions. Gradually just working their way through. The rumour, maybe it's a hope, that they will go LMH, top class racing, continues to tantalise us. And they did get the nod, of course, above AMG and Audi for the World Championship in Le Mans GT3 category, which some people raised an eyebrow about, but I think it's their intention to go into the top class that probably turned the ACO's head on that, and a couple of interesting opportunities for them, which we might find out a little bit more about. In fact, I'm sure we will find out a little bit more over the next 4 to 6 months. And as you are all into sports car racing here, the breaking news this morning, overnight here in Australia, was that one of the Ford Mustang GT3 teams, in fact the Ford Mustang GT3 team in customer racing in Europe, Dynamic GT, have taken all mention of Ford on their website and have put out a rather terse, there were no additional words in their press release saying that they'd severed all relationships with Ford. So remains to be seen what's happening there and where they go for their GT3 European campaign.
There's a backstory there, John, that surely you're all over.
You're not giving away the full story.
Yeah, that's right. You're also being quite economical with your words.
Yes.
Well, I'm reporting what has happened.
Yes.
And
so now tell us what is happening.
It's not my story to tell at the moment. Let's put it that way. But there are people who we've already had a chat with, and we'll get a bit more information. Possibly not this weekend, but we'll tune into Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, and we'll see if we can get some more. But that's quite unusual when you go down the road of being one of the development partners of a new car. So something's not right there. Ginetta climbs the mountain, G55, with Colin White, who's just announced his British GT programme, and Hotfoot from Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Not with that car, but with something very similar. Colin, I've known Colin for a lot of years, raced in ASCAR back in the day at Rockingham Motor Speedway in the UK. He's done some British GT in the past. Had a big accident in one of the British touring car supports a wee while ago, and has fought his way back to fitness, and CWS is his team, and they've paired up with some local machinery here at Crailsea to get the Ginetta on the grid. And the little G55 with the Ford-based V6 is a pretty decent enduro car.
I
very happy to announce that the Audi is out on the track. The number 2 with the KFC livery on it from Melbourne Performance Center in the hands of Brad Schumacher has just rumbled by me on the pit lane, released the pit lane speed limiter, and is now doing a bit of a shakedown. I did see that they changed a sensor that was in a very difficult to reach spot, so I will find out if it was something more to do with the diff, but at the very least, there was a sensor that they couldn't get to without some very long needle nose pliers.
Yeah, so there's sensors on both rear axles that correlate with the traction control, the ABS systems, and all the rest of it. So if it wasn't actually the diff itself, internals, then it was something sensor-wise that then drives all the brain of the race car. So if those sensors are failing or not working correctly, then the race car doesn't perform. And we were talking, John, off air before this practice session about how important ABS and traction control is to particularly the bronze drivers in GT3 racing. So if the car's not going to behave properly and it's not going to drive properly, then there's no point driving it. So for Brad Schumacher, we were saying that he's missed out on 35 minutes of this session, but if you're driving around for 35 minutes and the car's not actually doing what it should be doing, you're wasting time anyway. And then a big moment there on entry to Forest Elbow for Schumacher. So cold tyre, probably just wanting to get on with it because he's got effectively 4 minutes. So he'll get 2 real laps. And it's probably going to take those 2 laps for the tyre to get into the right operating temperature window for him. So although, yes, it is very much a shakedown, Brad Schumacher, he's wanting to get on with it and get some valuable miles. He might live here, but you can't actually drive your race car around here for 355 odd days of the year.
He can see his pit garage.
I reckon there's still an issue here, I think, with this car. Locking rears on entry. So whether we come to the lane or he's going to press on, he's pressing on, but either cold tyre or there's still an issue with this car, because to lock rears at Forest Elbow like it did, that's strange for me.
Just got passed at the top of the hill by Marcel Zalua in the Valmont racing car, who I bumped into between sessions and said, "Hey, you guys are going well, 5-0." And he was at pains, despite what timing was telling us, at pains to tell me that that wasn't him. It was Luke Gilton. He said, if it was me, I would have retired by now. He'd done a 5 in a GT3 car around here. So the Valmont racing car, very cool looking race car too. They're a good program, but it's a fairly tight little moment as he was trying to get past Brad at the top of the hill. So Liam Talbot's just gone quickest in car 22, 206.22. Kenny Habul has also just done his quickest lap of the session at a 206.84 in 75. Sun Energy Racing Mercedes AMG, second quickest. And completing the trifecta, Yasushi in the Porsche, their quickest at a 207.39. That 991 Gen 2 car. Justin McMillan shown as fourth. That's 7.6. That was a lap Garth Walden did at the start of the session. And all of our GT3 brands in the top 5, because Grant Denyer, another one of Bathurst's favourite sons, now sits in 5th position in car 93. That's the Wall Racing Lambo Gallardo, Lambo Hurricane, I should say, Evo 2, and he's punched out a very nice 208.8 to go 5th quickest.
Alan Prosser, who is Lanzarote Camel on what used to be called Twitter, reckons that's artistic. What did you call artized?
Artized.
The artized version.
More art injected into it.
Yeah, he said it's well named for the team. He says because it reminds me of the Walls ice cream wrappers. And it's like, yes, I see where you're coming from.
I have to check what our ice cream commercial partner is here in Supercars land, but I can tell you the brand that it reminds me of. But
oh, really?
Yeah, that's Streets. In this part of the world, anyway.
It's what?
Streets.
Ah, right.
Which I think is internationally is the
Walls.
same as Walls.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That took me back my childhood.
I just need to double check that we sell them within the precinct.
Well, and if not, can we?
And if not, why isn't there a logo on the car? Opportunity lost.
If Supercars do not have an official ice cream partner now, there'll be one by next week.
Exactly.
That is an opportunity missed, isn't it? Inside the last 60 seconds on a Friday morning, as it is here at Mount Panorama. We're in the first of 2 bronze sessions today. Sessions 2 and 4 for bronze drivers only. Kenny Habul in the Sun Energy 1 AMG. This is the winning chassis from last year. He's got the fastest time at the moment of a 206.2222, as we go down to 4 decimal places here.
Thanks, Richie. Equivalent session last year was for bronze drivers only.
I thought you were talking about yourself in the third person.
I was not. 2:05.44 equivalent session last year, but that was one v Rossi, who at the time was a bronze, but had a very good year in GT3 racing and is now a silver.
He got upgraded pretty quickly,
Yeah,
didn't he?
He did.
But it was Brad Schumacher who was second with a 5.5, and Liam Talbot, who was in this session last year, he did a 6.2, so he's already matched that time from last year, and he's on this lap looking to improve that. A little bit of traffic up the road in the final sector as he makes his way out of the chase, and I can still see quite a bit of understeer around Marksini, gets around him, so doesn't get held up, but I can still see quite a bit of understeer in the mid-corner of this number 22 Audi that Kelvin van der Linde. Just see there, didn't make the apex, didn't trouble the apex at the last corner. 6.1, so that was looking like it was going to be a 5.7, so that understeer at the chase in the final corner cost him a bit of time.
Jeffrey Ibrahim's just done a very good lap 2 in the Johor Motor Racing 888 number 88 car, 2:08.57. Absolutely race sharp and battle hardened is the Prince, coming off the back of an Asian Le Mans Series campaign. They had 2 wins last weekend in the final event of that championship, which was really cool. I was downstairs, I was chatting to Jordan Love's mum, Nikki, another great WA product, and yeah, they were really excited in that team. So that squad have been travelling all week to get here out of the Middle East, and then they've turned around, and the Asian Le Mans team are focusing on the Johor side of the garage, and a lot of the squad from the Triple Eight Supercar team, Red Bull, Ampol Racing, are focusing on the pro car. Of course, there's a lot of crossover between them, but that's a good lap from Jeffrey. So he's right in the mix from an AM driver, a bronze driver point of view, as the checkered flag flies on practice number 2 for this session. And there's still a bit of colour in the timing screen, but right now, Liam Talbot showing no signs of being top. 7/10 quicker than Kenny Habul with that 6.1.
As Ian James comes down the BMW M elbow in what is rapidly becoming a fan favourite version of the Heart of Racing colour scheme on the AMG by SPS Mercedes. It's a little lighter than they run in other championships, and there's a little more yellow, but there's still a checker behind that, and a great story behind this team. More than $12 million raised principally for the Seattle Children's Cardiac Unit, although when Alex Riberas and some of his teammates got stuck in New Zealand during lockdown, they started another racing team and won a couple of championships actually, and raised money for some of the local hospitals as well. They were stuck on a yacht, worst places to be, but could not get back to the US. And when we went back racing in the US in 2020 on the 4th of July weekend at Daytona, those guys couldn't get back, so they just raced where they were.
Worst places to go racing than New Zealand as well. It's pretty cool. So practice 2 done. 2 sessions down, 2 more today. Liam Talbot quickest in the end over Kenny Habul, and then Yasser Shahin ended up in third place in car 911. Brad Schumacher, right at the end. Wow, that just caught me off guard. 2:07.4 on his one and only flying lap of the session, goes 4th. So that car clearly starting to be okay now after some dramas in that session. McMillan, Zalua, Ibrahim, Denya and Hargraves, first of the invitational class and in the top 10 in car number 20 with Maxi Twig, former AM Class champion in Carrera Cup, rounding out the top 10 overall in the bronze driver only session for the Repco Bathurst 12 hour. 2:06.11, not far off the equivalent session 12 months ago, in a day where we've already seen lap times in the 2s. But another green flag all the way session, but great lap at the end. Brad Schumacher, he got the tyre switched on enough to produce a 7.4 at the end in a car we think might still be giving them a little bit of grief.
Yes, indeed so. I should mention the GT4s. Mark Griffiths had the best time for the Mercedes number 19. Gentlemen, I get the hashtag blame Hindy out. 2 sessions.
No, don't do
that's
2 sessions where I haven't had a bacon sandwich, is what I was going to say.
Right,
okay.
We need to resolve that now.
Yeah.
Recharge for the next practice session, which will be coming up later on this afternoon. A packed program here on Friday. There's some cool on-track demos you should all stay around for. If you're at the circuit, check them out. Qualifying for Group S coming your way, combined sedans as well. Practice 3 for the Repco Bathurst 12 hour, 1:30 p.m. local time. So 3 hours from now, and then a little bit later on the afternoon, another bronze driver only session to round out the day, and then 2 further sessions in the morning.
Have they just done that?
It's a test, Hindy. It's a test.
I know that.
Full course yellow test, which is something we need to talk about because that's a brand new rule for this year.
Yeah, correct. And
we'll get to that later.
Well, it's like a virtual safety car or Code 60 for those of you who understand that. We'll explain the vagaries of it. It does the important thing is when pits are open and when pits are closed under full course yellow, and how that affects strategy calls. So cracking lap at the end by young Mr. Schumacher, Bathurst's own, who comes up into 4th position, and another clean session for the Repco 12 hours cars. Thanks for being with us. The sun's coming out. We're going to lie around like lizards now in the sunshine and let you enjoy the rest of your day as we continue for 2024 in the Repco Bathurst 12 hours here at Mount Panorama.
Welcome back to the Repco Bathurst 12-hour, day number 1 of this 3-day carnival that continues to grow and grow here at Bathurst. Something a bit different now on the circuit. Some Group S racing, a bit of yesteryear out on the racetrack. Lots of Porsches, got a few Corvettes and Alfa Romeos amongst that field. Joining me is the Business Development Director from Porsche Cars Australia, Alex Webster. Welcome.
G'day, Matt. How are you this morning?
Awesome. It's always awesome being here, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, we're so privileged to be here, especially in a category such as ours. It's fantastic.
Now, you're the man. You're the voice. You know ever much about this category. I'm looking at this sheet that you put together during the week. Fantastic effort, by the way. Gets us covered, makes it look like I'm half know what I'm looking at.
Exactly. We try our best to make you look good, Matt. This is what we're here for.
Done a very good job. So tell us about the category. It's a bit of everything from the 60s and 70s, but we've got categories inside the category.
Yeah, so you've got lots of races going on within races. This is obviously qualifying today, but classic sports car racing, or Group S as it's known, are basically production sports cars of the era. So the 50s, 60s and 70s, and that's basically the way that the categories are broken up. So the cars in the 50s are grouped together, 60s and then 70s accordingly. So whilst you've got the outrights battles going on, there's lots of class category battles going on at the same time.
What sort of lap times are we expecting to see from, say, first to last? Because obviously we're going to see a lot of lap traffic with a field of this size.
There will be. Some of the closing speeds under lap traffic will certainly be quite significant. But the guys at the front, so Jeff Morgan, Terry Lawler, Doug Barber, they'll be doing in the low 2-minute 30s, I would have thought, once they get to race pace. They were doing about 2-minute 40s this morning, but in the practice, obviously, Jeff Morgan got down to a 2:37, so I'd expect that they'd be somewhere in the mid-2:35s.
Practice was held early this morning. They were one of the first categories out there. What was the feedback from the pits?
I think everyone was super excited to be back, number one. There was a little bit of rain overnight, so track was a little greasy in spots going over the top, but all in all, it was very clean because the big categories hadn't been out yet and maybe put down some marbles. But no, everyone just super excited, and we had everyone circulate and get back to the pits after the session, which is always good.
Jeff Morgan, you bring up that name. That brings me back to my teenage years to see him run in Porsche Cup. He wheeled out that incredible, at the time, was a brand new 911, I think, like 95, 96. It was years ahead of everything else that was running at the time.
It was, and that car actually has only been recently restored up in Queensland and back to that livery. And yeah, look, Jeff, I hope he doesn't mind me saying, is now in his mid-70s. And look, his name's atop of the totem pole at the moment. So he's still got it. He's still fighting fit. And hopefully I'm like that when I get to 76.
So the multicoloured car that he had, was it
the Vodafone car, I think.
Car
yeah, the 993 RS, that's right.
Wow. Where was that hiding?
I can't remember where it was hiding, but the Bowden boys actually put it back together. I can't remember if it's owned by them or it's one of their friends or customers, but that car has now surfaced again. It's back to exactly the way as when Jeff ran it.
That was one of my first years in the sport. It was like 1996 he wheeled that car out, and the cars we were using were 1977, 78, 911 RSRs.
That's right. You had Porsche Cup back in the day.
Yeah.
They sort of had all these run what you brung. There was 944s, there was 959 clones, there was early 911s, late model 911s. There's even a couple of 928s out there.
That's right.
Like we've got actually on grid today.
Wayne Park.
Yes.
Harry Witham was another name for
Harry, absolutely. Harry still makes his wheels down in Rye in Victoria. Peter Boylan, who's out there today as well, also ran at that point in time.
Fantastic. Good to see these guys out on the track. So you've got the Porsches out there. We've got a few. I saw a Shelby Mustang going through the shot a moment ago. A couple of Alfettas in the field. A Ferrari Dino in the mix. There's something here for everyone.
There is, and I guess that's the great bit of Group S. There's a bit of everything, and I think that's the lovely part of this category is you've got sprites battling big V8s. So 1,700 or 1,200 cc cars battling, 7-litre V8s, and so that's what you'll see. You'll see over the top the smaller cars, the more nimble cars, the ones with better brakes will catch over the top, and then you've got three big straights. So that's when the horsepower comes in here and the big guys will disappear. But it's great fun racing. At a track here, it's a little bit more suited to the V8s and the bigger capacity cars. But yeah, watch for some of the smaller capacity cars, such as some of the Alphas. So if you're looking at guys like Spencer Rice or even Tony Karaflanovsky or those guys, they'll actually be pushing up to the front as well.
Tony Kay will drive anything.
He will drive anything, absolutely.
Tell us about your history in the sport and your day-to-day job at Porsche Cars Australia. Sounds like the dream.
Yeah, look, it is a dream. I've been lucky enough to work for Porsche now for 13 years. I'm the Director of Business Development, which if you ask my wife, she says, what's that? Which is basically anything that's not in sales or after sales or marketing, basically sits in my department. So very diverse, a little bit like our category, and super exciting. So very lucky to work for Porsche. On the Group S side, I've been racing since 2006 in the category. I'm on my third different car. I started in a 2-litre 911 and ran that for about 8 years. Got another 2-litre, which was a slightly later model, and then since 2019, I've been running a car very similar to Jeff Morgan's car, a 2.7 Carrera. So unfortunately, I'm not running this weekend, so I'm helping out and sitting here next to you. So at least I'm here.
That was my next question. Are you having a bit of FOMO?
I am. Actually, little bit's probably an understatement, to be honest. I thought I was okay with it until I saw practice this morning, and I was sitting up in the tower, and I thought, oh, I wish I was out there.
Yeah, of all the tracks, I'm going to miss Bathurst.
Exactly.
This is great, though. I was looking through the entry list during the week. We spoke on the phone about how this is going to play out. And as I mentioned during the combined sedans category this morning, we want to see race cars out on the track like that category suiting for like your 70s, 80s, 90s. This is going back further in time, and this is great to see.
It is. And look, these are production sports cars. So the great thing about this category is that you can take a road-going MGB or an Alpha or whatever it might be that was a production sports car and actually bolt a cage into it, put some racing tyres, maybe put some decent pads in it, get your licence and come out and play. And so you've got the two cars that are on screen at the moment, which are the Shelby and the Porsche. Yeah, they're worth a couple $100,000 more, but you've got guys in the field that have got into the category for $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. So it's certainly accessible, which is great.
Yeah. Terry Lawler never turns out a bad-looking race car. He's the king of presentation, isn't he? He leads this field around in this very early days of qualifying. They were out earlier today for practice, and it's turned out to be a really nice day here at Mount Panorama.
It's got warm in the last sort of hour or so, so the sun's really come out, the cloud cover's gone. So, yeah, this morning was a lot cooler, and it even had a bit more humidity in the air from the rain overnight, but it's certainly getting warm. You can see I'm here in the booth, and it's a lot warmer.
Yes, they say these places are comfortable. These rooms are quite warm at the best time. This looks busy on the main straight here. What cars are going to like these conditions? I mean, they're rather cool conditions, any race car does.
Well, look, I mean, you've got Joe Collegia here and his big Corvette. I mean, this thing in a straight line is absolutely hilarious. We think it's got somewhere north of 600 horsepower. It won't be that great over the top, but Joe's been for many years trying to get a grips on this car because it is a really big car. And you can see against the Datsun there, he's really starting to pull out a little bit. But under brakes, you watch the cars in the back there. You've got Wayne Potts directly behind him in the 280Z, David Caneen in the 3-litre 911, and then another Datsun behind it in Michael McKelligan. And then a little bit of diversity further again, another Porsche, but a 928, so a V8 with Tom Walstad.
Collegia's going to let the field go here. It's about 3 or 4 cars queuing up. And you're right, he's going to be great in a straight line. It's like almost like the mini days where they'll be great across the hill, and then the Mustang and Camaros today will just overtake it once again.
Yeah, exactly. And look, Joe's a bit of a guy that eases into the weekend. So he this morning wasn't fast at all, but he will over the weekend get a little bit faster and faster. So I think he'll probably qualify somewhere in the early teens, but let's see how he goes. He might get a cracker in.
We'll look at Wayne Potts across the top of the mountain now. You talk to drivers, I mean, there's been quite a few that have been here several times, but when you come back to this place, it still continues to blow your mind, doesn't it?
Look, I think nothing prepares you really for, especially going over the top. I mean, as I tend to say, Bathurst is 3 straight bits and a wiggly bit in between, and the wiggly bit is just mind-blowing. I mean, coming down here into the dipper, I mean, it is absolutely amazing how far it does come down, and TV just doesn't do it justice.
They're trying their best.
They try their best.
Particularly through this section, how quick it drops away from Rock Skyline down here. I think coming here for the first time, and it sounds really weird saying this, walk the track the opposite direction, then you get a feel for how steep it actually is.
Yeah, you can't certainly feel it after you go up. And, you might have to do a couple of stretches up the top of Rock Skyline too. Kent Brown here in his MGB has a bit of an issue. That's no good. Looks like he's pulled over on the side of the wall, against the wall. He's at the cutting, which is not a great place to be, but hopefully the flaggies and everyone knows where he is and gives him a wide berth.
So it's on the exit left-hand side. It's out of harm's way at the moment. There'll be a local yellow warning the drivers there. So car 51. It's a beautiful MG, one of 2 or 3 we have in the field this weekend. Terry Lawler, quickest at the moment with his first flying lap, a 2:32.83.
Yeah, which isn't far off his lap record, to be honest. So that's right on pace. And then Jeff Morgan just behind him, about 3 seconds away, doing a 2:35. Doug Barber, Andy Purvis. So 3 Porsches in behind. And then you've got Wayne Potts, who was just on screen a moment ago.
Session has gone red, incidentally. Cars are slowing down and making their way back into the paddock. And that's what's so important about any qualifying session, to get a couple of laps in the books there, just in case we don't get to freeze the time in these sessions. The time continues to count down, and our officials, a lot of which are volunteers, do their best to make sure we keep the show moving. And for car 51, it's come to a standstill with just 14 minutes remaining in this qualifying session.
Yeah, Kent is an ex-president of Group S Racing, actually. So I succeeded Kent back in the day. And but yeah, he's got a lovely turned out MGB. It's a shame that he's got some troubles there that have obviously stopped him going up the hill.
So Lawler at the top, Jeff Morgan 3 seconds behind at the moment. Doug Barber, that we saw at the start of the session, is in 3rd. So the usual suspects.
They are. And then the interesting thing is the gap then between Purvis and Potts in 5th place. So Potts is doing a 2:45, and there's then a few of them that are sort of tucked in behind that. So David Caneen in another 9:11. Spencer Rice, probably the standout there. Spencer's in an Alfa Romeo, about 2000 cc, and he's done a 2:48. James Calvert-Jones in 9th, and then Tom Walstab has just cracked in the top 10 at a 2:49, which is important because of our qualifying format that will come into race 1, where we will invert the top 10. So
first race.
For the first race. So what you'll see is, if this is the finishing order, Tom would actually be on pole for race 1. So maybe someone better go down to pit lane and tell him, hey, just go pit, put in the pits and park it.
Yeah, or pray this session is delayed from the top
Correct,
half minutes.
exactly.
Tell me, this group of drivers here, do they run regularly together? And I ask that because when traffic gets into the way, you've got to read the drivers. And if you don't run with them regularly, you know you can run into trouble.
Yeah, look, a lot of the guys run together for quite a number of years. And for most of them, they'll run in their state. So we've got about 11 different events throughout Australia. And that's in Victoria, South Australia, New South Wales, Queensland. And a lot of the guys have been running for quite some time. And you tend to find out who you're running with. And from that perspective, you then get to know how they race. Are they hard races, or are they going to give you the room? And look, we're gentlemen racers. We're not there to try and damage cars. We call it a no-contact sport. And we want to make sure that our prides and joy are on the trailers or the transporters going home the same way they started.
So it's like saying it's a spirited demonstration.
Look, I wouldn't call it a demonstration. There's guys that like to think that they're playing for sheep stations, but no, not at all.
What would you think's going on with the MG here?
Look, I know that actually Paul Kent had a similar issue when we were last here in 2020. I think it was that year that he had a similar issue, and I think actually broke down in a very similar spot. So he'll be very filthy that he's got the car, and also be disappointed that he's affected the entire grid by causing a red flag. But safety first, and hopefully they can remove that car shortly to a safe place. And look, Mountain Straight going up there is so hard on small capacity cars. Having raced a 2-litre 911 here, if you've got any sort of mechanical sympathy, you're almost saying sorry to the car going up the hill, because you can just feel it. You're actually wringing its neck. And that continues as you go through up to the cutting. And yeah, it's hard on small capacity cars, let alone old cars.
One thing he wouldn't have been doing then was touching that brake pedal. He wanted that car to freestyle it. It's a long way up. It's such a sharp climb up to the top there. They might just steer him in behind the wall here for this session.
Yeah, that's a great thing that there are some spots around the track that they can actually back some cars in there, and hopefully allow us to go back to qualifying very soon. I was unfortunate enough that I had an issue, I think it was about 2018, and I had the car make a noise that I didn't think was a good noise, and I got to the top of the hill and sort of put it in a similar spot, and they flat towed me to the top of the hill, unbuckled me and said, see how far you get. And so
Thanks.
I never forget, because I still had the camera rolling, and I was doing about 80 or 90 miles an hour rolling in complete silence other than tyre noise, and managed to get it back to dummy grid. So I was going through the chase and then trying to get through the turn at the chase to get down into dummy grid without having to be rehooked up. So I was quite proud of myself.
At least it cured that weird sound you thought you heard.
Well, yeah, it went away, funnily enough.
Time continues to count down here. We shouldn't be too far away from the green light going on at the end of pit lane. It's the Repco Bathurst 12 hour. There's a racetrack, the Nürburgring. Oh, that sends shivers down your spine just seeing the Green Mile. Look at that place.
I was there probably 2015. I was at the 24-hour event, and yeah, that is another place that is just unbelievable. And so being out there in the middle of the day or the middle of the night and having the opportunity to go to a few different locations, that is just next level. Yeah, it is frightening but exciting all at the same time.
The original track, that is just insane.
It is. So as they're coming back out onto the track here, they're a little bit mixed up. So you'll see a few of the competitors in pit lane pulled in to try and maybe adjust some tyre pressures. So you see Andy Purvis in the yellow 911, Terry Lawler, Joe Collegia, even Tony Karafinovsky. He's actually gone and changed some tyre pressures. So there will be a little bit of lap traffic going on here, and so trying to get a clear lap might be a little bit harder.
Tell me, how much difference does tyre pressures make even in this category?
Look, the different cars all work on their tyres a little bit harder and differently. So lighter cars, obviously, a lot easier on their tyres. The bigger cars, they're obviously working a bit harder. There's also different tyres. There's not a control tyre, so there's all sorts of manufacturers. You have to run to the tyre specifications. So most of the cars out there will be running on 60 profile tyres. So most cars, that looks like a balloon. But and there's a couple of cars out there because they're later models, like some of the 3-litre cars, like David Caneen's on track now, or Tom Wellstab that's just about to come over the brow. They're on 50s because the car, when they were released new, were released on 50 profile tyres. So based on what's available with the tyre manufacturers, a little bit of a roll of the dice, but it allows us to sort of see some cars benefit from it, others not so much.
And you've got to look after them from the minute you go out in first practice to the end of tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and I was in, as we were starting to filter out of our paddock area, there was a few cars there that had got into putting on some green tyres. So I saw Jeff Morgan had, I know that Terry Lawler did, and there was a few others there that have bolted on some greens to try and make sure they're maximising their qualifying time.
And for Terry Lawler, it's a case of what hasn't he driven over the years. His collection is insane.
It is, and Terry actually used to run a Porsche 911 here in Group S before he then changed. He went off and he's done some other things. He went and raced in, didn't make the Carrera Cup, but he certainly was running a Cup car there for a while in Challenge. And then he's gone and raced Group A and C, and you've seen him in Group A and C. Had a go at TCM as well. Yeah. But he loves the camaraderie of Group S, and certainly we love having him there. As you said before, his cars are absolutely exquisite. You can probably see him here in pit lane. He's probably looking at the timing and saying, I don't need to do any more laps. No. I'll just park it.
3 seconds is the margin first to second. Jeff Morgan has certainly gone out. In fact, Lawler is the sole car in pit lane with just over 6.5 minutes remaining. This beautiful 66 model Shelby Mustang, the GT350, and comfortable margin. I'll say comfortable. It's basically get out and have some lunch there.
It's 3 seconds, but we'll call that comfortable. In most categories, that would be like, oh my gosh. So the first flying lap's now being done. Now they've cleared the start-finish line.
So for a few of the cars down the bottom of the field, they were just starting their flying laps. That's why we got these big gaps in between. Some, in fact, haven't got a lap in the books yet. So the tail enders, particularly for their class order, they'll be pushing here with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, look, there's a couple of cars there that are still maybe a little bit out of place. So Joe Collegia, as we said, down in 17th at the moment. He could probably get a little bit more out of that with a clear lap. Hugh Harrison in one of the Alphas, he's generally very quick, but he hasn't looked like he hasn't got a clear lap yet. But the top 15, I would say, is probably pretty close to what we'd expect. There's a couple of movers there. Graham Golson's moved up into 12th, so that's a great effort, driving a 1750cc Alpha. Ross Jackson in the Di Tommaso Pantera is hot on the heels of Tom Wellstab in the 928.
Now that's cool, the Di Tommaso Pantera. I haven't seen too many of them over the last few years out there. That's great.
Yeah, and Ross has been running that car. I'll stand corrected, but I think close to 20 years he's been running that car. He's certainly been running Group S for many years, and that car has been a stalwart of the category. It's been around for many a time. It's adorned many a poster in historic racing, that's for sure.
And as kids growing up.
It is.
On the same wavelength?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Graham Golson, you mentioned, he's no stranger to Mount Panorama as well. Raced for many, many years.
Yeah, his father Ray obviously is synonymous here back in the day, racing Alphas, you know, during the 500 and the 1000. And Graham, who's actually one of our Porsche dealers, he's the owner of Porsche Centre Canberra, and he's out here in his Alpha. I keep giving him a nudge and saying, you've got to go and get into a Porsche, and he says, I know, but he's still very closely connected with the Alfa Romeo brand as he had for many years, and that car is also just beautifully prepared, and he certainly knows how to drive.
He's run that car for a few years now too.
He has, and look, he runs that car in Group N, and we've invited him in here. He is a Group S member, and there's a couple of Group N cars there over this weekend. We've also got John Harrison in his Cortina and Spencer Rice. So the Group N, Group S cars are very close. You've got touring cars versus sports cars. The rules are fairly the same. The tyres are fairly similar. So, yeah, we thought those members that have got similar cars, come and play with us over the weekend.
And how did the process go with this? Was it invitational this weekend? Because there's been obviously a lot of interest to come and run with a 12-hour support weekend.
Yeah, look, we've been lucky enough to be, this is our 4th time in the last about 7 years we've been back, and it's nice with the job that I got a few contacts through the industry that you can make a couple of calls. And yeah, look, I think they see that there's great alignment between these old cars and what's actually running in the main feature race. Huge disparity, obviously, in speed and difference, but these were essentially the cars that were being, you know, hotted up and made race ready back in the day, and that's what you sort of see with the evocation of the current cars. So there's a nice connection there. We're unlucky that we had maybe just a little bit of a drop-off on our numbers. The last few years we've been able to get 50+ cars, which causes a lot of headaches trying to get that many cars in and out of the paddock, I can tell you. So we're down to about 36, 37 cars this weekend, which is manageable, I'll call, but still a great diversity of vehicles to see running around the track.
One thing that's amazed me in the last 3 or 4 years, we've come out the other side of the 2020, 21 turbulence, whatever you want to call it now. It seems like motorsport in particular has just rebounded and gone harder back into the skies. There's numbers everywhere. The growth is, because there was a worry there for a while. This might take years to get cars back out of sheds, back on the racetracks. But it feels like they put 240 volts through the whole industry, and there's cars everywhere again.
There is. We're lucky that we've got a large member base and we've got a lot of cars to run. So last year, I think we had about 120 different cars run across Australia. The average person was running around about 2.5 to 3 events a year, so they're not running lots and lots of events. But most of us have full-time jobs. A lot of guys out there are retired, but there's still the amount of times that you can get away from the wife and family and juggle all the other things in between racing.
The Great Escape, I think they call it.
Correct.
It's a couple of MG midgets we're watching, if you're watching our Super Screen coverage around Mount Panorama today. Tammy Holtz is out there in the 70. David Bajan from New South Wales in the 72 version. They look like a whole lot of fun. And MG racing continues to grow right around this country. I remember calling as up-and-coming call of some 20 years ago at Phillip Island. There was a whole fleet of cars back then.
Yeah, 2 of the fastest little sprites are actually not here this weekend. So that's the Meyer brothers, both Simon and Damien. They're actually over in Stuttgart at the moment for a trade fair for their business, and unfortunately couldn't make it. So that meant that they're normally sort of a top 6 or 7 cars. So to have those guys in 1275cc cars really go against the big guys is quite amazing. They're both Australian karting champions. They know how to steer and they put it all on the line. I remember a few years ago when they were going down Conrod, they basically were going side by side and we're all sitting behind them, and you could almost see them giggling because we couldn't go past them because they were just conveniently placed down the straight.
An open top driving around here, fine in the sun, but we know what Mount Panorama can serve up from time to time.
Yeah, look, it's, again, back in 2020, when we ran, it was 42 degrees, and it certainly, I know my car actually had the unfortunate expiry in race 3, and yeah, look, it's certainly the heat for the old cars. They're going to do somewhere between 8 and 10 lap races this weekend, which I can tell you doesn't sound like much in the car. It's bloody hot.
It's a long race.
And it's a long race.
Yeah. So closing seconds of this. Oh, that's close for Karafalowski and the Alpha coming down the hill on one of the MGs. And Tony Kay on our screens. There's such a big field, we'll have to flip over and see where Tony Kay's back in 16th position. Right now in car 88, regular in the Touring Car Masters. This will be his final lap. And Terry Lawler, well, he didn't have to leave the pits because nobody's getting close to him. Ponce has gone up into 6th spot now with 2:43, but 10 seconds away from Terry Lawler, who just needed 3 laps to do it.
Yeah, and look, Tony's just gone past Tammy Hotz. Tammy's actually on our committee, so it's great to see a female out here racing, which is fantastic. We've had other people over the years, like Dominique Chalier, that's raced in an Alpha, so we'd really encourage any other girls coming off. Oh, we've got a turnaround there. So you've actually got David Bajan. Not sure if he did that on his own. Looks like he might have.
Saw the cloud of dust as he made his way through the chase, give the thumbs up to.
Hopefully he can get that restarted, but we're getting very close to time being called.
And that was going to be his best lap as well. What a shame. It's such a long lap in these cars. If you're going to make a mistake, you'd rather do it the first corner than the last.
Absolutely. I know that, you don't want to go off anywhere here. There's very few places that you can actually leave the track safely. That's probably one of them, especially if you can say, yeah, he's done that on his own. He's just taken a bit too much coming out of the chase, and a couple of wheels on the gravel, that'll do it.
Tony Owenton behind him in the Shelby Mustang, just driving straight through that dust. Though the session finishes with Terry Lawler at the top. 232.83, but the top 10 get reversed around.
They do. So you'll see there that Ross Jackson in 10th, he'll actually be on pole for race 1, assuming no one actually puts in the last lap. Andrew Whiteside in 9th, Michael McKelligan in the Datsun in 8th, Dave Caneen in 7th, Wayne Potts, as you just said, in 6th. Spencer Rice, wow, what a great lap. He's done a 2:42 in his Alfa Romeo, put it into 5th. Andy Purvis in 4th, Doug Barber, which was the 911 car that you just saw going through there into the chase, in 3rd. Jeff Morgan, and then Terry Lawler still sitting in the pits with a 2:32 on pole. He'll go back and start 10th.
Expect him to charge through in race number 1 later today. Here's Barber, so an improvement on his time. Although it's not too bad, he wasn't too far away from his second sector as he finishes off the lap there, and will stay in 3rd with Terry Lawler comfortably grabbing the pole with the top 10 to be spun around. That's a good lap for Jackson. He got that on the final lap as well to drop into 10th spot. And for Wayne Potts, he was on his flying lap too, and the Datsun stopped at the top there at John Hinksman Vista. So he may have moved up a couple of positions had the car made it to the end. Sadly, that's been pushed back behind the wall.
Yeah, and look, he'll be annoyed about that. He's finished in 6th spot, so some good results. David Baker in 11th, James Galvert-Jones in 12th. Joe Collegia did get a little bit quicker over that session as we thought. He's up in 13th. Tom Wallstab in the 928 in 14th. So, yeah, a good variety of cars. Graham Golson ended up finishing in 15th. Although Wallstab's just gone and done a great lap on the very last lap and has jumped up into 8th. So he'll be stoked about that. He'll start on the 2nd row.
And it pushes Jackson out of the 10.
He'll be filthy.
And Whiteside actually got into the 10 there as well. So that changed at the end of the session. So Whiteside will start from pole, will flip the top 10 around. Terry Lawler expecting to charge, though, from the 5th row. Jeff Morgan 2nd, Doug Barber, Andrew Purvis and Spencer Rice the top 5. Back to Wayne Potts, whose car stopped on the final lap there. And a massive field of cars here. The Group S category supporting this year's Repco Bathurst 12-hour. Enjoyed that. Looking forward to race 1.
Hey, Matt, thanks so much for having us. We're looking forward to it as well.
They'll be back out later today for race number 1. This is practice day. A lot more still to come from the 12-hour. They'll be back out for some more practice. Combined sedans also on the bill as well. We'll be back soon here at the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. Cars on track now for the second qualifying session. Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans here on day one of the Repco Bathurst 12-hour here at Mount Panorama. These cars out on the track earlier today for their first session, dominated by Jeff Taunton, who has 2.3 seconds on the field in car number one. No real surprise to see that car there. Angus Fogg was quickest with Mark Duggan in third spot. Scott Cameron and Paul Bosch at the fourth and fifth. So welcome the great Gary O'Brien to the commentary box. Great to see you, big fella.
It's great to be here, and I love watching the Duggan's Family Hotels combined sedans, because we get a little bit of everything. We get space frame sports sedans, we get chassis sports sedans, improved production, and we've got a few people here that are doing some practice for their 6-hour in production cars.
Quite a few in the field, in fact, of this 42 car field, almost a Daytona 500 field out here for this weekend's event. Last chance now to improve on the times with a bit more cloud cover than what they had for the earlier session, particularly out of our window, but Mountain Straight bathed in sunshine. It's humid out there. You're the local. What's it going to do?
Yeah, well, I think we might get a bit of a storm later, but these guys will be tucked up and in bed by that stage, we hope.
A race to come later this afternoon. They'll start off day number 2 tomorrow at 7:25 in the morning. So it'll be a cold track from first up tomorrow.
Yeah, we might not be quite with it when we get here.
Roll the smags out.
We'll do what we can. So what a collection of cars, and some interesting ones to talk about. Production sports car, Corvette just going past, well, two of them going past out of Queensland, production sports cars. So we've got some of them as well. We've got improved production. Just seen the BMW, the Mark Tracy car go through. It's Chev powered, and unfortunately had a bit of smoke coming out of it this morning. Turned out to be just a gasket, so not too bad. Mark car coming through here. This is a Nick Mantikos car. This dates back to being in GT configuration. Now it's a fully fledged sports sedan, and that's been running state championship in New South Wales for some time now.
So the field make their way out for this 30-minute session. Some cars give themselves a bit of space out there right now. So everyone was well behaved in the earlier session today. They don't want any red flags in this. Eats into their qualifying time.
Well, we did have one, didn't we, when the Charlie Curry Honda had an issue at turn 2, or Griffin Bend. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get it started, and the last I checked, they were still battling to get it started back in the pits. So some sort of engine drama there. We probably had some sort of compression lock-up, and that's why it spun in the first place. From the angle of what we've seen of it, that's quite possible.
Middle of Griffin's Bend, that was during that session. Simon Kendrick was another car that stopped. They didn't really get it together anyway in that session. Parked it up at John Hinksman Vista, overheating with that car, we believe.
Yeah, we believe so, and car basically just got finished on Wednesday night, and he rocked into the track yesterday afternoon. So that was a bit of a rush job to get it here, and it's a beautiful car. Turned out as a Castrol Perkins lookalike, and quite proud of it.
He's very proud of it. I saw his socials last night there, and just excited to be here amongst this field of cars. I talked to Chad Nailon this morning about this. When we went through 2020 and 21, there was a combined effort, pun, to get cars out of garages that were parked up there for way too long. And for cars that weren't eligible to run in championships now, this is what this is all about.
Yeah, and it's a good chance for, as we mentioned before, that you can come here and get ready for your next race meeting here as well. We've had TCM cars here before running in this category, and then they've been back later a year to run in as a support category to supercars. But you can see some great cars there. I just noticed a Commodore go through there, a VS shaped Commodore. That car's had a rebuild over the summer periods. It's got DFH sponsorship on the side of it. That's now a fully 6-litre. It was only a 5.4 or 5.7, I think it was there. But basically another one, but it's got a Chev competition lock in it now. They've done a lot of work, but a brand new paint job as well.
You'll take that extra 0.6, would you, on a track like this?
Oh, for sure. Well, the big thing here is that big climb up the mountain and the big run down the chute. So you've got to have those things covered.
So how this qualifying works, we had the first session earlier today. Those times still count.
Yes.
For the grid. So if there's no improvements on their times, like we used to have in the old school days in session 1 and session 2.
Here we can see our front-running cars from the first session. That's Jeff Taunton in the IRC GT, and followed by Angus Fogg in his Ford Mustang. Now, this is an interesting car. This is a full steel car that will be converted back to TCM spec for next weekend.
Right. We just ran all the lightweight panels last year on that car.
Well, it has TCMs. You can run composite paddock too, but the wing will have to come off it. The front will change. So he'll get plenty of good miles, and then he'll convert it back to sports sedans to go to Tasmania for Race Tasmania, the first round of the Position National Sports Sedan Series.
Built in his own workshop before being moved over here to Australia. 297 kilometres an hour on the approach to the chase. Certainly doesn't lack the horses. Does the Angus Fogg car. No stranger to Mount Panorama. Neither too is Jeff Taunton. Usually would see him in the GT competition.
Well, he was the winner here last year.
Yeah, but decided to defend the crown.
Yeah, but he's doing it in a different car this year. The car that Cameron McLeod drove on the Gold Coast and won all 3 races. First car he's ever driven that he hasn't had ABS.
How's he finding that?
Twitchy.
I bet. Usually would see him in the Bathurst 12 hour, but decided to defend the crown. Watching the ground level into the chase, a breathtaking shot of the cars. Making it what? Pinches the brake going into the chase.
That's what happens when you don't have ABS.
That's true, yes. He's on his first flying lap here.
He's very excited about this car. He's taking it to Race Tasmania. There's quite a few making that trip down there. Unfortunately, some of the big guns in the sports sedan ranks won't be there.
209.5 on his first flying lap, GOB, and that is almost a full second quicker. And it sounds like he's going off into turn number 1. He brake lock up going into Hell Corner.
And only did 280 kilometres an hour at our radar point on the Conrod Straight, which isn't by any means the fastest part of it, but I did notice Mark Duggan in the Aston Martin with a Chev in it did 285, so and 297 from Angus Fogg, just to show you just how quick you can go.
And third position for him straight away in this second qualifying session. Duggan Family Hotels back for the 3rd year in a row sponsoring combined sedans. That was an amazing lap, but they've got to be careful of the 2:09 flat rule.
Correct. And the reason you were right on there, but he managed to pull it up and get it around there because these have great brakes. This car's quite different from the Steve Lacey car, which is further back in the field. It's the number 78, because this car is fully fledged sports sedan. Can't run anywhere else, whereas the Lacey car can run in GTs, can run in the 12 hour if he wants it to. But it has 100 horsepower less engine, smaller wheels, smaller brakes, and everything that they need to have to run in sports cars.
This car was incredible, wasn't it? Cam McLeod's hands at the Gold Coast. When you were seeing the beginning of a very special race car on the streets of the Gold Coast last year. And Taunton is taunting the 209 flat rule. Now let's explain why that's a class rule.
Yeah, that's a rule because we've got cars from different categories. If they went as fast as they could, like a 202 or something like that, half the field would qualify with the 130%
That's
rule.
it.
That's the very reason they do it. Which is a great idea. It gives everyone a run, and all classes get awarded, so they get trophies or whatever as a result of being here.
You remember last year, Brad Sheriff in that amazing Nissan GTR, and that was, if the shackles were released off that car, he'd be the reason why the 202s would be around.
Yeah, lucky it didn't have any more wing on it because it had taken off.
Wow.
He's just built a sports in our space frame with that similar spec engine in it, so that will be the car to beat at Race Tasmania for sure.
Fogg comes through and moves up in a second of that lap now. His best one of the weekend, 210.27, and brings the gap back to less than 7/10 of a second. So it's the top 5 as predicted in the same order as what we saw during qualifying 1.
Yeah, Steve Lacey and Mac Longhurst in that Honda. That's a time attack car. That's probably defying the odds a little bit, just how fast that is. 7 fastest so far. John Ford. Now, this is an interesting car. We're just watching it go through Murray's Corner. It's a TA2 car, would you believe? But it's a TA2 car that ran in Scandinavia, and it runs a LS engine. And it's built by Howe Engineering, but it's a different size configuration. Dimensions are slightly different. Right. It cannot run in TA2 or Trans here in Australia, so run as a sports sedan.
Looks a bit wider from an observation here.
I thought it might have been a bit shorter. I can't remember now. He did tell me.
Does look great.
Does. Something different too.
Absolutely. 8th position for him right now, 221.9. We're still a long way to play out in this session. Jeff Thornton is flying once again, 51.8 to the first sector. So 209.5 has 7/10 back to Angus Fogg. Mark Duggan is also on another quick lap. And Steve Lacey, the man that lives, eats and breathes this category. He's been busy behind the scenes all week. as well as behind the wheel of that 78 machine.
Yeah, just bought that car and did a test day at QR. Found that it was so much different to his Camaro. Not the pace of the Camaro, but certainly a lot newer, obviously, and it would have a lot of refinements in it that the Camaro didn't have. And that Camaro is still on the market if someone wants a front-running sports sedan.
There's a lot of good race cars out for sale at the moment.
There is.
It's a good market.
Interesting to see that there's 2 V8 touring cars in this field as well. The Rob van der Kamp Falcon, which is an ex-WPS supercar that raced in the development series. And of course, we've got the number 14, the Commodore VS that was driven by, V2, I should say. By,
VX even.
VX,
even, yeah.
Steve Owen and James Brock here in the 1000. And this BMW again having problems. You notice it's fire engine red because it's painted in a livery to honour the firemen in Victoria, particularly in the rural areas. And I think it was originally painted just after some fairly devastating fires down there. Looks like it's having a fire of its own right now, though, unfortunately.
What's in the rear of that car?
Yeah, well, that was a car that had a gasket go, a cover cover gasket go in the earlier session, so maybe it's a reoccurrence of that. Probably might be a bit of more pressure on one bank than on the other, and it's blowing out somewhere. His son is actually a first-up winner in XLs this year at City Motorsport Park just 2 weeks ago. Won all races there, so big future for his young bloke.
Now there's a category that's been on the boom here the last couple of years.
Yeah, for sure.
Just insane racing. That's getting worse by the look of it out the final turn.
He'll get a mechanical black flag for that. He got one in the earlier session. Angus Fogg now in the pits with just about 12 minutes to go. There's another one of the Commodores.
That's cut a tyre down on the 43. Lucky's caught that before the chase. It's a high-speed approach for the Mack Trucks entry. So Logan cruising back, looking for a way to get back on without hindering anybody else's laps. In fact, he's going to park it up here.
Well, that might cause a suspension of the session for a little while if he doesn't get it back. Well, he's being smart. Drive it down on the grass so you don't damage the rims, and then just cut across when they give you the OK to do it.
Looking for a spot in traffic, and there he goes. So he zips across back into pit lane. So, what's happening on the way down into the chase? Fastest point of the track. By front, and there's pulled the seal from underneath out. And lucky that car didn't go straight on into the gravel. That could have been a big, big incident.
Well, lucky it didn't happen here, because he wouldn't have been able to make the left-hander at the end there.
So there'll be internal damage to that car more than what we saw originally.
Yeah, inner lining perhaps, and one would suspect it might be too bad, but here comes Mark Tracy again across the top. Yeah, so unfortunately it's getting worse, and it keeps blowing the oil out. There won't be any left at some stage.
Will eventually stop. That's Taunton cruising down towards.
Jeff Taunton's been off the pace in the second half of this lap.
Looks like he's shortcut there at Skyline on our screens as well with that 2:09.5. He was on for another fastest lap the lap prior.
He may have been just getting out of the way of someone coming up behind him, and Tracy's pulled up by the look of it, and there's more problems with that car. So no doubt that will bring out a red flag situation.
It's going across the top of the mountain. The session stays green, but for how much longer we don't know.
Well, it's getting worse and worse, isn't it? I think
that won't be a simple fix this afternoon. It's only a short amount of time, maybe 2 hours before they're back out for their race. They might put that on ice for the night and come back in the morning with the top four in the pits.
That's more like an engine issue than at that stage. And there's another one. Oh, that's Tracy, pulled up there.
It's an awkward one now. I mean, he's off the racing line, but cars can and have made mistakes there. It's a high-speed approach, and that bitumen hardstand was put in several years ago, so 143's now stopped.
One of the Queensland Corvettes that stopped there, and that was the one that had problems. Greg Waters' car had problems in the earlier session. Only did 2 laps.
And they're all dropping here, Gaz. Another one stopped up the top here.
That's Tony Saint, another of the Queenslanders. There must be something about Queenslanders and Bathurst this year.
Not enough humidity, maybe.
Oh, there's plenty around.
Yeah. The 11 has stopped. But the session stays alive. Another one, the Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, another Queenslander, as it turns out. having dramas down the straight. Production car, of course, that's a Tony Levitt car. Luke King's I noticed he's on the cans there this weekend. He co-drives in that car. No doubt they will be appearing at the Easter meeting here in the 6 hour. Red flag is out now.
It's enough cars out there to warrant the red flag now. It'll keep our officials busy for the next few minutes, and they'll get some more laps in here because we're only 14.5 minutes into the session. 14.5 minutes remaining, so time to play out with Taunton at the top. 2:09.5, 7/10 clear of Angus Fogg. Mark Duggan and Cameron, second, third, and fourth. Now Tracy's limping this car back to at least get it to the pits.
Yeah, he probably
back into
coasting
the
it down the hill.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's got enough of a run to get over the couple of humps going down Conrod and getting back to the...
Don't even think it's actually running.
Yeah, I think he's coasting it back.
And he can do that here.
Yeah, well, he not the first.
He got to the top, that's fine. It's a roller coaster down from this point. He'll head back into the pits. So at least 3 cars that we know of have come to a stop. I did see a local yellow here earlier. It might have been behind the Amarok Bridge where that car was parked initially. So Phil make their way back in to pit lane. Shame for Paul Boschert. He was on a good lap as well when that red flag came out back in 6th position.
Yeah, Dodge powered that Corvette.
Is it?
NASCAR Dodge engine. From obviously there's a few left over from the time that Dodge left the series, and
they found a good home.
Yeah, very popular.
Here is Boschert coming in, the Worldcraft Engineering 427. He was briefly in Super 3 competition back in 2021.
He's still got that car, but it's still under repair. But nowhere to race it this year, obviously.
Yeah, this is regular mount as he comes into the Repco pit lane here. Day number 1, Repco Bathurst 12 hour. More practice to come up here this afternoon before we gear up for the big qualifying day tomorrow. And then lights go out 5:45 Sunday morning here at Mount Panorama. It's a really special event, this one, to see the cars take off in the dark with the sun cracking over the Blue Mountains. It really is a special race.
You know, when the interesting part is, the first time you go across the skyline and the sun's actually appeared, it's glare. All you can see is the sun coming at you. Nick Mantikos in the older model Mark II Coyote powered car. That car's been doing quite a bit of, not so much last year, but certainly in years going up to that. He's been racing that car in New South Wales Sports Sedans, and that car, of course, they've replaced his Datsun Turbo that he had before that. Datsun 1600.
It's a big step up, just a tad.
Might have been a bit easier to drive than a turbocharged 1600 Datsun.
Just a bit. Cars heading back into the pits while our Motorsport Australia recovery crew head out and pick up the handful of cars. The Queenslanders have decided to stop during this session. The time continues to count down. We don't pause during our practice sessions or qualifying sessions. It eats into their track time. Car 143, Greg Waters, this 60-year-old from Gympie in Queensland, has made the track down for this weekend. 7-litre, 6-speed sequential gearbox in this car that ran in the States. I mean, it just ticks all the cool boxes.
It just hasn't ticked this weekend.
No.
At this stage, hopefully they might be able to sort out whatever the drama is, and if he's coming from the back in that thing, it'd just be best to get out of the way, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. First race to Corvette here at Bathurst back in 1999 with the great Murray Carter in the GTP3, the old showroom showdown days.
Yeah, remember it well.
Like yesterday, wasn't it? It wasn't. It's 25 years ago.
Yeah, but when you get older, everything feels like it's
on
yesterday.
That subject, what year is this? What trip to Mount Panorama is this?
No.
This will blow your mind, folks. If you don't know Gary O'Brien, he is the encyclopedia, the almanac, the dictionary, the unofficial mayor of Mount Panorama.
No, unofficial is very right. First, I haven't missed a meeting here since 70, mid-70. But I was here for a couple before that. 1966, start and the finish, but I was only yay high. Yeah, so a fair few of them.
Yay high is 3 foot for those who couldn't see the movement in the box. So we're like in the 50s now, trips.
Oh, well, yeah, you'd have to. Yeah, every year, even for the 1000s, it's over 50, so.
It's crazy.
So you include the 24 hours, the 12 hours, the 6 hours, the Touring Car Championship, 2 hill climb championships, and 1 rally sprint.
Do you still get the buzz? I mean, everyone that comes here the
course you
first
do.
time always goes, oh man, this place. Even driving in yesterday, over the hill, come down, you see the Mount Panorama. John Hindhoff sitting next to us on the left-hand side, just nodding his head going, yes, this is exactly the feels we get here. Might put him on the cans for a sec. Yeah. It's an impressive place, isn't it, John?
I've only been coming here for 12 years, 10 races. And people say the same to me. Well, you know, do you not get bored of going to the same places? No names, no pack drill. There are some tracks that I could do without going back to. This is not one of them. Quite simply, you get. I'm talking about it now, and I'm getting.
We're all getting it. Yeah.
But as soon as I get over the top of the mountains, and I normally come up Belzer Line Road, and as soon as I get past Lithgow, and I can get B-Rock 99.3 FM on the radio in the car, I know that, and then the heart rate starts to pick up a little bit.
It's crazy.
And as you arrive at Murray's, which inevitably that's the way we come in, and if you're early enough in the week, I think it is the law that you have to do the 60k an hour lap.
Of course.
Yeah, because you know when else are you going to get to do it? I was a day late last year, and I didn't get to do any laps in the road car at all last year, so I made sure I put that right this year. Exquisite place.
The interesting, apart from the track itself, you know what I really like is that before the start of the 1000, and I know you haven't been to a 1000, but
we're working on that build.
In that build-up, we've got the jet coming over, and as they build up to the start, the cars are out on their formation lap before the start, and there's probably about 7 or 8 helicopters just all over here.
Yeah.
And you just the hairs on your back of your neck. Though I was standing out the front of the balcony in the media centre with Richard Craill last year, and we both went, mate, this is it.
It's pretty special.
It is.
My first 12 hours, 2022, filling in for the big man. What got me was driving into the track at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, and watching the punters walk from the main street over the hill to come in and be part of it, and that special feeling when the cars were making their way out to the grid. Of course, we raced in darkness for a lot longer in that race.
Because of the time, because it was a different time. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, well, a lot of the locals would come to that, watch the start, then go home, go to church, then do whatever sporting stuff they have, and then come back for the afternoon. How good is that?
It's very cool.
Brilliant.
Cars back on the track here with 7 minutes and 45 seconds as we leave Reminiscing Avenue and go back to what's on the track right now.
Yeah, let's get with the program.
Yeah, I've still got the shivers thinking about all that. 7 minutes and 30 seconds with Taunton in the pits, and one wonders, GOB, whether he'll come back out.
I don't think there's any need to. I can't see anyone going quicker than that without probably blowing their time, unless someone can really get it right. And who's there that can do it? Angus Fogg could, Mark Duggan could, Scott Cameron. Steve Lacey's best time was a 16.8, and he did a 19 in the earlier session. So you'd have to say maybe not. Paul Boschert, definitely yes. That car should be as quick as it could get down into the mid noughties, I guess.
Angus Fogg looks quite comfortable down there in the lane, right down the fastback Mustang, the J.A. Russell entry.
Got Brian Gelding working with him this weekend, fellow Kiwi and schoolmate of Kim Richards.
Oh, really? There you go. There's another GOB fact. Ed Creamer out there in the Mitsubishi Evo on his way down towards the final turn to start a flying lap in here. Car 57 on the track, the higher express car. Bit of a late comer to the sport, started at the age of 50, regular in sports sedans over in this part of the world.
Yeah, and that car's a production car, obviously, and he raced with Steve Thompson in a Sydney 300, and the car broke a gearbox on the last lap when leading, would you believe it? And they coasted down to not finish the race because he coasted into the pits instead of going past the start-finish line.
It's got to be heartbreaking.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Steve Thompson was an entry here in his Evo, but couldn't make it for some reason. There goes the Honda Civic at Charlie Curry. We did see that parked at Griffin Bend across the track in a precarious spot, but they've sorted out whatever the drama was, refiring that car, and it's out there now. So that's an improved production car that we often see running around in Sydney IP or at Super TT. And behind him is the Cabbage Brothers BMW M2.
Bit of a warm-up for them for Easter long weekend.
Yeah, no, they won't tell you they're warming up. They're here to race, but they are here warming up.
60-plus cars we're hearing for that event too. Another one that's growing. Nothing like seeing the grid go around Murray's and watching that first lap with the leaders a half-lap mounted straight and the cars back in 50th to 60th are still coming past the commentary box.
The true definition of class competition, isn't it? When we go down to Class E, 4 cars in Class E, which is the best Class E field I think we've seen.
Long time.
They had 2 there last year, and actually they finished on the same lap, would you believe? And I think the position swapped over the second last or last lap of that race last year. So the competition goes all the way down, and that's the good thing about that race, because not only you got your Class X cars out the front, but every class has competition going on. And we've got a repeat of something happening here.
Might have been the Cabbage BMW just raising some dust there on the exit of Hell Corner. So Lacey heading back down Conrod Straight, the only guy in the top 7 out on the track there, with Jeff Taunton holding on the pole position and a second quicker than what he went earlier today. The 209.5 has Lacey enough this car maybe to go up a couple of positions.
Yeah, his new toy that he's hoping that, because it would be a big effort to run this whole category for the whole weekend and then race a car at the same time. But unfortunately, Bronwyn, his partner there in running the whole event, does a lot of the back end stuff, so that always helps out. And Tikos going down the straight there in the Mark car. If we had any Mark 1s here this year, we've often had them. We would have probably had more entries, except that the Vic State race opening rounds on at Sandown this weekend, so the sports events are running down there, so we could possibly add some more if that hadn't have been a clash.
Mentioned this earlier today in commentary, the amount of racing going on, and we've really rebounded in the last couple of years. It's noticeable travelling the country, seeing all this now, and it's a good problem to have. If we don't have every car here, at least they're racing somewhere.
Yeah, but when they want your duties at 2 different places on the same weekend, it makes it a bit difficult.
One of us is bad enough, GOB. We don't need to be cloning. There'd be a lot of people thinking it was bad enough having just me. Down the hill we go, 3 minutes remaining in this second qualifying session. Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans.
Rob van der Kamp coming down through the dipper and down for the S's. An ex-WPS car. Oh, and the Curry car stopped again. This time...
Top of the mountain?
Top of the mountain. I was going to say Rob van der Kamp from South Australia. Apparently people like living over there. It's supposed to have something going for it. And
I'll handle this, Krause. It's all good. Jeez. I'm not going to buy it either.
He actually races an IP car and a historic touring car, both XY Falcons. So he's got 3 cars in the stable and brings this one out to have a play here as a combined sedans.
To make things worse for you, he lives not too far from me as well.
Oh, good.
Down the south coast. Red flag has come out again, so that might be for the Charlie Curry car, and that would be pretty much enough to wrap up the session. And was this going to be an improvement? He's just, he's got to go
once
around.
the red's out, the lap doesn't count anyway.
And he was on for a good one anyway. Curry, that's on the climb up by the look of it.
That's where Kendrick pulled up in the earlier session, wasn't it?
No, it was further up. He was at John Hinksman Vista. This is just before the shelf coming out of the cutting. So he tried his best to at least get off the track.
I think Scaife pulled a car in there one year, didn't he? Backed it into that little thing when it stopped.
There's been quite a few do it over the years.
Longhurst, I think.
In that region.
Yeah.
Neil Crompton did it years ago as well.
Yep.
And that'll wrap up the session with the top 5, top 4, not even bothering to go out for that second part.
Sue Palomero from Western Australia, her husband. 2 of them running here this weekend. She's in the Merc and he's in the Commodore. IP cars from all the way over in Western Australia. They've made a long trek to get over here.
And practice for Palermo as well. They're going to team up in an all-female outfit for Pacini Racing during the 6 hour this year. So for Lacey, he's going to have to settle for 5th position and pole position, going to Jeff Taunton, who found another chunk of time to hold down the pole in car number 1, the car that wrapped up with a clean sweep in Cam McLeod's hands at the Gold Coast last year. 209.5 will be pole position for race number 1 later today.
Yeah, and alongside him, of course, Angus Fogg, and then Mark Duggan on the inside of the 2nd row. Oh, well, we haven't combined the time, so we're not real sure. But out of this session, Duggan 3rd, Cameron in 4th, Lacey 5th, Bosch at 6th, Mark Longhurst in the, Matt Longhurst in the Honda, the fastest chassis car, which is phenomenal in this session. John Ford, Mark Tracy, Rob van der Kamp in 10th. I think it was Waters that popped up in 11th, and then it flicked over to the second half of the grid.
3 pages on there with 42 cars entering for this weekend. Fantastic to see them supporting this year's Repco Bathurst 12 Hour. That'll be the first race later on this afternoon. Jeff Taunton will start from pole. And thanks to Gary O'Brien, he'll be back for that race this afternoon. We'll take a short break. You're watching day number 1, the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour. More still to come.
It is the Repco Bathurst 12 Hours for 2024. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, as it is here at Mount Panorama, coming on to, well, exactly, actually, 2:30 in the afternoon. And this is our third of 4 free practice sessions today. The green light at the end of the pit lane means that we are ready to go. And this is the session where any driver is allowed to go out. We've had our first of what will be 2 bronze driver-only sessions, which obviously precludes everybody going out because not all of the cars have a bronze driver. The full Pro Class cars have, well, actually some of them do have a bronze driver in them, but they're working the rules a little bit, which is something we'll talk about in a moment or two. Valentino Rossi, birthday boy, 45 years fast. Here he is today, and heading out onto the track for WRT. He is in the traditional colours of BMW Motorsport, which, rather like Martini, BMW M stripes, Richard Creel, cannot make a car look worse.
You are accurate in that assessment. John Honoff, good afternoon to you. Hello, everybody. Whether you're here at the circuit, one of the many, many campers around the precinct, or joining us today, a host of school kids got the morning off. That never was ever presented to me in my school days, Garth Tander. Never an option. Would you kids like to go to a racetrack? Nah. Never happened, and I'm still grumpy about it. So lucky kids got to come out here today. There are a heap of them walking around the paddock. It was outstanding. That's the scene in the paddock campground. There they are, look at that, enjoying it. Some of the new shade that's been installed on the pit straight for this year. This is an interesting session. It's another 40-minute session, which in the context of this event is not a long time. The thing to look at for this session is pit lane being a little busier. This is the first, what they define as a hot session, which means teams can go into full race prep mode from a pit stop point of view and actually put fuel in the car. So they can go through the full sequence of tyres, brakes if they want to, and refueling for the first time this weekend. So that is something worth it. Now, what you've just seen there, Garth Tander, jumping out of the seat, is something that I also never got to do. It's a circuit safari.
Oh, my goodness.
So a bunch of very, very lucky VVVIPs and a couple of journalists have been put in a van and are getting the full experience on the outlap of the practice session. This is not a Renegade vehicle on the racetrack. This is absolutely pre-planned, ready to go, course car behind it.
That is potentially a lap record for a Mercedes Sprinter. I'll tell you that much. It's very popular in Japan, in all types of racing. And I remember the first time I saw it in the WEC at Fuji, it completely blew my mind. They're being guarded by a course car here because of the up and down nature and the reduced sight lines at Mount Panorama. At Fuji, it was 4 single-deck 52-seat coaches spread out, and the drivers were told, get as close to them as you can. I kid you not. So we had full Le Mans, GT Le Mans cars, LMP2s and LMP1s cutting through them, and at one of the times we did it, it was wet. It was incredible. That's not been done here before, has it?
No. No, it was done at Sandown a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but not in an active session, though. That was a demonstration session with the safari bus on track in the middle of a demonstration of Nissan cars. It was
that was
at the time.
Nissan, and
but not in a green actual part of the actual race meeting session.
I'll say 2 things about that. 1, event director Shane Rudzis is very persuasive, and 2, race director James Taylor is very forgiving, I think, in terms of allowing it to happen. So those lucky people on that, I couldn't help, we all missed that invite, but anyway.
Yeah, well, we have other things to do.
Oh, but you've got portable gear. Like, there's no reason why we couldn't be set up in the back of that with a bit of Wi-Fi. Anyway, let's get down to business, shall we? The National Storage Racing car run by 888 Race Engineering is driven by Will Brown. There we go. Peels off into pit lane, bounce the thing over the curbs. I'm talking about the Circuit Safari, not Will Brown. And that's now clear of the racetrack.
Well, it is a hot pit lane, Rich, so I'd expect that the Safari bus will come in, refuel, change tyres.
Send it, change guests.
That's very good. Change guests.
Have a passenger change as opposed to a driver change.
Yes, very good. A bit like basketball, 5 off, 5 on, and in that case it's 18 off, 18 on. 6 tyres changed because twin wheel back axle. Now they go again. Oh, that's great. Potential for having some fun with that is almost endless.
Brilliant. And with that, we're already 5 minutes into the session. So we were watching Will Brown, who makes his official racing debut with Triple Eight this weekend. Jump into the supercar with that team next weekend. He's got miles here in GT cars, though, and in a range of different racing cars. So looking forward to seeing what he and Brock Feeney can do in Triple Eight. Jordan Love's behind the wheel of Double Eight, so the team car, the JMR Triple Eight entry. Dries Van Thor behind the wheel of car number 32. We're riding on board with 46, which is driven by Valentino Rossi. We've just come from a chat with the Dr. Garth, and second time here this year. You'll catch that package in our broadcast tomorrow after midday. Looking forward to hearing from him, but what sort of vibe was he giving out?
Really, really positive about coming to Bathurst last year and experiencing the circuit. He knew about the history of the race. He knew it's a very special place to come and race at. He was glowing about the run across the top of the mountain. I asked him, I said, what's your favourite part of the track? As you know, race car drivers always have that favourite bit. And he's mentioned that it was the run from Skyline all the way down to Forest Elbow. He loved that S's, the change of direction. And it's sort of, you know, as he was speaking, I was starting to visualise him changing direction on a MotoGP bike and swinging the thing from side to side. So it was interesting to hear that. He actually did say also he didn't drive in the morning practice sessions that we've had so far, and he will do the entirety of this 40-minute session, this one, so get plenty of miles for Valentino to become comfortable in the car here again for his second attempt at the Bathurst 12-hour. But yeah, loves the place. Can't wait to crack into it. He's basically, in the Italian version of Oz, I just can't wait to have a go.
Yeah, excellent.
Coming down through the BMW ML board, just laying a little bit of Pirelli rubber as he comes out of there in the BMW GT3. Resplendent, of course, with a little bit of Valentino Rossi bright yellow on it, including the number 46. And if you've got the onboards, he's got the 46 bright yellow racing gloves as well.
You don't understand the level of fandom that this guy has until you see the effect in the flesh. It's all well and good to watch MotoGP and see the grandstands at Mugello with the yellow and all of that during his racing career, and even the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And I've not had the fortune of seeing him race a MotoGP bike there. But until you actually see it, and the people in the autograph session that were at the Town to Track yesterday that were there for hours before the cars arrived, and 90% of them were all wearing big 46 T-shirts or big wigs, and they've got the helmets and things like that. It is truly remarkable, the level of fandom that this guy has.
And he understands it, he appreciates it. I mean, we were talking off camera before we started recording the piece earlier, and the first thing he said, he goes, how big's the crowd going to be here this weekend? Really? How big was the crowd last year? And how big is the crowd that you get at the 1,000?
Oh, right.
So he gets it. He understands what that level is. I said, well, mate, I think the crowd we had here last year for the 12-hour was the biggest we've ever had. Yes. And that was all because of you. Yeah. And he just said, he goes, no, it's everyone. It's everyone. I said, well, Valley, with respect, you had a lot to do with it.
And I thought it was because I was back.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah. If he could, you know, he's coming to Le Mans. He was at Le Mans to do the Road to Le Mans race, the warm-up race for the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and that was big. In the main race at Le Mans, there will be grandstands that are all yellow, and it will be absolutely incredible.
Well, it'll be like the MotoGP race there, won't it, when he was at the peak of his two-wheel prowess. Those Road to Le Mans races were completely and utterly balmy last year too. I don't know how he worked his way through those, but he'll be fine for 24 hours now. No problems.
That's a good point, actually. He's already driven the track.
Yeah. So David Reynolds, quickest, with a 2:05.85, as he becomes, for this weekend at least, a factory Mercedes AMG driver, based on the recommendation of Maro Engel, linked up with Mercedes AMG team Gruppe M Racing, who have got an incredible track record in this event. And I have to admit, there was a little surprise, given that team has always come here with 3 internationals. when they entered, and I saw D. Reynolds listed alongside Maro Engel and Philippe Fraga. It's like, well, that's different. It's not bad different, good different. Dave Reynolds' career in Australia has been extremely well documented and extremely successful. I like it. It's going to be a really interesting little combination, those two.
In our track to town that we recorded on, when it was at Thursday, I put that to him, and he was looking resplendent in his full. He was rocking the Mercedes.
The most corporate he's ever looked.
And exactly what I thought. So he's got the Tommy Hilfiger on, he's got the shirt on, he's rocking it there. And I said to him, "You look good in that. You're not giving that back." And he said, "No." And there was some serious chat between him and I about the Nürburgring. No, and he wants to get his permit for the Nürburgring. And I think he's talking to Maro and AMG about that. Some dates for the Nürburgring have now come out for the NLS, the current version of that particular, or the races around the 24-hour race, including a double header on the 6th and 7th of April that will kick the season off, and we'll have coverage as ever for you across RSL in sound and vision leading up to the 24 hours. So that'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. One of two shell-coloured cars in the race, just coming to the end of its lap, and this is the Porsche version of the shell colours down in the final corner at Murray's now. Turns in a little bit of turning oversteer there. Still maybe getting the Pirellis up to temp and pressure. Although I say that with 11.5 minutes into this GT.
Yeah, you would have thought with the track temperature being up that the tyre temp will be fine. It's probably actually going the other way now, John. The tyre is actually going over pressure.
Very good.
And getting some oversteer. We took the onboard shot from Valentino's car in the 46 BMW M4 and had big over rotation in the mid corner at the chase as he tried to flow speed through there. So just an adjustment from the teams and drivers to understand the track conditions, very much the conditions that we expect to have mid-race Sunday afternoon, and this is where you've got to do the grunt work in the race and have the car balance where it's not going to bite you. It's going to have a car that's comfortable and you'll be able to flow it through this section of the circuit. So whilst we're not expecting to see the Hollywood lap times, it's a very important session to make sure you have the car balance that you want.
I know the start is spectacular and I know the finish is exciting, but I love the middle part of this race. I like seeing the race development if we're blessed with long green flag runs where you see the drivers pitting themselves and taking a 10th here, half a 10th there, and all of a sudden two cars that went out together at the start of a stint, there's 20 seconds between them. And I love that part of the race.
It's like, for those who follow cricket, it's day 3 of a test match. You know at the moment they're not smashing
England
it out
test
of the park.
matches are normally over by day 3. We've either won or lost very badly.
You know they're not smashing it out of the park. They're not wickets falling every 5 minutes, but you know what's happening then is vitally important to what happens on day 5, or in this case, in hour 11 to 12.
Yeah.
So Laurent Vanthoor goes fastest at a 2:04.85. Former pole position winner here in the Alan Simonson Pole Award. Was last here in 2020 driving a Porsche with Earl Bamber Motorsport with Earl Bamber and Craig Lowndes. Great to have him back. And for the second time today, the brothers are 1 and 2. This time it's Laurence in front of Dries, but earlier today it was Kelvin in front of Sheldon. I was chatting to Kelvin actually, and he said there's a few people in this field in a little chat group, a WhatsApp group they've got going on. And at one point, 4 members of that group were 1, 2, 3 and 4. And thought the banter was going to be quite good if that continued over the weekend.
Let's bring in Shea Adam for free practice 3. She's down in the pit lane. It's just clouded over a little bit, Shea. How's the temperature going?
Hot. It is very warm down here, and I'm not just saying that because this is a hot session, meaning that you should be in your fire suits if you're going to be in the pit lane because of the live refueling and the tire changes. And I've seen a lot of pit stop practice so far up and down the pit lane. I've made it all the way down to Team 19, so one of our GT4 cars. Usefully, the number is 19. It's easy for us to remember. Wanted to chat with Adam Christodoulou. He's not getting out of the car just quite yet. And the reason I wanted to talk to Adam is because he is a factory Mercedes driver. Well, we don't think about the factory drivers not being in the factory cars, but that is what is in effect happening this weekend. Adam's driving a GT4 car. Well, he's normally the guy that they put in the big GT3 machine, so I wanted to ask him about getting past with all that, but it's going to have to wait at least a couple more minutes. His co-driver, Daniel Bilski, is ready to take over, but just not quite yet.
Steer down there for Christo. There's another man who's expert around the Nürburgring, Nord Schleifer. I will be interested to hear what he's got to say about the MG GT4. There's a fair degree of a consistency between those two cars. There's a couple of ways you can go if you're a manufacturer. You can build your GT4 car and rob a few bits from the GT3s, or you can basically leave your GT4 car close at the stock. Mercedes have decided to build a proper race car, the GT4 spec.
Have you done Nürburgring?
No, I have not been done Nürburgring.
Sounds like a box you need to tick at some point, surely.
Spent many a lap on the simulator around Nürburgring in preparation.
It's even in a street car, a moderate street car, never mind a fast street car. It's an extraordinary place. It really is, and I've been very fortunate to be on manufacturers' days round there, and did a lot with Aston Martin. They let me loose round there, and incredible, absolutely incredible.
Valentino Rossi just jumped to second with that lap, 2 minutes 4.49. That's quicker than he went at any point in practice last year, and 0.8 behind the quickest lap, which is a very, very tasty looking 203.6 set by that 912 Porsche in the Grello colours with Lawrence Vanthoor behind the wheel. That's a great lap from Rossi. Dries Vanthoor
Would have been better as well if it hadn't that moment at the final corner. So, yeah, more potential to come from Rossi.
This new camera angle down at Murray's is great because you see the cars move a bit more from up on high.
The braking zone down there certainly has that high frequency bump in it, and you notice it more in the GT car than you do in the supercar because they're so much more stiffly sprung. And it actually sets the ABS off, so you sort of feel like you've got this really solid brake pedal under you and you're pulling the car up nicely, and then as the wheel unweights, the ABS kicks in, and it feels like it runs the car on. It's almost like you're not going to make it to the corner. And even that shot that we took of Rossi looked like he was going to overrun the corner, and the best thing to do is just get off the brake pedal, throw the thing at the corner and hope that it goes around. So it's not the fastest way to do it, but it does keep you out of the gravel trap.
Yes, very good.
Chris Hazo, these are the bumps that Garth was talking about, just the grid boxes there and all of the exit curb. It's been a good lap for the Audi driver in car 22, which was quickest in the first two sessions. 2:04.5 to go third.
RS1 around the world for your audio. If you're travelling around today, whether you're here in Australia or further afield, and we'll continue with our audio coverage right across the weekend. Given that we've got extra video coverage, I'm sure many of you are tuned in to the stream, but if you do have to travel around, we don't want you distracted when you're driving, or maybe you're somewhere where your bandwidth challenged, then RS1 continues, and we're on FM as well here at the circuit, and that will continue right across the weekend. This early week coverage on the Radio Show Limited Network, brought to you by Ned Australian Whiskey. Coming down to halfway through this session, strikes me, Garth, that these sessions at 40 minutes, you cannot afford to get something wrong, can you?
No.
You really have to get the car rolling out straight away.
40 minutes is not a lot of time. You consider it's 2 minutes for an outlap, 2 minutes to get back to the pit, so there's 4 minutes for a run before you actually do any meaningful lap. So you do a 2-lap run, there's 8 minutes.
Yeah.
So you need to make sure, like you say, that everything goes to plan. Otherwise, if you have an issue like the Audi team did in the bronze session, and you dump time and you dump laps for one of your drivers, you drop so far behind the 8 ball in the early phase of the weekend. So I was actually surprised to see 40-minute practice sessions today, given that we usually have the full 60-minute practice sessions, which will transition to tomorrow morning. But yeah, 40 minutes, it's got to get it done early, that's for sure.
This is the KTM.
Oh, across the metal grate, and a little blow of something out of the Audi engine. KTM running it's the GT2 KTM. There's a number of versions of Austria's finest sports car around, and in terms of race cars, that is the, as I say, the GT2 car, which has got the extra power.
It's a remarkable piece of engineering, and the carbon fibre work that goes into the construction of that thing is just remarkable. The KTM having a serious involvement in the race this year. Last year was a really challenging season of a whole, but this event in particular for David Crampton and Vantage Racing, who owns that car, they basically got a couple of sessions into Friday. They had a massive mechanical failure, pulled the car, went and borrowed the Renter Audi R8 from Troy Russell and MPC, and ended up, they had an unbelievable day in the silver class at the end and got on the podium. But they've come back this year stronger. They've got some factory KTM assistants in that garage as well. The car now being run by Garth Walden Racing, so a really experienced race team looking after it, and they feel like they're in good shape.
And included as well in that is Laura Krahammer, who is the development driver for KTM and is immensely experienced in racing those cars up to and including 24 hours. Did the 24 hours at Barcelona a couple of times, as I remember, on the Creventic calendar, and she's very quick. And I think it's interesting that the factory have loaned her to the team to help them get that car set up. I mean, it's worth the price of admission just to see the cockpit open up, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting dealing with the team and indeed a bit of KTM in the lead up to the race in my role looking after some of the event media, and I was getting emails from lovely marketing and media person at KTM.
Laura Graham.
The same.
Yeah.
Exactly right. So it's great. Double duties. Great to see them here, and I hope for David's sake, because he's invested a lot of his own personal time and resource into that program, to have that car here. And it's been so popular because it's so wildly different to anything we've seen in the marketplace here. You really want him to be successful with it, and I'm thrilled that KTM's got on board with that program and are helping him out as much as possible. As Chris Haase just straightens the exit of Murray's, looks like he's just starting a push lap in car number 22, already 2:04.5. This vastly experienced German. Got plenty of laps in Audi R8s here. Remarkably, he's had no luck in racing situations at this place. He's probably the most experienced guy without jagging anything remotely close to a podium in Bathurst 12 hour that we've had, but he's properly experienced here. You would have worked with him at MPC.
Yeah, a lot of years working with Haase, and he's a ripping teammate, a really, really nice guy, really quiet and unassuming. You think he's an accountant when you spend any time with him. But you put him behind the wheel of a Audi R8 and he turns into an animal. So affectionately known as Rabbit, given that's the German pronunciation. Well, that's the German word for Haase, is the German word for rabbit. So here in Australia, his nickname's Rabbit. And he backed off at the start of this lap. We're on board. He sort of backed up to try and get some track position. And he, honestly, of all the teammates I've had here in the Audi, he is the fastest across.
Really?
Yeah. Just so smooth. He's going to get held up on this one. But just so smooth across the top and carries so much speed. So all that work that Haase did at the start of the lap to get some track positions all gone now. And you see there, even Christopher giving the Vortex plenty of room, not wanting to get tied up with anything on a Friday afternoon and create any damage to the car.
And the scraping that you heard was the bottom of the car, clearly audible as he was coming through and dropping off the top of Skyline before he caught that Vortex.
Those Audis across the top are a sight to behold, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in quality trim again. We all talk about the Pirelli shootout last year and that incredible lap, 2 minutes .8819 set by Maro Engel. Maro pulled all of that time in the middle sector on his lap. Jules Gounon was actually quicker in the final third of the lap, but he wasn't the quickest person across the top of the mountain in qualifying last year. It was Chaz Mostert in the R8. 30.7 seconds from the cutting to the exit of the elbow, which makes it the quickest middle sector in anything that's ever happened here officially. So watch out in qualifying. That's where the R8s will make their time when we get to shootout time tomorrow afternoon. And indeed, those two sessions, so qualifying simplified this year, which I think is great news for everybody, because it was ice cream headache stuff last season. It was an aggregate lap time, and we were doing maths on the run, which is never a good thing to do when you're trying to talk to a television. This year, practice 6 sets the top 50% and the bottom 50% for qualifying. Simple as that. top 10 cars then progress to the shootout in the afternoon, which, as it has been for a couple of years, will be the bottom 5 and then the top. So we'll get a really good read on that. That fastest 50% of qualifying, so there'll be 15 cars. Any one of those will be able to make the top 10, and most of them will sit in the top 10 at some point at the end of that session. And that battle to be bumped out is going to be thrilling.
The bump number will be fascinating to watch as that session progresses to make the top 10. So 15 cars in the top 50% narrowed down to the top 10 for the shootout. So that bump number will become very tight, and there's quite honestly there'll be potential for 2 or 3 cars to be in as they cross the line, only to be bumped out as the rest of the cars come around. So
Tom Randall just taking out the 222 AMG, running as it has been for a few years now to raise funds and, more importantly, to raise awareness for prostate cancer. And a fine effort that's been over the last few years to get the information out there. And it's not just about Australia, it is a global campaign.
You'd not met Tom before Thursday. Big fan of yours.
He's listened to a lot of our stuff quite clearly,
He's a ripping young bloke.
He's top guy.
He was on the podium at the Repco Supercars Championship at the Bend last year, and I've never seen a media centre so excited for a driver to come in for a long time, because it was a fresh face, but he's a really engaging young guy, speaks brilliantly. He'll end up taking our jobs at some point in the future, I've got no doubt. Very switched on, completely living the dream as well, and has been through a lot personally to get to this point too, both from a career and a health point of view. So yeah, it's a ripping story. And this car, Scott Taylor Motorsport, and full credit to Scott, they've run as a Pro-Am combination for the last couple of years, as you say, raising money. Scott said, no, do you know what? I'm not keen on driving this year, but I'm going to run my car, and I'm going to run it as a pro car. I want to try and win this race. And if you cast your mind back, John Honda, you were there, you were driving, 2017, the race was won by a Ferrari, car that was leading a good chunk of that race in the end. Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG GT3. Ended up parked against the fence at the top of the mountain, and there was some door slamming in pit lane and some words exchanged, but he's been in this position before. He really wants to win this race. So Tom Randall, Cameron Waters, teammates at Tickford Racing, and one C. Lowndes driving that car as well.
Shea Adam is down in the pit lane for us this afternoon.
With someone else who really wants to win this race, Lawrence Vantor, back to the mountain and back to the top of the charts. What is it about this track that you love and it keeps drawing you back?
I mean, it's one of the most amazing places on the world to drive a race car. I mean, if you have this, you have the Nürburgring, the big one, Macau. Those are all tracks where when you go out, you start to sweat a bit and you get a bit nervous when you start to push. And sometimes you're happy to box. And I haven't won this one yet. I've been close, but it's missing. And yeah, due to COVID, I wasn't here a couple of years, so I'm happy to be back. And hopefully we can get that winner's trophy.
You've been driving the prototype, the 963. How difficult is it to switch back and forth into the GT car?
It's okay. I mean, you need a couple of laps, yeah, for sure. But I know it well from the past. I think that helps. If it will be a new car for you, that will probably be different. And but yeah, I enjoy driving both, to be honest. So although a 963 around this track would be pretty cool as well, I think. But it's not that big of an issue to change it.
Critically, you've already gotten a win in the new spec car in a 12-hour race, doing it at Sebring last year. How similar do you think the car is with the setup and the progression that you've had over almost a year of development to the car you had at Sebring?
I think it's quite different because obviously Ima Manthey, they did a lot of work last year and had a lot of success in DTM and got to know the car a lot better. Back then it was pretty much a new car. So I think they're quite sorted. Let's see if it's enough.
Guys, you talk about great race winners. Lawrence Vantor has won just about everything. As you mentioned, he's still missing Bathurst. Good luck getting that this year.
And he will not.
I'll do my best.
He will not rest till he gets it. A 963 around here.
Please.
It's nonsense.
No, it's not.
It's so, those cars are so big. They really are.
We're not going to race them around here, John. We just want them to do some laps.
Oh, okay. So I thought you were suggesting we could have a round of WEC round here.
Well, now you mention it.
Well, I know that Tom Moore of Porsche Motorsport North America is tuned in, one of his favourite races. Tom, thanks for the comments on the earlier session. You can work on Mr. Penske for us then to see if we can get... Actually, I'll probably have a word with the guys at Jota. They would certainly come down and do that.
Absolutely.
Because you know what they're like.
They'd be all about it.
And while we're talking about manufacturers, there's already been a couple of sightings of some Multimatic personnel in the paddock, linked with the 963 because they build a chassis, and that chassis is now available for other manufacturers as well, in terms of the top class, which is very interesting. But of course, I think they're pretty much with their Ford hats in their back pocket, at least if they're not wearing them. And Scott Bartlett from Ford Motorsport in the US is tuned in. Hello, Mr. B. I hope you're enjoying what we're sending out to the world, and would like to see you here next year. It's up at the cutting.
Young Turkish driver who comes out of Porsche Racing has backed the car up to the Audi Sport cutting and just kept it out of the wall.
Is he practicing the wall ride? It's the tunes at Daytona this weekend. And the 500. Is he practicing the wall ride for the last lap pass?
Oh, wow. It's his first time at Mount Panorama, but he's a hugely experienced guy. One mate Porsche Racing, especially multiple champion in one mate categories, and he's been in Super Cup for a long time as well. Just shifted to GT racing in recent years. There's a couple going on. There is a point I want to make about Lawrence Vanthoor as well, but Kelvin van der Linde predictably on a really good lap. This is it again, Gar.
Oh, lost the rear.
He hit the wall.
No, he didn't, but that's... Here we go.
Lost on the down change.
Lost the rear. That screams to me of a driver that's looked at some data of another driver and gone, yeah, well, if he can get around that flat, so can I. Maybe just need to work up to that a little bit more.
Great in the engineering meeting, not quite so much in reality. Lawrence Vanthoor, the two things with him. The Audi one year, they were significantly down on straight line speed, and his solution to that was just drive harder across the top. And there was one moment where he had the thing on the rack stops at McPhillamy Park, full sideways. The other one was the end of the 2015 race, the Phoenix Racing Audi, where his solution to try and get himself onto the podium, having spent 10 laps bottled up behind a freight train of cars and not been able to pass, was just his barrel around the outside at the elbow. It was that battle with Stefan Mucker at the end of that remarkable race. And Matt Bell in the Bentley. I think he was sick of the Bentley blocking, so he just went utter commitment, fearless driving. And the Belgian, who makes his 7th 12-hour start this year, it's great to have him back and great to hear his passion for it.
Tidy entry into the pit lane by Valentino Rossi in the BMW M3. And no point in toodling into the pit scarf at this point of the week. You've got to find out how much time you can make up there.
Yeah, I mean, we spend a lot of time tuning race cars, looking for tenths of seconds, and there's a huge chunk of time that can be made up on pit entry, particularly here at Bathurst with that entry road and the chicanes coming in. So every time you come into pit lane, the engineers measure your time that it takes you to go from full speed down to 40k an hour. They look at your braking point when you come into the actual pit lane, and they make sure that you don't drop too far under 40 kilometres an hour, and all that's produced in a document that will be talked about tonight in the debrief. So as a driver, you get given a report of how your entry was, how you slowed it down to the 40k an hour sign, and then even then, as you're pulling into the pit box, how quickly or how deep you go into the box and how quickly you can pull the car from 40k to 0 in the pit box. So continually working on that. There's no point having the fastest race car if you're giving up 2 or 3 seconds every pit stop.
The great exponent of that going down through the years was Michael Schumacher.
Yeah.
He was incredible on the in and out lap. And coming into the pits, he would practice relentlessly in the early parts of the week. If he trashed a set of tyres doing it, well, so be it.
There's a lot of cool things to watch in motorsport, but watching an F1 car attack the speed limit line, just using every, the most high-performing racing cars in the world in every aspect, watching them use everything they've got to go from a million miles an hour to 60 or 40 or whatever it might be at the various tracks is pretty special. So Kelvin van der Linde pounding round, the 27-year-old South African, still 4th at the moment, but still the quickest driver overall today. The only driver into the 2s so far, since 4th. This is the KFC Audi, the sister car with Marcus Winkelhock behind the wheel. He's just punched out a 2:04.6 to go 7th quickest, and great to see that car running well after some sensor issues in practice 2 earlier this morning.
Just looking at the 992 Porsches grinding the hill through, cutting there and heading up to the top of the mountain. These cars are getting bigger and wider, aren't they? Yeah. They can't get much bigger. They really cannot get much bigger. It's never been easy to pass here. But watching the combined saloons earlier on in an old E30 BMW going around, it's about 2/3 of the width of these cars. These are big old beasts to be throwing around, but my goodness, they're spectacular.
A lot of chat in the paddock between practice sessions where the Porsches look like the ones with the most potential at the moment. So a lot of the rival manufacturers are all looking towards Porsche as being the mark to keep an eye on over the course of the 12 hours.
That is a new car this year for this race.
To this event,
yeah.
So even the previous generation car, the Pro-Am car, is looking very, very strong. And this one, Harry King, aboard that at the moment, who turned up at Bathurst last year in the Carrera Cup race, never seen the joint before, and went on to win. Clean swept the weekend,
That's
didn't he,
Harry.
Rich?
Did, yeah. That's Harry.
And at the time, I thought, that's strange. Why would you come down just to do a Carrera Cup race? And then you see the entry list for this weekend and you go, that makes a bit more sense.
Let's head back to Shea, Adam. We've got just under 4 minutes to go before the checkers come out on FP3. Where have you made your way down to now, Shea?
I came back down to Team 19 to grab a word with Adam Christodoulou, and in doing so, I actually noticed something interesting because Valentino Rossi was practicing coming into the pits. Now, this wasn't a practice pit stop. This was an opportunity for the team to time the distance between coming into the pit lane, triggering the pit in, and then how long it takes to trundle down at the pit lane speed limit to get to the pit exit, because there is a minimum mandated time for the event this year. That's something else that we've got to talk about. We keep flatching up these things that we have to talk about as the sessions go on. Let me see if I can jump in with Adam. Hello, my friend. I last saw you on the other side of the world. Welcome to Mount Panorama. How are you finding it in a GT4 car?
Yeah, fun. It's been a few years since I've been here. So last time I was here was in 16, and it's great to be back. It's been a while, and I tell you, it's still as scary as I remember it at the top of the mountain. But no, I'm just really happy to be here, and so far so good. Everything's going well. We're just working, like I guess everyone, on setup. I think the track's going to come towards the cars, and we should start to get quicker. But yeah, it feels like home back in GT4.
Well, yeah, and I mean, the Team 19 entry is only one of 4 GT4 cars, so on paper, good odds for a podium. But you do have a lot of work to do, and you've got a lot of cars that are going to be passing you. So how does your GT3 expertise help with that and allowing cars to get by when you want them to?
It's going to be difficult because, like, once you're up in the mountain, like, realistically, there's almost one lane all the way through there, and those GT3 drivers, speaking from my own experience, of course, they will do anything to get past without losing any time. And so I remember last time I was here, like, it's super difficult through the top, and some of them are super aggressive, but it's one of those you got to keep one eye on the mirror at all times, and obviously when they are behind you, you just got to push as fast as you can so you don't hold them up. But I guess it's going to be the same for everyone. They're always going to want to overtake as they come over the brow, because of course the next 4 or 5 corners you can't do a thing, and that's, for them, it's frustrating. It's the same for us at the Nürburgring. Like this, it's like an intense part of the Nürburgring. So and we have it there where you're just trying to thread your way through as smoothly as possible.
Genuine question though, does it help that you have so many friends wearing the exact same logo in those faster cars? They might give you a bit more space, whereas perhaps some of the other brands wouldn't.
I've got a feeling, if anything, they'll be screaming louder for us to get out of the way. Because for us, the thing is, like, we're obviously just going flat out all the time, and it's them that will be holding up, if anything. And so it's one of those where we're all fighting our own race, and it's damage limitation with time lost at the top of the hill.
You had terrible travel getting to Daytona. Did you make it here okay?
Oh, here was a lot easier. So, yeah, Daytona was a nightmare. It took me, I had 4 cancelled flights, and then I missed one due to a delay. And it was meant to be 1 stopover in Frankfurt, because I was on holiday at the time in India, and then straight to Miami. And it turned into, I took 5 flights in the end, and then on the way back it was a lot easier. So actually, I don't have any jet lag because I ended up in Sri Lanka 2 weeks ago, and then I went to Bali last week, and I've come over to Sydney now because I knew I was coming in this direction, so I was like, well, I may as well enjoy the travel. It's freezing at home right now, so yeah, make the best of it.
Good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Rough life, isn't it, John?
Oh, yeah. When I grew up, I want to be Adam Christodoulou. More Porsche sideways action, Garth Tander. Spookily similar to what we saw earlier on, even though that was a 991 rather than a 992.
Yeah, and they're seeing it even again there from the BMW as well. So with these higher track temperatures and the ambient temperature being much higher, the cars are all trending towards oversteer, which at this stage of the weekend's not so bad, because as the track rubbers in, the cars hook up, and we heard from Adam there saying, oh, we feel like the track's going to come to us. And that's what they mean when the track rubbers in and it gets more grip in it. The cars tend to generate more rear grip. So at this stage of the weekend, you've got a car that's a little bit taily. It's not the end of the world. You don't want it a whole lot more taily than it was for Joel Eriksson, though, in that we saw at the end of that interview with Shea. But another Porsche now makes its way towards the top half of the top 10. So there's 3 Porsches here this weekend, and they're all in the top 8. So
that's a good luck from Eriksson too. First time here and first time for Phantom Global Racing making their debut, operating out of China, but the race team being run by Timo Bernhard's Team 75, which is an awesome race team out of Europe. So it's a real international operation. I saw Alex Shibbo, who's the head of Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific here. Barry Hay, the head of Porsche Motorsport Australia, is here as well. So Stuttgart are very keen to win at Mount Panorama again. Hence the Manthey EMA partnership with 2 cars and having Phantom Global here. And we mentioned earlier today, if you weren't with us, Taiwanese team Hub Auto, unfortunately not being able to make it, some massive shipping difficulties. They got so close to getting a replacement car here. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it, but they'll be back. Still a strong 3-car attack.
We had Alex Shibbo, he was here at Bathurst, but ringing the Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday when Krilsey and I were doing it from the press room. He is absolutely on fire for this race. Head of Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. They've done such a lot to develop talent in that region, particularly through the troubled times where the world was shut down. They kept racing, and Porsche Carrera Cup Asia Pacific this year looking absolutely stacked with talent.
They've got 3 genuine chances, and in fact, the Pro-Am car, which is the older model car, I went through and did some real geek balance of performance notes on that, and it's almost exactly the same spec as last year. So the performance of that car, in theory, shouldn't be any different to what it was, getting the new tyre right aside, than it was. That's the Shell V-Power car we're talking about last year. It's a car that finished second outright. It did ones in the final stanza of the race. It is a very good race car, and with someone like Harry King behind the wheel, you mentioned his success in Carrera Cup, again, you get that car as a Pro-Am car, you get them to the end, and that battle for the win at the end of the race on the lead lap, they are as good a shot as anybody else. But it will be their teammate, the Grello Manthey EMA Porsche, that ends up on top at the end of a very rapid practice session here at Mount Panorama for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour practice number 3 complete. And into the 3s again in that session for Laurens Vanthoor it was, who did the time. Brock Feeney and Will Brown in the end for National Storage Racing. The 888 car popped up to 2nd. Porsche in 3rd. Eriksson did the lap there. Valentino Rossi's time from early on. Stewart P4 for the Doctor, the birthday boy as well. Maro Engel for Gruppe M popping up there as well. So the blue numbers on this timing screen donate silver class entries. So the Konduras brothers with Davey Russell and former race winner Jono Webb in 13th. Heart of Racing by SBS on top in Pro-Am. Good performance by them. And then the invitational class with the pink numbers all the way down to the Ginetta that rounded out the 30 cars that started the day and that remain with us as we go back and have a look at some highlights of the 3rd practice session and what's been a quick fire day of action in short, sharp, punchy practice sessions at Mount Panorama.
And as we were talking about early on, you want to get your drivers settled, you want to get them into the groove. Maro Engel doesn't need much teaching about how to go around here, but even that, you want to get a couple of laps under your wheels, get some Ks under your wheels, Garth, and feel like you're part of the event. You've done all the PR stuff leading up to this.
Yeah, you just want to get some laps in today, some good, solid, clean laps, so that when you're going through the data tonight, going through the vision and you lay your head on the pillow to go to bed, you can just have a bit of a clearer understanding of what lays ahead of you tomorrow when it starts to get a little bit more serious. So for drivers like Mauro Engel, who we know is going to be fast tomorrow when it really, really matters, it's just a matter of just preloading a little bit of information as a race car driver. So the rest of the teams that have got combinations here with, you know, drivers that are here for the first time, for example, that they are a platinum or a marquee driver, they need to find the limits exactly like what we saw here with the Mente EMA Porsche, just looking for the limit, maybe just stepping over a little bit there on the entry to the cutting and getting away with it. So it's just building that database today, not doing anything silly. Still continue to now go 3 sessions in with no red flags, no real incidents to speak of.
He said it, not me.
Touch wood, boys. So far, so good.
Yeah, Chan Guven, totally broadside, going up into the cutting and just staying out of the wall. He'd have made himself a bit unpopular if he'd clipped that, but he survives, no harm, no foul. Doesn't get away with it because we've got video today and everybody saw what happened. Bit of a storm front heading this way. We'll keep you appraised of that as we go through the afternoon. One more 40-minute session to come this Fast Friday in our early week coverage with Ned Australian Whiskey on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and video channels. That will be bronze drivers back in the cars. So a slightly reduced number of cars out on track, giving them the opportunity to fine-tune themselves and maybe just peak their performance and, more importantly, their confidence as we go into Saturday. Just trailing ahead a little bit for Saturday. The 2 Saturday morning sessions, again, we'll have those on the World Feed stream and here in Australia before we start our network television coverage at midday Bathurst time here on Saturday. So plenty to look forward to. We are going to step away for a moment or two and start scratching our heads and crunching some numbers and working out where the advantage, if there are advantages to be had, try and work out where they are as we continue with our Friday coverage here at Mount Panorama Bathurst for the 2024 Repco Bathurst 12 hours. See you soon.
Dark clouds in the distance as the Group S cars make their way across Mount Panorama on their formation lap for race number 1, their first race of the weekend here at the Repco Bathurst 12-hour for 2024. And a massive field, 36 cars went through qualifying. Matt Nolte, and past his audition this morning, Alex Webster from Porsche Cars Australia. Welcome back to you. What a field of cars.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Good to be back in the chair. I didn't know if I was going to get another Guernsey, so I've got my all plates off now, I guess you can call it that. Yeah, look, great bunch of cars here within Group S. Everything, we've mixed it up a little bit, though. We've reversed the top 10 from qualifying, so let's see if everyone behaves and we can get through the first couple of corners, but that rain looks ominous.
Terry Lawler, who was quick in qualifying earlier today, will start from 10. And in fact, that 10th position changed twice after the checkered flag during qualifying earlier today.
It did, yeah. Ross Jackson was actually in 10th, and then Tom Walstab in the 928, who's starting off 3rd. He put in a cracker of a last lap, finally got a clean lap, as he told me afterwards, and put it into 8th, so he starts on 3rd. But Andrew Whiteside on pole in the 911, followed by Michael McElligott in the Datsun 280.
So down the field, Jeff Morgan and Terry Lawler, they were the 1st and 2nd from earlier today, so expect them to charge with a big gap between the 1st and 10th cars. Ross Jackson, James Calvert-Jones starts at a 13, Graham Goldson out of 15, back to Doug Selwood starting with Hugh Harrison in 10th row.
Yeah, and as we work back, we've got a couple more Alphas. Datsuns, a great mix. You've got a Porsche 928 there in Timmy Linus, another Alpha of Matt McGrath, Richard Easton, a 911, Richard Rose in an MGB. It all keeps going. And then the final one that comes up the back of the field is a Ferrari. So Philip Powell and his 308.
In the low 3 minutes laps there before. So lap traffic should play a part here pretty quickly in this race. A timed race, not a lap distance.
Yeah, correct. So, look, we'll probably see somewhere around about 8 laps, maybe a couple of more. It really depends on how quickly they get formed up here, and because that is eating into their time.
They make their way down towards the starting grid right now. First of 3 races for the weekend, and they're looking down this straight, and you can see the massive black clouds that have formed in the last hour. It's meant to be cruising around us, but you just never know at this place. We started with wet conditions earlier this morning. There it is. If you're watching the stream at home or across the world, fans of the track here, of which there's quite a good crowd here for a Friday. It's nice to see out in the paddock. The paddock was very busy.
It was, and even up into the supporters paddock or the support categories, we've been seeing lots of people, lots of school kids out there. We've been giving away lots of stickers, and great to see the enthusiasm for the weekend.
Strapped themselves in for 3 big days. Of course, another practice session to come up later today for the big 12-hour qualifying tomorrow, and of course the big one from 5:45 local time here on Sunday morning, the Bathurst 12-hour. Final few cars locking into position for race number 1 here. Mixture of Porsches. We got Shelby Mustangs, MGs, Alfa Romeos, Datsuns. Think of it, it's in this field.
Pretty much.
Back of the field we go, waiting for the green flag to wave. Solid fields across our 2 supported categories. Combined sedans will be out after this with 42 cars that went through qualifying earlier today. Waiting for the green flag to wave, and watch the front row and watch the 5th row. Race 1, Group S is underway.
All right, and look, David Caneen up on the grass on the left-hand side there. He's managed to get past Michael McElligott. Now, Andrew Whiteside is going to get squeezed out, so he is 2nd going into turn 1. Look for the green 911 of Jeff Morgan and also the Shelby of Terry Lawler. They'll start to catch up going up Mountain Straight.
The field outside that 10, just told to behave and watch the cars around them. There's a big disparity in speeds and lap times. It looks like everybody's made it through. Some 3 wide action.
Oh, nice and close there with Peter Boylan and Graham Goldson got a little bit too close for comfort there, but you can sort of see that the bunch of front cars have sort of gapped the rest, and we'll see how it goes going up Mountain Straight, up through here, up towards the cutting. Tom Walstab on the inside of Andy Purvis, and then the V8 will start to get cranking up the hill, but then watch over the top. The little Alpha of Spencer Rice, watch out for him. He's just been passed by Jeff Morgan, but watch out for him over the top. He'll start to catch up again.
A graphic illustration then of how narrow Mountain Straight is. It looks wider on the TV. You put 2 or 3 wide. That shows you how narrow this course is.
And I can tell you, sitting in the car, it feels even smaller, Matt. It really does feel like it's coming in on you when you've got more than one car that you have to navigate through. David Caneen out front at the moment. I think that's the first time that David would have actually led a race outright, and he's leading at Bathurst. How cool's that?
Jeff Morgan's already up into 6th position from the 5th row of the grid. Terry Lawler has only made up the 1 spot as the rest of the field make their way across the top of Mount Panorama. And it's an eerie sight, isn't it, as they burst through Brock's skyline and down the hill here for the first time. A long way to play out with just over 20 minutes of racing as the field make their way down into the Repco Dipper.
You can see Doug Barber there in the 911. He was up all night thinking of his race number, that's right. Here he is coming into Forest Elbow. Oh, and we've got a turn. Tony Kay has been turned around. He's just been tagged. That's unfortunate. Hopefully he can get out of there and back on track.
Crease to the front right of that car, so contact with another competitor or the wall on the way down.
Which we really don't like to see, so that's unfortunate. It's a difficult part of the circuit coming up over Skyline, and that's unfortunate that's happened.
Here comes Doug Barber in the 911 Porsche side by side. Down Conrod Straight is a sea of Porsches in this mix. They make their way down into the chase of the Pirelli Speed Cam.
Listen to that sound.
120 k's an hour through there still.
Yeah, look, it's amazing what some of these cars will do, especially watch for Terry Lawler in his Shelby. When he really gets to open the taps, when he's got a clear track in front of him, you'll see some pretty reasonable numbers for a car that was built in 1966.
Wayne Potts in the middle of that shot there too, the Datsun 280Z that was in the dramas earlier today during the first qualifying session. Parks it down the middle here from this new camera angle into the final turn, a complete lap number 1 of Group S as part of the Repco Bathurst 12-hour weekend.
And you can see Whiteside, who started actually in second, on pole, is still holding on to second place in front of Barber just there. So he's doing a great job to hang on there. But you'll see Jeff Morgan, lights ablaze. He's going to be charging up Mountain Straight to catch. And the guy who started on second, which was the orange Datsun, he's down into 6th. Lawler's going to get him for sure going up Mountain Straight.
So Whiteside, who's ran a brand new engine for this weekend, should have an extra few legs around this Mount Panorama course. He's losing position here as they make their way up into Griffins. That's the 41 of Morgan now charging through the field from the 5th row. But our leader has pulled away to nearly 4.5 seconds.
He has. Maybe he was sandbagging in qualifying. Who knows? Maybe he was really trying to manage that result to be up further. But you've got the 3 Porsches there together, Doug Barber, Jeff Morgan, as well as Andrew Whiteside. The difference between those cars, they all look the same, but actually the car of Jeff Morgan's is a 2.7 litre versus 3 litres across the rest. And anyway, for those that are Porsche files, they'll know that that's actually the same engine and gearbox out of the famous 73 RS. So it's a mechanical fuel injected engine compared to K-Jet in the other 3 litres.
Morgan, who was a regular in the Australian Porsche Cup back in the 90s, still loving his time now, some 25, 30 years later. He makes up another position now, heading down the hill through the S's and into the Repco Dipper. So now he has clear track and the fastest on the circuit now as he goes after Canine. This gap continues to extend out to nearly 5 seconds.
Now watch for Terry Lawler. He's stuck at the moment. He's just about to take Wayne Potts in the 280Z. But then coming down Conrod, he will certainly start to make some time up. In fact, he's just gone past Wayne Potts. He's 1.5 seconds behind that of Whiteside, but he'll start to close in now, heading towards the front of the field. Back a little bit further, Andy Purvis has got back to 7th. McElligott, who started in seconds now, back to 8th. Calvert Jones is 9th. Spencer Rice in the Alpha back to 10th, and Tom Wallstadt, who was 3rd, is back to 11th. With Joe Collegia, who started out at 14th, is now up to 12th.
Didn't really show the speed or potential of that car early today in qualifying, did he?
No, look, Joe said he was a bit nervous this morning going out. It had been 3 or 4 years since he was back, and he was a bit of a moving chicane, I think, over the top for a few of the guys. But, of course, down the straight, that thing has got a huge amount of mumbo. And with the side pipes, when you do go past it, it's almost like it pushes you off the track.
Tom Wallstadt making the move here in the number 3 928 Porsche, the late 70s edition, and he might lose this spot. It's a classic move down here. If you go too far in, it allows the overlap coming up pit straight, and he's going to lose that position. So this battle continues, which it's done since the top of the mountain. He holds on, nicely done.
Yeah, Tommy's known for being sideways. His nickname is Sideways. He's doing all right, but Spencer Rice in that 2-litre Alpha GTV, it's certainly going really well, even up compared to the 4.5-litre of the 928.
Terry Lawler, the quickest on the track now, with a 2:40.1. Replay the start.
Yeah, replay the start. You can see the cars going everywhere, especially the 911s that get a great start with their engine hanging over the rear wheels. And then you can see Andy Purvis got maybe missed a gear because he fell back, the yellow car with the lights on, and Ross Jackson in the Pantera managed to get up alongside.
And this is what happened to Tony Karafalowski. So the 55 was cruising away from that scene. There's debris coming down the track.
Yeah, you can see the Alpha badge, actually, the grill bouncing down the road there, but it looks like two Alphas have come together. Doug Selwood, I think that was, and Tony Kay coming together, which is a shame. We don't like to see that. And then Jeff put a great move here coming into Skyline. I think Doug was very generous, gave him a bit of room, knowing he's actually faster, and let him get past and clear off and maybe get a tow.
Well done. Meantime, that's been going on. Terry Lawler has gone up into second position. So we head down into the dipper, and there he is from 10th on the grid and flying once again, the fastest first sector of the race. Gap is down to 1.5 seconds as conditions continue to darken here at Mount Panorama on Friday afternoon, and a long way to play out, some 14 minutes and 45 seconds of racing. This is race 1 of Group S.
Now you'll see is David Caneen. He's in the 911 at the front with the martini stripes. Now just watch for the horsepower of the Shelby. It is absolutely motoring, probably hitting close to 7,500 RPM and screaming. Just listen to this coming through the chase.
And to the lead. Yeah, just a lazy 45k now speed difference between the two there on Conrod Straight. So Lawler, who was great in qualifying and practice earlier today, goes to the front. Now, the twist with this is we reverse the top 10 once again for race number 2.
Hey, we've got to spice it up a bit. If the weather's not playing, we've got to spice the grid up, hey? So that's right, from qualifying, we swap the top 10, and the finishing result from race 1 will do exactly the same. We'll swap that again for race 2. But for race 3, for tomorrow afternoon, we'll be back to what they were in qualifying. So Terry will be back on pole.
3 to 1. Another lap here, clean affair so far, except for the Tony Karafalowski incident. He's gone back into the pits and has been for the better part of 5 minutes. Here's Wayne Potts, who parked the car earlier today during practice. He runs back in 5th position. Purvis is next, then Whiteside. McKelligan in 8th, Calvert Jones in 9th, and Tom Wilson's in 10.
There we go.
There.
Putting a little bit of a wheel on the dirt on the exit of turn 1 there. And anyway, you'll need all of that because, as you'll see, Spencer Rice in the Alpha, he is super quick over the top, so Tom's going to have his mirrors full of an Alpha, that's for sure.
A mistake at the Hell Corner, you get punished all the way up Mountain Straight. You need all the speed and the exit out of that turn to get up to Griffins here as they start another lap.
You can see Joe Collegiate just sneaking up behind in the red Corvette. Not hard to miss with the big gaping hole in the bonnet, but he's got 427 cubic inches, which is great on the 3 straights, but it's a bit of a handful going up over the top, so you'll see that he'll fall back a little bit in this section and make it back up by the time we get to Hell Corner again.
I guess now with Lawler to the front, he's 2.5 seconds up the road already. His lap time today qualifying was 2:32.8. Everybody else around him was 2:35 or slower, so it's going to be who finishes 2nd and 3rd.
Exactly, and look, this is going to be a great battle here between Wolstad and Spencer Rice, because whoever finishes 10th is going to be on pole for the next race. So if you miss out, you're actually going to be starting 11th. So there's a massive amount to be gained between just those two guys in those two positions fighting for it. So look out for that one.
They got a bit of a margin back to Collegia at the moment, some 5 seconds. Jackson, Baker and Harrison back to 15th position.
Yeah, you've got the 3 V8s there. Joe Collegia, Ross Jackson in the Di Tommaso, David Baker in the open top Corvette, followed by Hugh Harrison in his Alpha, Warren Hotz in his little Sprite, and Graham Golson in his Alpha 105, Richard East in his Porsche 911, and then Tim Linus in 19th in his 928, followed by Darren Harris in his Alpha GTV as well.
Well, we're talking about the guys to the front here. There's class racing going right through this, so you might be 20 seconds off the lead guys, but you're racing with the cars inside your class.
Exactly. So, as we call it, there's SA, SB and SC. And the SC cars are those cars that are the later models. So the cars you're seeing on screen at the moment, the 911 3-litre and also the Datsun, they're in SC. Ironically, Terry Lawler, who's in a 66 car and an SB car, well, he's leading. So it just doesn't mean because you've got a later model car, you're up the front. It's actually all about performance and how you drive them. So great driving by Terry, and he's really just putting on a show, which is great. And he still hasn't really dropped Jeff Morgan, who's only 3 seconds behind.
So with these two trading positions, lap after lap, Purvis in the Porsche and the Datsun behind of Wayne Potts. Here comes Wolstad down the inside, or not, into the left-hander here.
Tom was a big compromise there coming in, so Spencer's going to get a bit of a run here. They're chasing James Calvert-Jones in the number 40 Silver 911, and this will get tight coming up to up into turn 2, that's for sure.
So he's got that straight line performance, does he? He's great across the top.
And you can see Spencer's even just pulled just a little bit of a gap. So Tom's pretty good under brakes, so he'll be working that brake pedal, that's for sure. And then you can see, even at the 928, Porsches, as we know, they've got pretty good brakes.
Up the hill we go. Just over 10 minutes of racing going. The gap stayed at 2 seconds between Lawler and Jeff Morgan now, who's moved up ahead of Barber and Canine, who's back in a 4th position. Then this battle for 5th and 6th as they climb up through the shelf on another lap here at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, now you can see coming over the top, this is where Spencer Rice in the Alfa Romeo, he'll really start to pepper the back of the 928, flowing the car beautifully up through Reed Park into McPhillamy. Cars just look fantastic. Everyone's pretty well settled through there, not too anything crazy. You certainly don't want to be leaving the track there, and you can start to see a couple of spots of rain on the camera there.
Just a couple there from that mountain shot. That's where it's going to come from, over the top of Mount Panorama. At the moment, so far, so good. A few more drops there on the camera going into the Repco Dipper.
So Michael McElligott in the orange Datsun there. He's slowing a little bit. James Calvert-Jones thinking about putting a move up the inside. In fact, he'll get that done. And now Tom's going to get a bit of a, oh, that was close coming out of Forest Elbow. And now the 928 should stretch its legs a little bit. If you're looking at some of the top speeds, the Shelby by far and away the quickest car, doing 252 kilometres an hour, followed by Jeff Morgan doing 242 in the 911. He's put some longer gearing in that car. Doug Barber at 234 kilometres an hour. And even Wayne Potts in the Datsun, who's currently in 6th place, 236 kilometres an hour. They're moving.
Absolutely. So whatever that issue was, it seemed to clear itself. He was slowing coming down the mountain, pinches the brake, and the 40 goes up a spot there of James Calvert-Jones.
Yeah, he got compromised a little bit there, McElligott, coming out of that corner. And now Tom's got a little bit of a run at him coming down into the last corner, but he's holding the inside line, Michael, and he should still hold it. It's a matter of giving a bit of racing room, which Tom has. But now it's given Spencer the opportunity in the 295 Alpha. He's going to have a bit of a run as well. But that's it's no slouch in a straight line. You can see it's got plenty of grunt.
Definitely. Purvis just seen at the back, waiting for a mistake to happen. It's a second lock up now, going into Hell Corner. As we look back through the rest of the field, we're out to well over a minute, so some of the slower cars will be going a lap down soon.
Yeah, look, Joe's dropped off the back of there. Then you've got the Pantera of Ross Jackson, Dave Baker in his open top Corvette. So if it rains much more, it might fill up with water, who knows? But he's got plenty of grunt in the straight line too. But between those three guys, they've been having a close dice, and they generally do at most of the racetracks. You can see in the background the Alpha of Hugh Harrison, followed by Hot City Sprite, and then Graham Golson in his beautiful 105 Alpha.
Just a unique mixture of cars in this Group S category. It's great to see supporting this year's Repco Bathurst 12-hour. There's a replay here down at Hell Corner, and well, that was as close to a tank slapper. In fact, I'll give that a tank slapper.
What did I say about Tom being called sideways? He's lived up to his name. That's exactly right.
Great recovery. That could have been concrete in.
But he is going to be filthy with that, because he's now back in 11th, which means he's maybe going to have to start in 11th, and he might not be on pole for race number 2.
He's 2 seconds away on our screens anyway from that position. As Potts starts to fire up there in the 5th position. He's on for his fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, Wayne was unfortunate. We might have seen him if you were watching the coverage earlier. He stopped at the top of the mountain, and he sheepishly came up and said, I ran out of fuel.
Ooh, honest race car.
I know.
Surely you'd say it's a mechanical issue, a gremlin as
we put it down to being, the 308 there is just spinning, unfortunately, of Philip Powell. Hopefully he can get out of there and get going again before the leaders catch him.
Any Ferrari in the field, but...
In fact, he's just been passed by the leaders and been lapped, and so hence that might have put him off, caught him unawares.
Terry Lawler continues to lead this race, but the gap is closing now to less than a second. Back to Morgan. Doug Barber still runs in 3rd position.
Yeah, they've dropped, another one spinning there. That's David Orchard in the Triumph TR3, the second oldest car. In fact, it looks like he might have come very close there to the oldest car in the field, which is the Austin Healey of Townshend.
He's right in front front of our leaders. They arrived on the scene just as he was clearing away.
They might have been looking in their mirrors and got a little bit and spooked. That could be exactly what it might be. And if you've got that car looking at Terry, you can see his eyes. That's an ominous thing to have in your mirrors, that's for sure.
Open face helmets, how cool are they still?
Yeah, I still wear an open face. I enjoy it. It actually gives you a bit more feeling of seeing what's around. So yeah, if you can run one, I have for many years.
So this one happened on the replay down here on his own. And from the Austin Healy.
No, so that was just evasive action taken there by Townsend just to try and get out of the way of the spinning Triumph TR3A.
Time across the top. It's busy here. It's Lawler and Morgan.
Yeah, Tony Anton in the other Shelby just getting out of the way. So he's being lapped and sounds and looks fantastic, Tony's car, but he's certainly not at the same end as where Terry is, right at the front.
It's a busy sequence of racing we come back to then at the Solomon Park section. Around the outside of one of the lap cars he goes.
Yeah, he's just coming around, actually just missed which car that was. But you can see now that's allowed Jeff Morgan to come up just a little bit in this lap traffic. We have an unofficial rule within historic racing that you don't take advantage of lap traffic to try and make up a position. So those guys are very well versed in that, and they won't take advantage to try and throw it up the inside just to try and gain a position when you're trying to lap someone. We want to keep nice, safe racing, but good racing, but let's make it fair as well.
Listening to Lawler's car on the exit, it sounds like it was fluffy a bit on the exit, the way it come out the corner and allowed Morgan to really close up. So have a listen to that, particularly on the last grooves. Could just be my ears.
Yeah, look, in the speed trap he wasn't down. He was 253 versus 245 for Jeff, so certainly got plenty of grunt. Maybe he was just a little bit more hesitant going over the top with lap traffic. Just going past Kent Brown there, who had an issue in qualifying. He got the car going, which was great, and he's back out there.
Lawler, who was quickest in qualifying. We spun the grid around for race number 1 here today in Group S. So the rest of the field making their way down through. Right, more action ahead here now for car 64 that spun in front of our leaders again.
Yeah, look, you've got John Harrison there. Looks like he might have actually dropped something. He's pulled over there to drive his left up against pit wall. And it might be that something's dropped down with fluid, not sure. But yeah, very uncharacteristic there of those guys spinning in that position for sure.
David Bajan also caught up in that incident too as the leaders made their way up Mountain Straight, 23 seconds back to Doug Barber.
Yeah, look, you might have seen the shot just a moment ago, Doug with the lights on, but he was in the distance well behind Jeff. The battle now here is actually, as you can see on screen, you've got Andrew Whiteside with James Calvert-Jones and Tom Walstab. They're fighting over who's going to get into that position 10, because 10 is going to be on pole come the end of this race for the next one. The guys extracted themselves from the cars. Hopefully that means, oh no, Kent's got another issue, which is a real shame. It is starting to rain. You can see on that there, he's actually on pit lane, sorry, on the main straight there. He's out of the way, so hoping that that doesn't bring out a safety car with a couple of minutes to go and rain starting to fall. Perhaps this still can finish under green.
So at least 4 cars we know of out of this race, including Tony Karanfalowski, who was caught up in a lap 1 top of the mountain incident. And the Alpha car number 88 should see him back for race number 2 tomorrow. It'll be a busy day with 2 races supporting the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. So the fans under the umbrellas up there at the top of the mountain, that's usually a good sign that the weather's around.
Yeah, Tammy Hotz here in her little Sprite, followed by Rob Burson in his Datsun, being lapped now by Doug Barber. Dougie running 3rd, but he is now a distant 25 seconds behind Jeff Morgan, who's himself 6 seconds behind now Lawler in the Shelby.
He's surprised Barber has fallen back this way. That's 26 seconds. I mean, he was close to the guys ahead in qualifying today.
Yeah, look, you can see that Andy Purvis is starting to catch up now. Whether or not because it's starting to get wet out there, it's not really coming through on the camera, but I think it's pretty slippery up the top there. You can start to see a little bit of shadows and reflection coming off the tarmac, which means it's a little bit wet up there.
Just over a minute remaining, so it'll be the end of this plus 1 lap. The camera and the TV makes it brighter. It's really dark here on pit straight out of our commentary box window at Mount Panorama today. Lawler is out to 5 seconds, so if there was a drama, it's certainly gone away now as he starts to shut this race down from Jeff Morgan. Both those cars that started from the 5th row, only took him a matter of minutes to get up into 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, look, we've always thought with the speed differential in qualifying, we saw it with Terry, he was about 3 seconds faster on a clean lap than Jeff. So it was really only probably a matter of time until he really got out in front again. But he'll be starting 10th again if he can close out here at the end of this race.
Good decision by the officials to just have a local yellow for that parked car on the pit wall side of pit straight. So up the mountain we go once again.
And you can hear Terry there on the throttle. He's feathering that throttle. He's not planting it. I think it's a bit slippery out there. And with the car that he's got, which has probably got north of 500 horsepower, he's only got 7-inch rims on that car, or 6-inch rims on that car, running a 205 cross-section. So not a lot of tyre, but certainly a lot of horsepower. So you've got to manage that very carefully.
And he's done thousands of laps around here over the years.
He has. And look, that car prepared by Tilly's, really just an amazing car and really well prepared. We've got to put a shout out to our sponsors this weekend. We've got Exclusive Bodyworks, My 105, Bowden's Own, and also VP Racing. Without their support, our category wouldn't be here. And yeah, we want to put out a big shout out to them as a thank you.
Certainly well supported with this 36-car field. James Calvert-Jones looking good here for pole position for tomorrow. At the moment back in 10th position and has about 4 seconds to McElligott, who fell away from him in the end. So the pressure's off. He just needs to stay on the black stuff and face the right direction for the next lap and a bit.
Yeah, so you can see with the lap traffic, it really starts to you know, put a bit of a change through the cars. There's some great driving there with Tammy. She's getting right out of the way to make sure that there's plenty of room. There's a big speed differential between some of these cars, as you can see, so the driver's very aware of that, both the faster cars. It's their responsibility to pass safely, and those slower cars, they should just be taking their line, keeping an eye on their mirrors, and everyone should be able to race safely.
Very impressed with how the lap cars have been today. Trying to focus on a drive around this mountain, which is daunting enough, but watch their mirrors at the same time with cars approaching them at a higher speed.
Yeah, Jeff Morgan came up to me after practice, after qualifying. Here you go, Terry's got the wipers on, so it's raining quite a bit out there. Jeff Morgan came up to me and he said, I wanted to thank all the slower competitors because they really got out of the way and did a great job in quali, and that's just a great you know, aspect of this racing where there's good clean racing but respect as well.
So wipers ablaze now for car number 1. The gap comes back to 3.8 seconds, but that would be with a couple of lap cars that Lawler has picked up as he heads past the ridges and down towards the final turn from 10th position on today's grid. But another top 10 reverse race to come tomorrow to spice it up as he comes through to start the last lap. Now, I can't say he's home and hosed here with the windscreen wipers going on the previous lap.
It's not, and we know the 911s are good in the wet, and another guy who's really good in the wet is Jeff Morgan. Now, he's seen the yellow flag there, but I think Jeff might have thought that that was actually the checker that came out. Maybe he's, because he backed off a bit more than I thought there.
Or was he passing the car when he thought was still the yellow flag?
The yellow flag was still there. Yeah, great call. No, the yellow flag was still out, so Jeff had to get out of that, wait to clear the green flag, and now he's back on it.
That's experience playing right there for Jeff Morgan, who's been around for a long time in Porsche racing. The green flag was just around the hill corner there, so he read that well. Meantime, Doug Barber might lose his 3rd position because Purvis is right on the back. The 2 Porsches going at it up Mountain Straight on the final lap of this race.
Yeah, this will be down to tyre pressures, I think. These guys have got almost identical cars running the same tyres. A little bit of tyre pressure, if that's come off a little bit with the temperature change. A little bit of a wet track. If you put the car in the wrong spot, it's going to be a little bit slippery. So let's see what happens coming over the top. But let me tell you, if Doug puts even a foot wrong, his Purvis is going to be all over him to try and grab 3rd, that's for sure.
Started from 3rd, continues in 3rd position.
And there we go. Doug's got a problem. He has got a problem. He's going to pull over there and try and get out of the way. That's a shame.
And read that instantly and pulls straight to the left and off the racetrack.
That's just great thinking. He really did well to get out of there. That's great awareness by Doug. Shame that his car is retired there, but just great awareness to try and get the car out of there.
And that's also good news for McElligott now. Puts him up into 10th position.
It does. So Doug's going to be coming from back of field tomorrow, so we better strap a camera into his car because that will be fun.
Oh, for Barber, he'll start from the back of the field, but he'll have a busy day in race number 2 tomorrow. Morgan is right on the back here.
He's lurking. He's lurking. And there's not too much a difference in top speed here between these two cars. Yes, the Shelby's got a bit more, but Jeff's got a little bit longer gearing in his 911 for Bathurst, and that allows him to stretch the legs. So he was still getting over about 240 down the straight, 250 odd, and here we go. Look at this. Morgan's going to take it. Well, I reckon you might be right. I think there's an issue there for Terry in his car. He's got right out of that. Let's hope he can try and roll it over the line.
Well, he's got 16 seconds back to Purvis, but he's got to get up the hill here through the chase. What did we say? It wasn't home and hosed in the #1 Mustang.
You called it, Matt.
It was faltering a bit a few laps ago, and it's let him down at a key moment. Gives Jeff Morgan the lead with 1 turn remaining. And the veteran has done this for over 3 decades. Picks up the win.
He hasn't led a lap all race, and he's done it on the last lap. Almost like it was organised, but I can tell you it wasn't. But yeah, what a great race. Great to see Jeff win. He hasn't been racing too much in Group S over the last few years, so this is only his 2nd or 3rd event back. So great to see him. As we said earlier in the telecast, he's 76 years of age now, I think it is. So what a great ambassador for our sport and keeping fit and being able to compete still at the highest level in our amateur historics.
What an upset at the end there. Terry Lawler was home and hosed for that one. Finishes 2nd. Purvis and Potts have crossed the line. McElligott should hold on for P10 and will start from pole for tomorrow's 2nd race in Group S.
There you go. So Tom Olstab just acknowledging the marshals there. So it was a big thank you and a big thanks to all the marshals out there, especially as the weather has been warm and now it's turning a bit wet. There's a lot of those guys and girls out there that are spending all day out those flag posts. So big thanks from us for them for being out there. Without them, we wouldn't be racing.
Yeah, well said. There's McElligott crossing the line for 10th and pole position. So the Datsun will start from the front row tomorrow. Car 48 that finishes 10.
Again, so he started on 2nd for this race. He'll start off pole, and beside him will be James Calvert-Jones in the 911. Tom Walstab will actually start from 3rd again, with finishing in 8th position, and Whiteside will be right next to him.
He'll be lobbying for more of these top 10 inversion races now as he makes his way back into the pits. You've got to feel for Terry Lawler, who led that race, had the fastest lap as well, 2:35.1. But in the end, comes up 2nd in race 1 of Group S and an upset halfway down Conrod Straight. Jeff Morgan swept past and went on to win by 3.7 seconds.
Joe Collegia there, just out of the top 10 in 11th, so he'll be itching to try and see if he can get into the top 10 for the 2nd race. But just remember, for race 3, we're going back to quali results for race 3 tomorrow afternoon, so it'll all be switched about once again.
So here's the highlights out. Top 10 inversion race for Group S. Doug Barber on the grass.
No, that's David Caneen on the grass.
Caneen, sorry.
That's right, the other Martini car,
Yeah.
just to make confuse you there, mate.
Went to the lead in the initial stages of this race as the field of 36 made their way up.
This was too close for comfort. Peter Boylan wouldn't have liked that being that close. In fact, you can see here, which was the unfortunate coming together of the two Alphas. Jeff Morgan putting a good move here on Doug Barber, coming up over Skyline. Lots of racing room given by Doug, so great racing there.
This was a change for the lead where Terry Lawler went past Caneen, who led for at least half this race in the 555 Porsche, the Martini-sponsored car. Morgan lurking in the background of that shot ultimately would get up into 2nd place.
Yeah, great racing by David. It's not often he's been right at the front, and great to see him lead a few laps here. Tom doing what he does best, sideways racing. So anyway, he's our president of Group S Racing, so he's putting on a show, let's say.
He might get re-elected with a move like that. And this was Barber on the very last lap of the race. But more drama was to come here. Terry Lawler on the exit of Forest Elbow. And we thought, like previous laps, it was faltering out of there, but then halfway down Conrod, it slowed. And Jeff Morgan went around, wasn't going to miss that opportunity. And the lime green Porsche takes the win. Race number 1 of Group S here today on Fast Friday. That was cool. Maybe not so for Terry Lawler.
Yeah.
They'll be back out for race number 2 here tomorrow at Mount Panorama. A light dusting of rain during that race. It's holding on. Will it hold on for the combined sedans? The Duggan Family Hotels. Race number 1. Not too far away. We build up to a massive weekend. The Repco Bathurst 12 Hour. We'll be back. Action continues here this afternoon. Our second race of the day and of the weekend at the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour for 2024. It's the Duggan Family Homes combined sedans making their way across the top of Mount Panorama. Now, like we saw in Group S, a massive field. Over 40 cars from all across Australia here in different shapes and sizes for this 25-minute race with the time counting down already for race number 1. Gary O'Brien is back ready for the first one of the weekend. 2 qualifying sessions earlier today. And can anybody beat Jeff Taunton? That is the big question.
Well, Angus Fogg, maybe Mark Duggan. He's the sponsor of the race. He'd be likely to try and win it. There's a couple others there I think pretty strong. But classes, as you mentioned, all sorts of different cars all the way down the field.
Making their way through the Repco Dipper. Staying off air just a few moments ago, liking this idea of timed races now, sort of gets the field to hustle along a bit here.
Yep, and safety cars included in the timed area. There's our grid come up for you. Well, that's actually the Group S grid we're looking at the moment.
We do know Jeff Taunton, who scored pole earlier today. It's Angus Fogg on the front row, Mark Duggan and Cameron on that second row, Lacey and Boschett. Now, those first 6, that's pretty much how it's been since practice earlier today.
Yeah, and what we've got is space frame cars, which are signified by the SF. The CH is a chassis car. I actually said that Matt Longhurst was the quickest, but it wasn't. It was Angus Fogg. Out of that second session, Mark Duggan, Scott Cameron, Steve Lacey, Paul Boschett, Matt Longhurst, Rob Vanderkamp in the V8 touring car. Then we've got John Ford in his space frame car. Mark Tracy, we've seen with the oil coming out of the back. It did another rocket cover gasket, so probably blowing a little bit too much pressure on that. I suggested to him, he said, you might be right. And what do I know?
Should be good to go now, though. There is the grid. If you're watching one of our super screens or across the world on our live stream here this afternoon. So Longhurst starting out of 7th. Rob Vanderkamp, the South Australian, out of 8th. John Ford and Mark Tracy out of 9 and 10.
Then we've got Greg Waters now. He was the one we've seen stopped near the end in the Corvette. Yep. Fuel pressure issue, and also there was contact between him and Tony Saint, and that's why the Mazda was pulled up, had a broken wheel.
Charlie Corey also in the field today, the Honda Civic that's been in the wars twice today in the 2 sessions. Ed Creamer in the Mitsubishi Evo starts out at 23rd, down to Anthony Levitt as they get into the rows of 2 and set to thunder their way. Those dark clouds are still lurking in the distance, but it's a lot brighter out there than what it was 15 or 20 minutes ago. Taunton and Angus Fogg on the front row as they make their way up in this rolling start. Here comes the combined sedans, race 1 of the weekend.
We're actually missing Steve Lacey, who's the organiser of this event. As you see, Taunton goes to front, Fogg second, Duggan into 3rd spot as the rest of the field comes streaming through. Waters there, we notice that obviously got fuel pressure at the moment. Let's hope it lasts. Looking back further in the field, you can see Nick Mentikis in the Mark car alongside Ben Cabbage in the BMW, and we can see Fogg already putting pressure on Taunton as they go up through turn 2. A little bit of a gap already back to Duggan in 3rd spot.
Fogg had the lead for about 50 metres, and then Taunton went around the outside and back into the lead. Well done to everybody making it through the first turn here with a field of 42 cars, 41 now, and Lacey not in the mix.
Well, Lacey's off the back, we don't know. We'll keep an eye on that one. Rob Vanderkamp and that Falcon going through. And yeah, Steve Lacey off the back, already up to 34th position, so he's picked up 8 spots in the first sector alone.
So keep an eye on his chance through the field with Paul Boschett and Cameron go across the top of McPhillamy Park for the first time, while Taunton and Fogg out to 2 seconds. They close down through Brock Skyline here.
Chef Power versus Dodge Power, both General Motors derived products, body-wise. TA1 car for Boschett and a True Sport sedan for Cameron as they go down through the corner. DFH livery on the Commodore. It was unveiled a week ago at one of the hotels in Sydney. That is a Duggan family hotel.
Quite a few of them around, you notice now, particularly in this part of the world. Their 3rd time sponsoring the category. And Boschett had a better run out of the elbow, but the Cameron car had bigger legs. He tucks in behind in the Worldcraft Engineering.
What a shot that is going down through the chase. Low angle, cars go through there. line astern now. Boscher's got a problem. He's slowed considerably.
270 Ks now for both of them into the chase.
Manages to keep going though, so maybe it's just an intermittent problem.
There's been some weirdness, particularly in last Group S race. A couple of cars suffering there towards the end, but he's dropped some pace now. Van der Kamp and Longhurst might be on the tail of him pretty soon. Taunton has 2 seconds already back to Angus Fogg. Big punch of flame from the Worldcraft Engineering. 4:27 coming out of Hell Corner. Really lightens up the day, doesn't it?
It's a bit of a scary one. I think if you were seeing that, you might worry a bit. Van der Kamp in the V8 Touring Car Falcon, followed by Longhurst in that front-wheel drive Honda time attack car generally, and it can be quickly converted into a sports sedan with a little bit of the trimming of the wings, you might say.
So 3 different classes in here: the space frame class, then the all chassis class, which is the top end of town, and then the V8 touring car class of, I think we've got 3 cars out there. 2 cars now.
We've got improved production cars, we've got production cars, so there's a little bit of everything. The production cars obviously using this as a test bed for the upcoming 6-hour on Easter Sunday. There's Mark Griffith in his sports sedan Mercedes going up there, a C63 car, so Griffith's doing a lot of miles this weekend. He's also in the 12-hour, and he's just ahead of Ed Kramer at the moment. And behind them would be Lacey coming up on them fairly quickly.
So these guys 16th, 17th and 18th on the circuit now. He starts to really push along. That's Lacey making the move. So remember, from the back, he's up into 17th position now. So he makes the move in McPhillamy Park. He might get a top 5 here. What do you think?
Yeah, good possibility. At least in the top 10 for sure. Whether he can get any further than that. Safety car would probably help him, but no one else would want one.
No. He's picking these cars off with relative ease, and that's just the speed and performance difference between this car and everybody out there as he tiptoes down the inside of the Mercedes-Benz.
Mark Griffith gets out of his way and lets him go through.
Now watch him catch these 2 cars further ahead. So that's 16th position. Now, Jeff Taunton set the fastest lap for a moment. That's down the hands of Angus Fogg at 2:11.2. The gap sits at 2 seconds. Duggan and Cameron run in 3rd and 4th position. Boscher has dropped away some 4 seconds now. And Longhurst and Van der Kamp stayed an inch up towards him. Trying to do 2 things at once. They're really time to screen and watch what's happening down there at the chase. And look at this wall of cars coming for Lacey.
Water's into the pit, so fuel pressure issues look like they've hit that car. Now we can see Peter Dane going through there. That's a turbocharged 6-cylinder Barra engine Falcon. Gets out of his way and lets him go through. Saloon car based. So he's carrying a fair bit of weight compared to some of these other cars, particularly the sports sedans.
Through Hell Corner he goes. So Lacey on the charge into 14th position in a matter of 2 laps around Mount Panorama today.
Comes up on the back of the Cabbage BMW. This car will be shared by Michael and Ben Cabbage with Thomas Randall at the 6-hour.
One of 60-plus cars that takes that event here on the Easter long weekend. Another event that's just gaining more and more momentum each time we come back to Bathurst.
We just had the IRC car go past the Mark car. Picks up another spot. The BMW production car is doing quite well in this field, isn't it?
It is. And finally had to let Lacey on by at the top of Solomon Park. So a bit of fresh air now for the 55-year-old, current president of the Australian Sports Sedan Association. They're gearing up for another big season.
This is a new car for Lacey. Had a Camaro, Chevy Camaro before this.
Yeah, for nearly 10 years, I think, if memory serves me right.
Been a while. John Ford and Mark Tracy going hammer and tong there. TA2 car, or derived car, in front of the Chev Powers BMW. TA2 car out of the Scandinavian countries. Not quite the same dimensions as what we know as TA2 or Trans Am. So it's never run here, but certainly an effective weapon for this sort of racing sports sedans in Australia.
The more I see this car, the more I like it. He's about to lose a position here.
Having a great battle with the fire engine red BMW with Tracy. and is not going to give away to him too easily.
Not at all.
They've got Leroy coming up behind him in the other of the Queensland Production Sports Corvettes. Now Tracy goes down the inside and gets that position away. So that moves Tracy up into 9th. Leroy will be in 11th and hoping to come through. Lacey not far behind them now and making inroads as we expected.
See the bottom flapping on the Mercedes-Benz car, the second car in shot to make their way up. Mountain Straight once again, 8.5 minutes remain.
Both chef powered, and you'll see a little bit more grunt from the space frame spec car as opposed to a chassis car, because the chassis car is not quite as light.
So far, no rain on the course. In fact, it's brightening up out there.
Well, we're looking the wrong way, actually.
Yeah, kiss of death, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, and Drama's here now, heading down the mountain.
That's a suspension failure, or he's had wall contact, or a tyre.
It's our third place car, Mark Duggan.
I think I covered the bases there.
You did. Have your options all covered up there. Oh, this car that was built by Kerry Bailey has come to a stop. That might be enough for a safety car, GOB. We've seen cars parked there earlier today. This is a different replay. This is Lacey trying to make the move on the inside. And
Tony Saint doesn't quite get it done, and Saint was involved in an incident in the earlier qualifying session. And Nass has had a breakage of some sort going through McPhillamy.
Is it left front?
Left front, yeah, definitely.
So has he hit the wall maybe at the top of Solman?
Possibly.
On the left-hand side.
Or there's a bit of spark there, so that would tend to make me think that there's suspension damage.
Yeah. Either way, he's out of this race. What a shame for Mark Duggan. And we go back to our leaders now. So he's stopped. We've got a local yellow there with 7 minutes remaining. So Fox steaming up here with some 3.5 seconds behind our race leader.
That gap's blown out, hasn't it? I would have thought he might have stuck with him a little bit more. Cameron in third. Boschett still holds fourth. Longhurst fifth. Vanderkamp in sixth position. Ford and Tracy we've just seen. And seventh and eighth, and that battle continues. Leroy the next one, and Leroy has just displaced Tracy. Lacey the next one, just outside the top 10 at this stage, having got past Ben Cavic.
So Taunton's been released here, out to 4.6 seconds. As he goes past that, just before the yellow zone there on the supercar.
You'd look twice, wouldn't you?
Yeah, had to have a think about it. He got past him in the end there. Ran the original colours of the background shot. There it is, the old Delta Europe car entry.
One of the Hondas, is that a Honda down there that's pulled up?
Simon Kendrick being passed here.
Yeah, that car is a Repco. It's not a supercar.
But had some overheating dramas earlier today. Mark Tracy's come into the pits incidentally, dropping out that top 10 now. But Taunton, this will help him nowhere. Down to 5 seconds. There's that car parked on the left-hand side, and a red and yellow flag being waved in the distance there, so maybe that's enough to prompt the safety car. Yep. So whether
you got it.
Whether that
safety car is out.
That's going to help Lacey.
Yeah.
Who's up in 2. Where's Lacey now? Up in the 10th position from the rear of the field. And this time will continue to count down. We might get a lap or two, maybe a full racing lap at the end of this. So enough cars out there to issue the safety car now. One parked, I think it's more so for the one that's in the chase. That's in a really awkward, risky spot.
Yeah, and it brings Fogg back in the equation for possibly getting past Taunton, as well as Cameron and Boschett.
40 seconds clear they were of the third place car after that, with Mark Duggan, who we believe may be suspension drama with his Aston Martin that's parked down there in Skyline, or in the S's section of the course. So it brings everybody back to 0 now. Taunton, Fogg, Cameron, Paul Boschert, Longhurst and Vanderkamp inside the top 6. Then it's Ford, Leroy in 8th position, King and Steve Lacey from 42nd on the grid, now in 10th position ahead of the BMW of Cavic. Manticos in 12th position. Peter Dane is in 13th. Now, Peter Dane has done 1 million laps, and not just in race cars around here.
Yeah, he's done production cars, saloon cars, HQs, and driven a safety car for many a year. Yeah, he's actually driving a safety car at the Easter meeting. This is Paul Faber, who did a little bit of Aussie car racing.
Yeah, Paul Faber.
Aussie racing cars.
That's the one.
Yep.
They'll be here next weekend to start off the new Battery World Aussie Racing Car Series here at Mount Panorama. So the field behind the back of the safety car. And I wonder whether we will get any laps in now with quite a few cars out there. It's going to take him at least 2 minutes to get back around.
Yeah, unfortunately, we may see this finish behind the safety car.
This beautiful Delta Europe car entry back there. It's an ex-Gibson Motorsport car from back in the year 2000. It was upgraded to the VX specification, running in the colours that ran in 2001 with James Brock and Steve Owen at that year's event. There it is, coming up through the mountain. A green's never been really a common race car paint scheme.
But it's considered unlucky.
Unlucky. Put a number 13 on it too, it just makes it even worse.
When Bob Holden won here in 66, I think that was a green Mini, wasn't it?
I think you're right.
And it was 13.
But beautiful, and now it's hard to think that's now a retro car. Isn't it the VX Commodore that ran in the series? Car 14 out on the track.
Who's owing the custodian these days, or for this meeting at least.
It was run by...
That's in VT form by the look of it.
Yeah, it was a VT originally, now the VX.
Yeah, it's back to VT.
It's back in my youth. Now it's starting to feel old. Gibson Motorsport built this car back in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was run by Imrie Motorsport in those colours. Mike Imrie, of course, was a privateer in the series. The old Sabrek team back in the late 90s. Had some great names driving over the years as well, but good to see it back here at Mount Panorama.
Now we're down to just over 2 minutes, and I can't see that being removed in 2 minutes and given another lap, which is unfortunate, but these things happen.
You may think, well, it's off the racetrack down there, but we've seen so many cars over the years come in hot down there. It takes one mistake, and it's such a high speed. You look at over 200 Ks, I think 250 Ks approach for some of these cars.
Well, we've seen 289 from Fogg in the Mustang.
He's been slower than earlier today. It was 297 during qualifying, so he's backed it off a fraction.
That might have been when the safety car came.
Yeah, maybe. So a few drops on our screens heading down Comrade. We believe the checkered flag will wave at the end of this lap. We won't get a racing lap in. That's a shame. But Jeff Taunton was starting to shut the race down here in the Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans. Race 2 tomorrow morning to start off qualifying day at the Repco Bathurst 12-hour, and we'll see them later on in the afternoon for their third and final race of the weekend.
One where they all hope to be up and running again.
And well done to the teams. There's a lot of cars that have travelled long distances to be here for this event. They're not full-time racers by any stretch. Give up their time to head down here.
Well, there's a couple here from WA. There's quite a few from Queensland, Victoria as well. New South Wales, obviously, but all getting, and of course, the first round of the Precision National Sports Sedan Championships down at Tasmania.
Wait to see that.
About 5 weeks or so.
Yeah, race Tasmania, Simmons Plains. They'll be fast around there, but sadly, this race coming to an end behind the safety car. Jeff Taunton, who scored pole position by a considerable margin, will pick up the win here this afternoon. Our final race before the final practice session of the day comes up for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour here on Sunday.
Must be getting pretty used to this. He did this last year, and again this year. And this year he doesn't have ABS, which is just something he's had to work around.
He's done a fine job behind the safety car. Takes the checkered flag at the end of race number 1, finishing behind the safety car here today. Taunton from Fogg, Cameron and Boschert will be the top forward. Longhurst and Vanderkamp home for 5th and 6th position. Steve Lacey, watch for him tomorrow from 10th on the grid. That was a charge and a half from 42nd on the grid. And leader of group entry, finishing behind King and Michael Learoyd in 8th and 9th position. And a whole sea of cars behind and several DNFs in today's one. Ben Cavich 11th, Manticos back in 12th position, Peter Dane 13.
20th to 13.
It's not bad, is it?
Yeah.
Peter Bray in 19th and Anthony Levitt in 20th position.
Mike Osmond out of there. Matt O'Brien in the Volante CSI. It's a Commodore of some sort, they tell me.
Simon Kendrick home for 27th position. I'll be happy there was no overheating dramas with that car. Anthony Sainton at 31st position, Mark Tracy. Palermo back in 33rd, Paul Faber that stopped on the last lap, and Mark Duggan, the big story of that one, bailing out of 3rd position. As we look at the highlights here of race number 1, Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans here today at Mount Panorama. And this big field played nicely going into turn 1.
Yeah, and then we've seen them running up Mountain Straight. You can see the Corvette there running through, and we know that the Mustang's got plenty of straight line stick, and we've seen that as he went to a very brief lead as they got to Griffin Bend. Thornton pulled ahead again as they went through the corner.
He knew that was his opportunity to go for the lead, but ultimately would finish in 2nd spot to make their way up the mountain for the first time. This was Lacey picking off the cars, but almost having his nose bitten off down here at the final turn.
Yeah, had to get out of that one. That delayed him a little bit. And here we see Mark Duggan's Aston Martin. Yeah, done something there.
The left front was definitely down on that
dropped
shot.
Down on that side and sparked out as it went over one of the bumps off track there. And of course, then we had Power Faber pulled up just in the chase in that Honda.
And escaped there pretty quickly at a high-speed section of the course. Safety car would come out and that would freeze the results as they were at the end of the last flying lap. Taunton the winner ahead of Angus Fogg, Cameron, Boschert, Longhurst and Vanderkamp complete the top 6. Race 2 to come up here tomorrow at Mount Panorama. But thanks to Gary O'Brien. He'll be back tomorrow morning for the Dawnbuster. The first one of the day is the fans settle in. One more practice session to come up here this afternoon. You're watching the Repco Bathurst 12-hour here from Mount Panorama.
The sound of the pit lane hooter means that we are ready to go, and in fact are going for free practice for the final track action of Fast Friday here at the 2024 Repco Bathurst 12 hours. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. You can do the, you know where you are in the world. I'm not going to do the timings. Maybe getting up early. Got us on with a quick interview in the UK. Good to have your company. It's Creel, Z, GT and Hindy in the booth, and Shea Adam down in the pit lane. We'll check in with Shea in just a moment's time. Garth, this is the last opportunity for the bronze drivers to get out there. What they're going to be looking for in this session, it's a bit cooler. It's maybe the chance for them to try some faster runs, or what are they doing? What are they doing out there?
No, I think this one is much cooler than the middle part of the day. So we've had a very brief rain shower come across the circuit as well in the last hour. That's all dried up and gone away. So conditions are going to be a little bit different to when they drove in their previous bronze-only session this morning. The track will be more rubbered in. So there is potential for this bronze session to be faster than the earlier bronze session, which ran at about, what was it, 9:30 earlier this morning. So drivers have had time to look at data, to look at vision, to basically cheat off their pro teammates and find a bit of lap speed. On board here with Kenny Habul in the number 75 Sun Energy 1 AMG Mercedes. So in the second bronze session last year, it was actually this man, Kenny Habul, who was fastest with a 5:30. And the time that Liam Talbot did in practice 2 this morning, the previous bronze session was a 6:1, but he was actually on target to do a high 5, maybe a 5:7, before he made a mistake in his final sector. So we'd expect that we'll be down in the low 5s again towards the end of this session for the bronze drivers. There's Liam Talbot there in the orange Audi number 22 car, who was fastest in practice 2 in the previous bronze session.
And if you're a bronze driver, the designated amateur driver in the combo, and you're doing a 5, you're in the money. You are well and truly in the mix.
You're ticking the box.
Correct.
Because we spoke earlier in practice 3, the all-in session, where it was much hotter. There was a lot more UV on the circuit. And, you know, really, that's when you expect to be doing 5s, probably 5s, 6s if it's really hot. So if you've got an AM driver that can be doing 5s, maybe 6s when it's hot like that, then they're not really an AM driver, and they're not a weak link in your team. Yeah. So that's what this session is. It's to continue to sharpen yourself and to work on Liam Talbot. Just a little bit wide on entry into one.
Sharp catch, Garth. A little bit wide there. The wash it orange and blue Audi. So just to give you an idea of how the conditions have changed, practice 3 started a little more than 2.5 hours ago and was 28.5 degrees C and very humid when it started. This is another look, the Pirelli replay just into turn 1, slightly wide and the car snatches, but Liam, with lots of experience in these cars, gathers it up. So
Pirelli do rallycross tyres.
Oh, yeah, well known for their history in the World Rally Championship, absolutely. Audi too, why not? So just on 28 degrees at the start of the last session. It's now just over 23 degrees, but the humidity has completely disappeared as well. So the ambient conditions, it feels quite cool outside. So the ambient conditions have changed dramatically in the intervening couple of hours at the moment. So the cars will be breathing better without that humidity in the air and the warmth. The UV off the racetrack, much more overcast and cloudy, more than it was earlier today as well. So it's going to be interesting. There's been some great stories up and down the lane, and there's been some real tales of, well, I'm not quite sure how we're still here, with near misses and moments and slower traffic. Tom Randall was showing me some particularly exciting in-car footage from the entry to the kink at the chase that he had in his last session. So there's been a bit of that. And the other story is how teams have been evolving their cars. I just went and had a quick chat with David Wall to find out how the Wall Racing Lambo's going. Brand new race car. Never seen Mount Panorama in that car before this weekend. And he said, practice 1, it was maybe a 5 out of 10, if we're lucky. By the end of practice 3, they got it somewhere near an 8.5. So they're much, much happy with it, with the way they're tuning that car and getting it right. And that was a common theme in conversations up and down the pit lane.
Brad Schumacher coming out of Murray's and heading across the line, starting another lap in the KFC car. And Liam Talbot follows through with the 22. So 2 and 22 heading up Mountain Straight. You're not going to miss that bright tangerine, orange and blue car. Perennially, the Audi has struggled for top speed, Garth, and you know better than most about that. I'll talk about that in a moment as Shea Adam joins us in the pit lane. 34 minutes to go, Shea, where are you?
Hey guys, well I walked down to check on the Audi garage because when we left it at the start of the last bronze session, it was a slight state of discombobulation. Both cars finding strife over the course of that session. I'll let Garth fill us in on all the details of what was wrong with both of the cars because he was the one who went and found out. But ultimately, weather, we talk about it. STM, they're a car that's not out on track right now with their Mercedes, but they have gone old school as far as their weather radar is concerned. They have an old-fashioned childhood pinwheel that's up on the top of their garage. If the pinwheel is wet, it's raining.
Yeah.
The pinwheel is spinning, it's windy. Right now, the pinwheel, it's almost stationary, but every now and then a gust of wind just makes it go round and round. And that's kind of the situation down here. We're not talking about a light jacket anymore, but it is a lot cooler than it was earlier, and that will make the Pirellis much, much happier.
So tell us about these Audi problems then, Garth. What did you beat out of your former colleagues?
Yeah, I went down and it was that on the Schumacher car, it was a sensor issue. It was the reference sensor that runs on the rear axle. So they changed the sensor, put a brand new sensor in the car. They found they had an issue, put a brand new sensor in, car wouldn't fire up at all with a brand new sensor. So then they had to go to the truck, grab a sensor off the spare gearbox in the truck, grab that out, put that in, and then the number 2 KFC Audi got going. So Brad Schumacher got out very late, got those 2 laps and did a great job to get himself inside the top 4 with just 2 laps of running in that session. And then the 22 Audi of Liam Talbot, they, after the first pro session, Kelvin van der Linde reported the brake pedal was just a little bit long and a little bit spongy, so they replaced the front master cylinder on that car, and it just took a little bit longer than the time they had in between sessions. But the team decided they want to get on top of that early, get that fixed early so that all those issues go away and they can just concentrate on going fast.
It just underlines, and the Audi is by no means the newest of the GT3 cars, quite the reverse. It just underlines how all these systems are interlinked. You can't just, in the old days, you know, if something goes, you can sort of a bit of MacGyver it and bypass something and throw a bit of what. You can't do that nowadays. It just, computer says,
computer says no, exactly right. So, and that reference sensor does it, controls the ABS system, controls the traction control system. So, yeah, the little ECU or the computer car brain just does not function without all its parameters working.
Brad Schumacher right back on it in this session with a 206.99. Yeah, 206.99 at the top of the standings. The Vortex staying out of the way of the Sun Energy 1 Pro class car as Kenny Abul motors past his front door.
There is a theme evolving over the course of the day as well that we've witnessed, but also drivers have been talking about, is that from last year, relative to, 24 cars in the race last year, even with only 6 more cars, traffic is playing a much more significant role in the way today's played out. It'll play a bigger role in the way tomorrow plays out, but more to the point, how Sunday rolls out. And the speed difference between the fastest of the GT3 cars and the GT4 and some of the invitational class cars is quite dramatic. And they're getting to them at all the wrong points, like the entry to the chase or the run out of the dipper, where all the GT3 cars make all their punchy lap time. So that's going to be a big storyline, I feel, relative to last year in the race on Sunday especially.
Can't decide whether to hear more gearbox noise or more engine noise from the Manthey Porsche EMA. It's the Shell V-Power car that we were listening to there, the 991.2. Engine way back, of course, in these cars. They did adopt the switched engine and gearbox that they did on the GTE cars, where they put the engine further back into the car, put the gearbox on the back. That was done primarily actually for aero reasons, so that they could get more aero on the back underneath the back of the diffuser. Changed the weight balance by about, I think it was 3 to 5%, depending on how it was set up. That is still a problem 911.
Rear, yes, engine in the correct.
Rear engine.
Yes, horse pushing the cart, not the other way around, which seems counterintuitive, but seems to have worked for 70 years.
Well, you've been in mine 992. It works still, doesn't it?
It works plenty well. Here's the Lamborghini from Wall Racing. Adrian Dietz and Grant Denyer, the bronze drivers, will be doing the bulk of the work in this session, and it is Grantley behind the wheel. Lives a couple of Ks away from Mount Panorama, just the other side of the hill. So he comes and runs this place almost every day when he's in town. Very busy boy at the moment, making television for a living, but allows him to come and race like this. And he's just incredibly passionate about this place and about his motor racing. And it's often forgotten that he was a race car driver first, and then decided he needed to go and find a way to pay for said race car driving, so got into TV to do it. And now is able to do both of them. And he was quite effective early on today in that dedicated bronze-only session, ended up in the top 6.
Yeah, he does a mega job.
Yeah.
For the miles that he does now, which is not that many, he is very busy being a TV superstar, but for the miles he does in a race car, he does a really, really good job. And he does joke around and he's quite jovial, but he does get pretty serious about it, and he works really hard to try and be as good a race car driver as he can be. If he wasn't such a busy TV superstar,
he'd be a great
race car driver. He already is a great race car driver, but he'd be right on the money.
Yeah. Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
A lot of cars coming in and actually doing some setup changes. I'm down in the marked cars end of things. Number 20 has just come in. I think it's Adam Hargraves that's gotten out and Daniel Gileson that's gotten in. Cedric Spirits-Wally, the only driver not applicable to drive during this session, was getting some feedback from his co-drivers. It's not something that very often happens when you're the pro, but that's part of the fun of having this bronze-only session. And just a quick update as far as the weather's concerned. I started getting hit in the head more with raindrops a couple minutes ago, but that was at pit out. Now at pit in, nothing.
That's Bathurst all over. Yeah, I thought the Scott Taylor Motorsport Pinwheel weather station is probably the most accurate thing you could have at Bathurst, because we've all got weather radars on our phones nowadays. That don't mean anything here at Bathurst. No. We've all been caught out so many times by the weather here. So it's as good as information as anything, having the old style pinwheel out the back of the garage.
Seaweed out next, that'll be the next thing.
Hang a bit. Colleague of ours, Andrew Jones, has got a weather rock. So if rock wet, raining. If rock dry, not. If rock has shadow, sunny.
If rock moving, really moving.
Yeah, you're at wine, some wing into it, you're in strife. Aboard the 75 Sun Energy One, Mercedes AMG GT3. Kenny Habul. There's a doco in the works that's been put together that they started filming at Spa last year, conveniently, and has told the full journey of what Kenny and his team and his racing journey, and it covers last year's 12-hour, of course. Chatting to Philippa, who's put all that together early on today, and we're hoping to see that at some point soon. I get the vibe that Kenny isn't actually keen to watch it. I kind of get
some of it. He won't
reading your own autobiography, but I'd love to. I can't wait for that to get out in the public, because it's a really cool story. It's 206.2, by the way. That late,
nice. I was chatting to him earlier today, and he was saying that he finds Bathurst the hardest place to get up to speed at.
Yeah.
He said, I can be as close as the pro guys at Spa and Indy and all those other places that I race at, but I come home, effectively, and this is the hardest joint to get his head around, to be comfortable across the top of the mountain.
Will not be unique in that.
No. And it's interesting because, you know, you hear from these guys that race at all these really cool racetracks. Oh, Mustang just a little bit wider too. Got away with that one. We've had a few close calls so far today, but so far no red flags, no issues.
There's been a few hold the breath moments, like big eyes moments from
Yank and Guven at the entry of the cutting was the big one for mine. That was huge.
I'd have loved it if we'd had the camera pointing back at him to be able to see what he's facing the plate at that point, because I bet his eyes were like dinner plates.
Another Bathurst local on screen here, Brad Schumacher. Purple at the end of the first sector, so he picked him up at the right time. And nice bit of clear racetrack in front of him to be able to look at what potential he's got in this car.
They're everywhere at the moment, the locals, and all of them can see the mountain from where they are. Brad Shields as well, who's within walking distance of Mount Panorama. He's in the field. There's something about it.
Do you remember early on I was talking about how you could hear the cars scraping. There was no scraping at all from that KFC car. 91 Mark cars. Been in the wars today already, had some damage to the right front in one of the early sessions. This is the Martini stripe car. And this is just coming out of the chase. We see it from the Regis Hotel camera. Not a great place to watch.
Right, might be able to get that out of there without a red flag.
Daniel Bilski behind the wheel with this superbly liveried car. Been going about their business today. Brad Schumacher negotiates that nicely. Purple first and second sectors. If you're watching the timing, that means it's quickest of anybody so far, and such is the lap with the 2:05.58. Quickest time of the session. Right on where we thought the best of the AM drivers would be in this
fastest bronze time of the day so far.
Yeah, but he had to lift in that final sector because there was yellow flags, and he wasn't quickest in that, so I don't think he'll be getting a tap on the shoulder from race control for that. I think it's all right.
Well, his last sector was not even a personal best.
No, exactly.
So he definitely got out of it.
Yeah.
So more potentially to come from Brad Schumacher as well. So
that's the classic incident, isn't it, Garth, coming out of the chase, because it's really heavily cambered there. You don't see that until you drive it, even in a street car, and that's very much unsettles the car as you're coming out the left hand.
And then what it does is it flattens out very, very quickly, and the rear of the car moves around. We saw that earlier in practice, particularly Valentino Rossi in the BMW. So if you get sideways and then drop a wheel in the grass, you end up spinning the wrong way off the racetrack, and that's what's caught Keith out there. So certainly not the first, and most certainly won't be the last that we see have that moment at the exit of the chase. Because you want to carry, you want to flow so much speed through the actual chase itself. So you use all the real estate you can on the exit, and sometimes it can catch you out.
When you drive your traditional lap of Bathurst, when you roll into town, several laps, let's be honest, you're always surprised about the elevation, yes, how narrow it is across the top, yes, the drop off the shelf of rock skyline. But for mine, the chase always surprises, because I think out of all of this place, TV flattens that out the most.
Yeah.
It never looks as steep, as narrow and as quick as it is, and the camber on the road as well, how high that curve in the middle of the apex there, the left-hander is. That it's always massively surprising, and you've got to thank the FIA, because when the World Touring Car Championship rolled into town in 1987, and they said, no, Conrod Straight's too long, it needs a corner in it.
Your cars jump off the ground on the last time? No, we're going to go around that hump.
So what they did is install an unbelievably fast right-hand corner, and then two other brilliant corners that not only promote overtaking and great drama, but moments as well. It's a cool part of the road. Shay?
The 91 has made it back into the garage. That's the good news. Keith Kasulki's gotten out. He's just taken his helmet sock off. I'll give him a moment and then gesture to him to see if he wants to chat. But the biggest issue that they have with the car, the bodywork's slightly unsettled at the right rear. There is some more blue of a different variety and a little bit of yellow as well from the banded tire wall. But the floor, this is where the problem lies, gentlemen. The piece of carbon is hanging down loose. There are 3 spots where the bolts used to be. The bolts are still in the back of the Mark, which looks like a Ford Mustang from the back end, but the carbon has punctured straight through. So they're going to have issue reattaching this floor to the back of the Mark car. It does still have one bolt that is heroically hanging on though. So the crew has already gone to work trying to unscrew everything to make sure that they can pull the floor off, and then maybe, just maybe, put an entire new floor on in its place. But the floor that has been damaged now, it's going to need a new point to then go through, because the holes that are where the bolt used to be, those are not going to be usable once again.
And you might say, well, it's a bit of a cover on the car, on the back, a bit of a floor. What does it do? It does a lot, particularly on those cars. The space frame cars utilize underbody aerodynamics. Generally, you get less drag and more downforce from those underbody aero pieces than you do from the wings sticking up on the back of the car, or the trim pieces at the front. You can almost use those to balance the car rather than anything else.
Yeah, that's right. So there's no point sending the car if the floor's not connected properly, and it's going to flap about, because your car's not going to have the performance that you'd expect from it.
Didn't it shed a bit of something?
That was the front
yeah.
guard as the Angry Penguin earlier today.
That's right, it's the Angry Penguin.
The
right.
Angry Penguin.
You can have that one. Once a year I come down here and I just hand you a couple.
You do.
And you hand me some back and I take those back to you.
Built up the lexicon over the years. I like it. As we check out Yasser Shahin, two-time GT World Challenge Australia champion. Back with Manthey EMA this year, and the Shell V-Power car, that's all tied to their sponsorship of the Bend Motorsport Park circuit. Yasser and his brother Sam Stewart over there in South Australia. I'm sure Sam will be watching on from home, not here this season, electing to give the 12-hour a skip, but he'll be back in Porsche Carrera Cup this season. He's one of the faster AM drivers in the sport as well. Yasser currently 4th quickest. That was his personal best lap of the session as well at a 2:07.09. He raced his car all last season, and the streets of Adelaide, John, at the end of last year in the final round of Fanatec GT World Challenge, he and one M. Campbell teamed up and grabbed himself a couple of wins on that straight circuit.
What a 18 months, 2 years Mr. Campbell has had.
What a 10 years
well
Campbell's had, really.
But it's just kept ramping up. Every time you think, right, what else can he do? He pulls another result out, culminating in a Rolex watch at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Ooh. With a team of first-time winners at the Rolex. And to have all the guys in that car at the level of driving that they've done, Matt has won in class, of course, before, including Joseph Newgarden, who has won the Indy 500 and the Indy Championship. To have a team who've never won before, all in the same car, amazing. And there was Dane Cameron. We couldn't speak to him at the end of the race because he was so emotional. He's trying to win that race and that watch so many times.
It was a cool performance. Roger Penske and Porsche Motorsport weren't going to be down for long, were they? After a pretty challenging debut year with the new car, they
I think that's underplaying it, Rich. I think I'm led to believe that there was a couple of meetings without coffee or biscuits, as you can, or seats. After Le Mans last year, which was really, it did not go their way. There was a complete rethinking of that 963 and what they were going to do. And they went to Barcelona to test the car with a couple of the teams, and the guys had to work very, very hard. Weather's still blowing in.
Well, that's what was coming at us. But it sort of swung around us. Yeah, so that's more out towards the northeast of Bathurst. That's gone out beyond Kelso now and up into the lower reaches of the Blue Mountains.
Heading towards Lithgow, yeah. So that's a pretty good example and shows graphically just how hit and miss the weather is through this region. So to Shay's point earlier, which said it was raining at pit exit and it's not raining at pit entry. That's why when you see those localised showers like that, and so many times we've raced here at the mountain where it's been raining on the bottom and dry up the top, or vice versa.
Yeah. While John's first visit to the mountain, 2013, when we had the apocalypse of all storms at the end of the race, and there were cars on slicks at the top of the mountain. Over was Shane Van Gisbergen overtaking at Salmon Park on slick tyres in a Porsche and the Tony Quinn's car. But down here, it was not raining. It was dry. And you were going, this is insane. It's like, it happens
what it does here. Welcome to Bathurst, I think.
Exactly.
Welcome to Mount Panorama, I think you actually
started the 22 Supercars race here. It would rain and dried out 3 times on Conrod Straight.
Yeah.
just in the one lap. It was incredible. I've never seen it and felt it so isolated that it was there.
So strange.
KTM Crossbow making its debut here and running in a very competitive invitation class, which at the moment is being headed by the number 702 Max Tweed driven IRC GT, one of the tube frame type cars. It's the 20 car of Adam Hargraves in second, then the 111 Mark II, then Keith Kasulki's car, which is back in the pit lane, then John Hollinger in the IRC GT, that's the number 10 car, and it's Julien Beaulieu in the Vortex who's there. David Crampton at the moment driving the number 50 KTM Crossbow, just getting some track time out there. Remember, this is the GT2 version of the KTM Crossbow with the slightly less downforce, more power for that GT2 SR World Championship. is growing. It's not to like cars that are ridiculously fast in a straight line and don't have a lot of downforce. So
I just dived
move around the
into
corners.
last year's results, and the KTM lasted 1.5 practice sessions before they parked it and switched over to an Audi R8 at the last minute. So they've got a lot further into the race meeting already, which is great to see. And David Crampton, who owns that car for
Is that the same car?
Yes, yeah.
So it was a GT2 as well last year. I have to say, I've racked my brain about
Well, that team have run GT4 cars here in the past. In fact, it was one of their cars that bought the late safety car out in 2019 that set up our last 40 minutes of that particularly sensational car race. Here's the Valmont Racing Audi R8 Silver Class contender. Good mates, long-time business partners. Sergio Perez and Marcel Zalua steering that car. I bumped into Lee Gilden earlier today, former Bathurst winner. Porsche's one of their chief driving instructors in Australia, but he is also part of that squad. They're 7th outright. They're 2nd in the silver class behind the Lambo. Really cool looking car, and this is going to be a hairy moment at the top for Kenny Habul, squeaking past the KTM at the metal grate.
I tell you what we were with the onboard shot of Kenny's car coming down into the chase a couple of 3 laps ago, and that car, he's not hanging about, and that car looks well sorted, turning through the right-hander, the fast right-hander into the start of the chase.
Yeah, it looks very, very planted, and that's what you hear from a lot of the drivers from the Mercedes. They just say how sure-footed the car feels. It's no easier car than any of the other GT3 cars to drive on the limit, but the window of driving on the limit is much bigger. Yeah. So if you do have a moment in the Mercedes, it doesn't punish you. Like, the window's very wide, whereas for the Audi, for example, it's a very peaky car. There's a lot of downforce, but to drive it on the limit, there's only a very few drivers that can extract the most out of it. So that's why you see a lot of the bronze drivers in the Mercedes are much, much closer to their pro driver teammates, because the Merc has such a wide window to be able to drive at the limit.
Talking to Adam Carter, who's head of endurance racing for Aston Martin. They've just launched their Vantage GT4 and GT3 cars officially, although actually both the versions of the car were at Daytona. Even before the road car was launched, which was pretty cool. And that was the absolute design brief for that car. Make the operational window as wide as possible to make it as comfortable as possible for the driver who doesn't do that much driving, or the driver who can't commit to go and do a whole load of testing and might only get a couple of 20-minute sessions before they go into the race. It's really, really important in GT3 that that's the case. I think we've got Shay back online downstairs in the pit lane. Shay, where are you?
I came all the way back down to pit out, and now it is raining down here. So we've got this.
No, Shay. It's just one little black rain cloud following you around like Pooh Bear, isn't it?
But Shay, the sun's just come out.
That's exactly my next line, Crailsy, because unfortunately I left my rain jacket and my sunglasses in the media center, so of course I naturally need both. The Vortex is making its way down the pit lane, missed its box, or shouldn't have left its box, because now it's stopped in what would be the transition lane for all normal circumstances, and now continues back down. So maybe it was a little bit of a Control-Alt-Delete needed for that car. Oh, sorry, it's the KTM. It's not the Vortex. That took me completely by surprise. It was a little too far away. So the KTM is going back out, and that is David Crumpton behind the wheel. He is the bronze-rated driver of that trio. We talked a little bit about them earlier on in one of the earlier sessions with Laura Kreiheimer, serving multiple roles for KTM. She got to do some driving a little bit earlier on and was grinning from ear to ear. So we definitely need to chat with her. Maybe tomorrow when it's on camera so you guys can see her smiling too.
Little moment for the IRC GT entry at the chase. The corners we were talking about before. Just on pit lane, talking to the crew in race control, and I've had a few more notifications this session. A lot of warnings today about pit lane speed, like a lot. And today it's just warnings, but in qualifying it starts looking at penalties, and in the racing, of course, it is quite serious penalties. So there are some issues getting cars slowed, especially at that entry when they're attacking the line, the commitment line, to get down to that 40 kilometres an hour they need to be at for the 340 odd metre transit it is from one end of the lane to the other. So lots of warnings today. They get their knuckles wrapped today, but it becomes penalties afterwards when we get into the serious stuff. So something the teams are trying to learn throughout these practice sessions.
Don't forget to tag us, hashtag B12HR, B12HR on the platform formerly known as Twitter, at RSL_studio. Many of you have been doing so. Thank you for all the comments today. Actually, you've been keeping me amused, and you've provided us with some good information, as always, on this Fast Friday. Hope you've enjoyed the addition of the pictures to go with the audio that we've had in previous years. And our great thanks to particularly all of our camera operators and the rest of the hard-working TV crew for coming in a bit earlier. Heart of racing across the top. That'll be Ian James in that car, won't it? Yes, it is. Ian, expat Brit who moved across to the States quite some time ago now. Now that is hitting the ground hard there. That's really... It's got quite big overhangs though, hasn't it, the Merc?
Well, you hear anytime we'll take an onboard camera from a Mercedes, you will hear it on the ground everywhere across the top of the mountain. Remember sitting with Shane Van Gisbergen one night, and we were comparing in-cars from the Audi and the Mercedes, and all you could hear from the Mercedes was the thing on the ground. So why don't you just raise the ride height, mate, and put a stiffer spring in? He goes, no, that's where the aero works. So we will hear that from the Mercedes particularly, banging on the ground. But that lap particular, Ian James at the dipper, every car will make that noise at the dipper because it's such a rapid drop off the shelf effectively. So
little insight to the life of professional race car drivers there. My lap was better than yours.
My car makes more noise than yours does.
Mine's not bottoming out as much as yours.
Yeah, not competitive at all in anything. No. It is top trumps, isn't it, the whole thing? Let's have the sound and vision of a full lap of Mount Panorama with the number 22 Porsche. Number 22 Audi, Liam Talbot behind the wheel, heading up Mountain Straight now. Garth Tander will tell you what's going on.
Yeah, break it nice and deep there at the 100-metre board and flow as much speed as you can up the hill because turn 2 is all about a start of the big climb around the king into the cutting. The car gets really nervous. You see Liam fighting the car on brake as the rear wanting to get away from him there. And this next one up here at the tree, you just grab 4th and you want to be flat, but you can't. You just can't tell your brain to be flat through there. And then grab 5th on the run down here out to the grate. Looks like it's the KTM just up the road ahead of us, so we'll have to feather out of it here at McPhillamy. Back to 4th gear because of the traffic. Oh, don't go to the outside, Liam. Okay, we get away with that one. And then the drop off Skyline. The car gets very light there. You can't use too much curb to the left because the car will bottom out. Doesn't actually scrape through the dipper. And then the run down here, it's so fast here. The brain bending how quick you can get around that corner to get the car stopped before a Forest Elbow. On the gas nice and early. And then you can relax here, John, as the car climbs up to 280k an hour. It's actually strange to think that the fastest the car's going is when you're the most relaxed.
Pull the Kindle out, read a couple of pages of the novel you're working on.
Yeah. Check the dash, check a few other things, and then flat through here easy. And then traditionally it's braking at the 100-metre board. So obviously we've got GT4 car in front of us. I think that's Mark Griffith. GT4 car. Go around the outside of that one. So a little bit traffic polluted towards the end of that lap, but we will have a lot of that over the course of 12 hours, how to deal with the traffic. This will be an interesting comparison because the IRC has so much horsepower, you can't actually pass them down the straight. So all you do is catch up in the braking zone. So you've really got to be quite smart about how you pass those cars. You can see Liam flashing lights and waving around, but it doesn't bother John Hollinger. He doesn't care. He's just going to get on the gas and drive it up the hill.
Do you notice, by the way, how quick Garth spotted which car was going to slow his lap down as they were coming up to the grate there? That's the KTM. I'm going to have to. I'm coming off there straight away.
It was more that don't go to the outside, don't go to the outside, don't go to the outside.
Yeah.
I think Liam was probably thinking the same thing. Some bit of energy in the racetrack at the moment. There's plenty of colour on our timing screen, which indicates personal session best lap times. Garth Walden, 4th in the 48M Motorsport. AMG's just punched out the quickest first sector of the entire session. If you're unfamiliar with the sector times, where the track is broken into thirds for timing purposes. The first split on the run up to Solomon Park, a run up to the hill under what Garth called the tree. And then the second split on the exit of the elbow, the final sector is where we see Yasser Shahin. It's the 1.4 odd Ks to Conrod, to the kink, and then the remainder of the chase in Murray's corner. So Walden on a very good lap and looking to improve from a 2:06.2. Schumacher still quickest by a 10th over Kenny Habul. So Audi, Mercedes AMG, Aldi and Mercedes AMG 1, 2, 3 and 4. The first of the Porsches is Yasser Shahin in 5th place. Yasser's going to get to the strike before Walden and punches out his best lap of the session at a 2:06.5. Just waiting for Garth. Here is car number 48. One of 4 drivers in this combination, and Justin McMillan's team. It goes right to the top. Wow. The 2:05.3 with 4.5 minutes to go in the final session of the day. Great lap, Garth Walden leading the way in this bronze driver only practice session 4 for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour.
But if you are reading the timing screen, and it is available for you via the website, of course, you'll see that there are some pro cars out there. So don't be confused, because some of the full pro cars, as they are listed and entered, have got bronze drivers in them. And this all comes down to what you guys last year called the Kenny rule. And that isn't going home. Not that Kenny. It's Kenny Habul.
Yeah.
You that. It's Kenny Habul, and it's all down to a little snag, a little loophole that you guys spotted last year.
I think they wrote it into the rules going, oh, no one's going to do that.
He's going to do that in their right mind.
Why, who would want to enter the race, stump up most of the budget, in some cases all of it, and only drive for potentially 40 minutes of a 12-hour race? Well, it turns out the desire to win at Bathurst could potentially be larger than the desire to do bulk laps in a race at Bathurst. So Kenny Habul took advantage of that last year. They read the rules. They interpreted them correctly. I love that that loophole, as it wasn't closed. Yeah. They kept it open. And what it's done is allowed another team in Audi Sport Team NPC to do exactly the same thing. And I've got to tell you, it might be the difference between that team being here and competing. They're not at all. Yeah. So if it gets cars on the grid and competitive cars with works drivers alongside 2 really experienced AM drivers, fantastic, more of it.
Again, plenty of light colours on the timing screen. We'll keep a look at that, an eye on that as Shea Adam reports from the pit lane.
Down in M Motorsport, and there was a big cheer when all of a sudden their car went to the top of the charts overall. And just going to see if I can interrupt Justin McMillan here really quick. Justin, do you mind a quick chat? Congrats. Oh, we're not on camera today. You're fine. You don't need your fire suit done up. This was one of those things where bronze-only session, it means that you get more seat time, which is exciting, but then your teammate goes out there and puts a P1. Now, do you want another go at it?
Yeah, no, we did a race in New Zealand because he's a good bronze. Some call him a fake bronze, but he's a good bronze. So we're going to rely on him a lot during the race, that's for sure. But he got a few laps, I got a few laps. I unfortunately glanced the wall at the cutting, which spooked me a bit, but then Garth got in. Obviously, the car's still fast.
Yeah, steering wheel's still pointing in the right direction. That's the important bit. Now, how is it going to be an advantage for you guys with the 4-driver lineup?
Well, we'll probably let Garth do a bit more time, to be honest. I don't have to do a great deal, obviously, with 2 bronzes. And Garth will do a bit more, depending. We'll give Jack the whole session in the morning, try and get him up to speed, but it's been 6-7 years since he's driven a GT car. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like riding a bike, you don't forget.
Yeah, no, he's getting there. He got faster in the session this afternoon. Got a bit spooked this morning, but tomorrow morning he'll get the whole 40 minutes.
Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shay. That was Justin McMillan, team boss at M Motorsport and very experienced GT driver as well. Interesting talking about Jack just getting back up to speed in these cars, and Glenn Wood is the 4th driver in that combination. He's another very underrated guy to put in one of these cars. His brother Dale races in Carrera Cup very successfully as well. So it's a good combination, and Garth has shown the potential of that car by going quicker. I don't know if Garth agrees that he's going to do more laps tomorrow on Sunday. Visions of an early knockoff, but that'll be knocked on the head.
Oh, come on. Somebody asks you to drive a racing car.
I'm going to say no, are you?
Anywhere, a well-prepped racing car, but it's not anywhere. It's Mount Panorama in the Repco Bathurst 12 hours. If they said you're going to have to do the whole race yourself, do you think I'll give it a go? I'll see how far Garth's laughing his head off next to it. But it's right though, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's what we were talking about top trumps earlier on. I can go longer than you. I can do more time than you.
Oh, mate, he is in full co-driver mode now. Rocks up in October, might do 2 hours, 2.5. Just the middle of the day shift, and then hand it over to these young guns at the end.
Got to train to be ready for double stints at any opportunity should the strategy require it, Rich.
As the checkered flag flies behind the number 22 Audi that's been quickest throughout most of the day, and in fact on the combined times will remain quickest from that Kelvin van der Linde 2 early on today. Liam Talbot 4th in this session. So 40 minutes complete, 4 practice sessions complete. Despite us trying our very best, we tried to jinx it. There were no red flags today, which is pretty remarkable stuff for a Friday at Mount Panorama.
Not every car's got to the line yet, Rich.
The checkered flag's out. They can't red flag it from here.
That's it. It could be checkered or red somewhere, I suppose. But there's a lot of red table. I did notice there were a lot of red tablecloths when I was walking down there.
So that's where they all are. They've just been removed.
There are actually no red flags.
Can't wave them if they don't exist.
That's right. Exactly right. What do we take from today, Garth? I mean, the good news is that everybody has got the time in. There's been 1 or 2 little issues for a couple of the teams, but they seem, even the guys who had issues early seem to have bounced back.
Yeah, for me, it's the cleanness of the day. Yeah, there's been a few little issues and a few little moments here and there, but we've had no one in the gravel trap, no one scrape any walls of significance, no cars come back on flatbed trucks. And I can't remember a Friday at the Bathurst 12 Hour where we've had this, where we've had pretty much a clean day of running. So that bodes well for tomorrow. I think the speed is up compared to what we have seen in the past. That time that Kelvin van der Linde did straight away this morning within the first 10 minutes of practice.
Sharp.
So, you know, to be in the 2s that early bodes well for some really fast times tomorrow in qualifying. I think practice in the morning is going to be fantastic to watch.
Me too.
Because
That's the
quali sims are going to be fantastic to watch in the morning.
That early session in the morning, tune in for that. We'll have a final word from Shea Adam before we wind things up. Still 1 or 2 cars to come to the line. Shea, down in the pits.
Just wanted to remind Mr. Richard Crail that he needs to get to the pit exit at the end of this session because he is going to get to go for a lap. And guys, it's just sprinkling a little bit. That'll be fine. His driver's got a few laps around here.
There's an empty seat already, Shea, where Crailsey would have been.
Love it.
Yeah, he's on his way. Thank you, Shea, for just we'll go to the practice results here. This is for free practice 4, and it was that Garth Walden lap in the Mercedes number 48 that takes it in terms of this session. Doesn't count for anything. Liam Talbot in the Audi in second, Brad Schumacher in the 2, so the 22 in the 2, Mercedes, Audi, Mercedes, Porsche for Yasser Shashib, and then another Mercedes, Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, Sergio Pires in 7th, Ian James for Harter Racing in 9th, and the top 10, Adrian Dietz in the red and white Lamborghini Huracan, and the best of the invitational cars, the IRC GT, number 702, in 10th position. Another clean session. That is what we take away from this. In that bronze-only session, we had 20 of the 30 cars. There was a couple of Neely moments.
It was a couple of Neely moments. Liam Talbot trying to turn in from the grass. That wasn't a bold strategy. That didn't work out for him. Keith Kasulki had his moment leaving the chase, and Max Twigg turning in. I think that was when we'd had that small rain shower go across the circuit. So potentially the track getting a little bit wet there for Twiggy. Kenny Habel was inside the top 5 for the entirety of the session as he continues his search to go back to back to back to back. Seems like they've won here for the last 3 or 4 years. That car is always at the front.
Yeah, this is exactly the start to the week that a defending race winner wants. You do not want any dramas. There's enough pressure on you because people like us are saying, oh, it could be 3 in a row for them and 4 in a row for Gilles Gunon. And Garth Walden nicking the time at the end in the number 48 Mercedes. Embraer supported car, that very pretty chrome silver and blue machine. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Fast Friday. Wherever you were around the world, I hope you enjoyed what we've given you, not only from the 12-hour sessions for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour, but the support categories have been such brilliant fun as well. And we've got more of it coming tomorrow with more additional video for you. Not just the sound that we've provided for you in the past, but we'll fire up the cameras for the 2 sessions tomorrow for the 12-hour cars as well. Check the website for details and make sure you do the conversions to your own time zone as well. Or you can go to radiolemans.com and scroll down at the bottom. There's a schedule on there that auto-corrects to your own time zone. Thanks to Shea down in the pit lane, to Richard Craill and to Garth Tander. Coming up on RS1, we've got Track to Town. Got to talk to quite a lot, around about half the grid earlier in the week, and there were some very interesting comments being made, but generally speaking, everybody's happy to be back here, as are we, and we'll welcome you back on Saturday. Make sure you join us as we build up to the 2024 Repco Bathurst 12 hours on Sunday. Have a good Friday wherever you are in the world. From the whole team, I'm John Hindhaugh. Bye-bye.